Hello, chatto! It's Thursday, and coming up today on Building a Nation with Wisła Kraków, let me give you the house tour. Today, we have transfer room requests set up. I've set up 60 of them. I remembered to save the game because it crashed twice after I did that. I didn't move a muscle. Will we get another crash today? Probably, but that doesn't matter because we've got European football after Christmas. We've got some games before Christmas. The new tactical idea is taking over. All that and more coming up today on Building a Nation with Wisła Kraków and Stirrups. To be fair, it kind of has this week, babe. My ISA was way down this week. It's back up today again. The last couple of days, it was a bit, oh dear. John Doyle. Thank you. Oh, I've got to stop doing that.
Yesterday, one of my good friends told me I make people feel uncomfortable by violating their personal space, which was very hurtful and ruined our bath.
I like this new approach I'm taking to not fully reading the messages as they come through. Incredible work. Thank you for the 18 months. Oh, I have a slight sore throat today, which is a little concerning. So I'm going to be extra hydrated somehow, even more than normal, if that's even possible. I don't think I can quite squat down far enough, if I'm honest, Inferno. Let's see what I got. Hang on, see if I can fully... Oh, that was a deep squat. My thighs hurt from the run that I did yesterday. Oh, that's all. Any UFC Pro, welcome back. We have much to catch up on. You may notice from the stream title, the biggest thing that we have to catch up on. Don, thank you for the 100 bits.
Mr. Mullen, I was just, stretching my calves on the windowsill. Isometric exercise. Care to join me?
Is it just me, or did it not do any kind of message? It just, the TTS just went, no, I must speak first, lads.
59? That's close to 5 years of giving money to a Fulham fan in exchange for some perfectly okay streams. Anyway, finally have internet in my new place and things are finally calming down, I think.
That's good.
Up the Wisła.
I love that she says Wisła perfectly. I've never heard any other TTS bot or AI bot or whatever actually say that correctly. It's always
damn sore throat. Must be all that Harry Wilson you're enjoying.
Damn right. Why do you think he's in such good form, James? Thank you for the 61 months. Yeah, I don't know what it is. Pog always gets these sore throats, and usually I'm fine. But today, it's just, I don't know, it just feels a bit tickly, which is a pain in the arse. It's fine, because I've had a painkiller, I've got some water, so it should be alright. It's just one of those ones where I feel relatively okay, but a sore throat could completely fuck my job if it happens on the wrong day. Oh, nice one, Wiko. It turned up a day later. Jesus Christ. That's insanely fast. I know there was a couple more orders, because I have the... although I don't use the dashboard that the normal affiliates use, I still use it for tracking stuff. But no, it's actually genuinely awesome to see how many people have checked it out. Even some of you that couldn't order it in the UK, because you weren't in the UK, have ordered it anyway, even if you didn't use the code, because obviously you couldn't. But regardless, that's awesome. And Holly would be pleased to hear that anyway, because it's not like I'm working on commission specifically with it. There is, full disclosure, there is a small commission on new orders, but there's a more broader thing. They're clearly just trying to get the name out there. And I think that's cool that it's actually working then, which is dope. Hello, Millsy. Oh, this is probably the one to catch. Actually, I say that. Last stream was really weird. Let's get off my big face. She's staying for longer. She's sort of earned a stay of execution for the time being until I can find a Polish GTS bot, which there very much could be. I didn't realise that was actually in the top corner at that moment. A coconut. I haven't tried the coconut one, but that is mostly just because I don't like Holy. What Harry Wilson sees. What Harry Wilson sees is this. Oh yeah. Had to be done. Didn't even take that much editing to make that small enough for a Twitch gif in the end. So we managed to get the new animated emote. I've never been a big fan of coconut in general. I bet, Millsy. How is the baby?
Good morning, Matt and Chat.
Asha! For the 42 months, my friend. Wow. Love to see it. Hope you're well. You need to find one called Gregorz, or, I don't know, what's a really long Polish lady name? It's not that, I just don't really like coconut flavours in general. So, for example, today, my holy of choice is pineapple. Don't mind a bit of the pineapple. Got that in the... Well, I haven't actually got that in there yet, obviously, because I've got it here. Although it'll probably get consumed sooner than normal today, just because I'm going to need more liquid in the noof.
Matto and Chatter, finally managing to catch a stream live after far too long.
I reckon today is going to be one that it's good to be here for, honestly. Jack the Hobo as well, with the 23 on top of that. Ooh. Oh, damn.
Hey, Matto, just started my Pentagon challenge. Every nation has 200 youth rating because why not? Starting in Fiji and having a blast with these Fijian Chileans.
That's real. I see those save files, but I never seen anyone actually play them like long term. How far? Oh, sorry, you just started it. I'll be really interested to see how that fares for you when you're sort of 10 seasons into it, to see what the state of the world will be like. Because I imagine it will remain largely similar. Because although the youth ratings will be higher, the facilities and infrastructure at the clubs themselves. Best use of that giant. I'm so glad Twitch finally lets me see these. I mean, that could happen today. It could. It fully could. Well, at least we've created a... Jesus Christ. Thank you for the 30 bits, Packfist. My God. Oh, you'd really think that I would have had the wherewithal to know exactly what that was going to look like the second... For those wanting context, I had an iced tea on Tuesday's stream, but because I made it live on stream, I was shaking it under the... Well, you could sort of get the... Yeah. Mieczysława? That could work. Is that actually a real name? Right, let's do a little look up at Milan Schmidt. Oh, one thing I meant was doing really well. Eating, sleeping, that's the holy trinity of babby behaviour, is it not? He's done it. He's fucking little rat. He's done it again. Right, Milan Schmidt. So I've set up 60, close to 60. Lived it again. If it is, well, give it a chance. See, the thing is with this one, because the bottle is bigger, it makes more sense to shake it here. But the other one was my like protein shaker style one, so you can hold it more like in a claw grip. So it's much easier to shake it like no, that's not working. That's just like, that implies I'm wanking off a giant just off screen. I'm going to keep my hands, much like a defender, stopping across. My hands are remaining behind my back for the rest of stream. Okay? I wouldn't want to give away a penalty like that Union Saint-Gilloise player against Bayern last night. That was really... I hate Champions League handballs. I really do. They are just so boring. It's one lucky giant. I'll tell you what. You think you did two hands, really? Some giant with a micro penis. Anyway, it's Milan Schmidt. See you later, Jinjo. Oh, Jinjo. Did I see that NEC are playing against a amateur side in the... is it the Dutch Cup? And aren't they the amateur side that have gone the furthest? So they've now won this thing called the Blue Pinecone. Dutchies, help me out here. Am I correct? Has my Dutch football knowledge just taken up? Have I finally elevated myself? The Coupon. I think it's called like the... It's got Becker in the name, doesn't it? I swear. De Treffers. I think it was De Treffers, yeah. Yes, I did. I think this was coming from the Sweeper pod. I'm pretty certain this was from the Sweeper. KNVB Becker. That's what I was thinking of, yeah. The Blue Pinecone. Yeah, so apparently it's a trophy that they're now handing out in the Dutch Cup to the amateur club that goes the furthest. And I just think that's really cool. I know that Hungary does something similar to... I'm just literally repeating things I heard on Sweeper yesterday. But regardless, it's a cool idea. I like that. I'd love something like that in the FA Cup for like the highest non-league side, perhaps. That'd be the best way to probably deal with that, because a lot of them are sort of semi-pro and professional quite low down in England. So this is Milan Schmidt, speaking of Netherlands, at the Go Ahead Eagles. I say the Go Ahead Eagles. There's no the here. They are just Go Ahead Eagles. After you, sir. He's finally getting back into football, it would seem. The Blue Pinecone. It's the Jolly Blue Giant, but mostly because he's got blue balls. He was supposed to have a chance to win a trophy this season. Just 4 more relegations required, and they're in for a chance. Worst regular starter currently. Ooh. That is a great question. Let me just have a look. I think we can answer that question just by looking at the... who's played loads of minutes and done shit? I'll tell you what, it probably is, and I hate to say this about him, Alexander Furman. The way that he's been lately. And by worst, I simply mean purely performance-wise. Van den Bosch hasn't done great either. But I do wonder if it's because Van den Bosch plays in a position that is regularly... It doesn't get a huge amount of rewards, I guess. But that is... He has the exact same rating as his replacement. I think the issue with the DM role in our team is that it doesn't really... It's never in a position to earn loads of, like... God, he's fallen off, hasn't he? Remember he was like 4.5 stars in our team? I guess the thing that's really happened with Van den Bosch is he's lost a lot of physical ability because he's now turned to 33. His natural fitness isn't stupidly high. I think, honestly, having now seen that, it might make sense to just move over to Sohail Stapelfeld as the official starter in that role now for the time being. The view downloadable, it is. I just can't for the life of me remember where it's downloadable. It's on one of my videos, I think. What I might do for the next recap video is make a pack of just all of my views for one thing that just does it all. In fact, let me just make a note of that now. I'm just going to make a default views pack now because we've got enough of them to the point where that makes sense. Right, to do soon. Make view pack. There we go. I'll put that on my tasks. That way, in theory, we'll get that sorted. That's the thing. They're not going to... Van den Bosch used to get slightly better ratings because he would occasionally step in with a goal, and the same with Omich did. But, yeah, Steuer's rating is quite low. But a part of that comes from the role that he plays. So we rarely ever have a high rating for our attacking midfielder in this tactic. Because, as someone pointed out in the VOD comment, the free role that we were using, and still are actually, is sort of naturally quite inconsistent. So we've never had anyone really be able to get a consistently good rating in that role. So Koziemka's down here as well with a 6.71. And nobody's really... And Mosquera's the other one, 6.71. They're all kind of in that same area. Some minor colour blindness. The link... let's have a look. To be honest with you, if that's supposed to be green, which it clearly is, it's barely different. The rest of these arrows, as far as I can tell, are all yellow. That one's a slightly more orangey yellow. And by slight, I mean, we're talking the tiny, tiny differences. That one is allegedly a bit more green, and I can see a mild difference, but I don't feel like the contrast between them is as much as it should be. I wish you could change those as well. I want blue upward arrows, damn it. Big Norwegian man soon, exactly. That's the big deal. Oh, Furman is still only 19. He has a lot of room for growth. I mean... As far as XG over performances this season, Nigel and Katala have carried us. Dude has been amazing since he came back. Audie's excellent. But you can sort of see that it is Audie and Katala as the strike force right now. Steuer, despite the poor performances, at least has done reasonably well on this. Whereas you look at, where's Koziemka? Oh my god, he's all the way down here. Jesus Christ, who's the worst? Duru and Coffee. I feel a bit bad for Coffee there. He's not really he's not a player that you expect to score a lot anyway. Expected assists. Nigel is carrying this team in places. 8 goals, 6 assists. He's very close to Big Nige. Goalie's neutral. You'd hope so. Oh, £16,000. Was that happened in September? What happened in September that they needed to find them £16,000? There you go. That's the analysis one. I do have a deeper one as well, which I don't know if I actually put this up, but basically it's just... It has more metrics on it. But obviously, because of the way that FM is still with the sorting of these views, it's an absolute pain in the arse to use because you have to like drag the players' names out and scroll across every time we want to do stuff. But so yeah, there is a deeper one I have as well. But I'm only using that one really if I want to look at something very, very specific, like a really niche stat, I guess. I mean, why does that one take up so much? Does that just reset itself when I scrolled? Right, well, so much for that. Season review. I think I will just make a... We need like an exclamation mark views command that just has every view that I currently have. Maybe separate it into folders so people know which screen each one is for. Because obviously I've got some for the recruitment page too. And various other things. That's probably not a bad shout, actually. I didn't want to do it straight away because I knew that I'd then have to keep amending it. And now's probably enough time for us to tick that off. But I'll do that tomorrow then. That's nice and easy. Special migration of young Belgium. 31 million. What season is this? Damn, he's good. He's very tasty. That being said, I feel like he's not like an absurd amount better than someone like Steuer. He is definitely better, don't get me wrong. Maybe it's just the colours, actually. It might be that I'm used to seeing the colours I use, and therefore I just look at that and think that things are slightly different, but still, conduct themselves in an orderly fashion and do not use words or behaviour in improper, offensive... Jesus, that's a whole lot of words. Shame it. Did they provide any specifics? Did someone shout a slur? 33. That's only 4 years away from us. That's actually kind of crazy when you think about it, because I can't imagine that our... Wonder who our actually highest rated player in terms of value is right now. Yeah, so our most valuable player is Abdullahi and Eduardo. Both of our centre-backs, in fact. Or actually, in terms of the highest peak value, Steuer might just beat him there. Point being, there's a lot of value throughout the squad, though, which is kind of good. Oh, sorry, my bad. There we go. Happens far too often. What's changed on the latest squad view screen? Because unless they've made any of the views actually any better, or have they just changed some of the columns around a little bit that means I will then be able to rebuild them slightly better? Because that's one of the annoying things, that they fix things, but it doesn't fix the initial things you've created. It means you have to recreate them, which is just silly, if you ask me. But hey, if it works, right? Hello, Williams. Ninth in the coefficients. Hot dog. £6 million release clauses. Really all you can do is... I realise this is often not going to be the case, but when you talk to their agents first, maybe focus on trying at least to ban them from locking in non-negotiable release clauses at that stage. That way, that they, at least when they do bring them to you, which they still will, you can then remove and exclude. That seems to be the best way about doing that, but you sort of have to nip it in the bud with their agents before you even attempt to sign them. Because we've fallen into that trap a couple of times, and that was the only way to get out of it, basically, was to make sure their agent is the reason. Now, sometimes they'll just say no there as well. And there's really not a lot you can do, unfortunately. The only other option is perhaps when you use the timed release clauses that have like an expiry date on them. But even those are like miles into the future, unfortunately. Game Slayer, how's it going, friend? Right, let me do a lovely little Scunthorpe lookup. We haven't actually looked at what's going on in the English leagues over the course of this save yet today, at least, or over the course of this season. So they are in League 2, 12th in fact, under Anley Butler. Let's see how that League 2 is actually shaping up for the older, for the Scunthorpe boys. Damn. Oh god, I like being able to see it all at once. Middle of the road. 28 points. Oh, exactly. You could not be more neutral. 12th in the league, 24 goals scored, 24 goals conceded, 0 goal difference, perfectly balanced. Not in any real danger of getting relegated. And actually, to be fair, only a few points off the playoffs. With the exception of maybe... No one's really running away with it, actually. It's fairly... Recruit scout mod, use the update. I am using it, but I just don't see how that would make any difference to it, given that none of the times I'm getting crashes are even related to screens that use that view. As in, that only changes things on the transfer room in and the recommendation screen, because it is essentially just a UI element that's been changed. And I've not had any crashes to do with those screens. Half the time it crashes on startup. Weirdly, if I click around a little bit or on a different screen while it's starting up, that's what's caused it to crash twice now as well. It happened this morning too. After I'd set up the transfer in reports, I went to our team selection to try and set up the squad for the first game today. It just crashed the second I loaded into the team instructions. Super duper weird. Luckily I've got it all saved, so it does do it again. It'll be absolutely fine. Still annoying, but fine. Oh dear. Yeah, renegotiating contracts you can do, of course. Although, there's nothing to say that they won't then just ask for another release clause. And sometimes it'll actually drop, which is the last thing you bloody well want. So the pre-season preview, I'm pretty much staying away from at the moment. Re-verify all the files again. Problem is, if I re-verify all the files again, I'll only have to install the same exact mods again. But I think I might end up doing that tomorrow anyway. I might reinstall everything, reinstall the mods, and just try to refresh it a little bit, perhaps. I don't know. Let me put that on my to-do list as well while I'm thinking about it. Let's see. Tomorrow's going to be a busy day at this rate. Reinstall FM and mods. There we go. It grows by the day. Shrewsbury doing Shrewsbury things. Leighton Orient having a bad time of it. Preston looking like relegation from League 1 is on the cards. Grimsby? Grimsby to the Championship? Not impossible. They're having a good time of it this season, it would seem. Didn't crash at all. Yeah, I mean, it might be that I do need a clean installation of it, perhaps. Sometimes this is just how it works. When you do dick with the files as much as I do, there's likelihood that something gets messed up somewhere along the way and it doesn't get fixed naturally. Oh my god. Right. It's been a poor season for Wigan Athletic. 19 games played, 0 wins, 1 draw, 18 losses, 8 goals. Imagine scoring 8 goals in 19 matches. 1 point. And they're still only 17 points off of it. Jesus Christ, Wigan. Yeah, who got the draw? Can we see this? Oh, we can. Wait, do they update that so it works now? Oh. Okay. SI. Look, I've criticised you a lot lately. And rightly so. Because some of the things from this latest patch have genuinely made the game worse. That... If that works for Europe, oh my god. If it works for Europe, crucially. Reinstalling the view is overwriting those two. Perhaps. But from what I've heard from Saz, the view is the new version is identical. As in it was unchanged. And it worked perfectly. So I'm unsure, to be honest. We'll have to see. Yeah, got to check Europe for that. Let me just check the Prem while we're here, since we're on. I wish you could scroll up to the Prem on this screen without having to go into this nonsense here. Just a little arrow that lets you go up to the next competition like you used to be able to. Little things there would be fantastic. Anything crazy going on here as well? Actually, nah. It's pretty much the usual suspects. That's pretty much usual suspects. FM doesn't really give us nice things in that menu anymore. Okay. Pretty samey. Coventry in the Prem, though. Bad goal difference, but somehow have 15 points. Probably beat Fulham in there, I assume. Yep. Oh, that's weird. Coventry have won 4 times in the Premier. They've all been away from home. Naturally, Spurs and Newcastle in there as well, because of course they are. Brighton might be getting relegated at this rate. That's genuinely quite surprising. Actually, I've noticed Brighton get relegated quite a lot in Sims over the last couple of years with FM for some reason. Doesn't make a huge deal of sense. Right, let's go to the Europa League. Just hypothetically, let's use ours actually, because there you go. It does work. Draws? Yes. Losses, obviously nothing. What about this? No, I don't know what I was really expecting there, to be honest. And then the form just shows the overall scores. Oh, legend. So yes, it does now work in Europe, which is going to make my life so much easier when it comes to showing results for European teams in the recap videos. That's glorious. It's giveth and taketh away. One other thing that they have done, which is very annoying though, and I really hope they do fix this, when you go back to watch match highlights now, like by going onto the match thingy, like actually into the game, and then you can go load goals. The game now shows the final score at the top of the screen and locks the time to the exact moment that the game finished. It doesn't show you the time at the top and the score relative to the highlight that's being shown with the goals anymore, which is an absolute disaster for me recording clips for the recaps, because now I'm going to have to zoom it in really far and people won't be able to see exactly what time the goals are being scored, otherwise it would spoil the game, which is just like, why would you change that? And they still take forever to record because the highlights are like 2 minutes long for each goal. But, you know, one of those things, you giveth and you taketh away, but that is a little bit frustrating. So today we're going to be trying out that tweak with the expression thing. We tried it in the last game and it worked okay, but that was against a really bad side. This is not a much better side than that either. I have high hopes though, and for one massive reason, because I tested it yesterday with my Plymouth save. I played 7 matches in League 1 with Plymouth with that slight tweak. All I did was I changed the expression thing, and we won 6 and drew the other one and scored like 27 goals. Something stupid. Lots of concessions, but lots of goals scored. So I'm expecting lots of goals, but that might be because the Plymouth version of my tactic is way more aggressive. This is more just a tiny little tweak to it, potentially. So we'll see. Give our dibs on buying up on tickets, yeah. So basically, it's things like that, Millsy. But that's more just worse for me as a content creator. It's not a worse for the overall player base. They wouldn't care about things like that. It just makes it harder to record videos, and it's already difficult. But the other things is mostly the crashes, to be honest. It's stuff like that are just like weird thing how inconsistent the game feels. Hello, Mr. Teeny. They do. Haven't Celtic just put a bid in or signing a new 6'6" striker or something? I saw that randomly in the football news this morning. Okay, have they got anyone fun in their team? I love how few regens there are in their B team. That's bizarre to me, but there we move. I decided to rotate the squad heavily for this game because I felt that we'd probably be good enough to beat them regardless, and I thought this would be the perfect opportunity for us to give some of the, not youngsters per se, but Ibanez's, not Mosquera, well actually a little bit Mosquera, Furman for a start, and Karamov, who's kind of been a forgotten man a little bit lately. One thing I also noticed is that the wider version of this system with the expression turned up to 11 essentially seems to work better. I did however make a couple more tweaks to some set piece instructions, not for this one, which I might do after the game because it worked quite nicely with Plymouth, so I might steer into that. In fact, if someone reminds me after this match, we'll take a little closer look at the corners and free kicks a little bit more and see, oh that, okay, that is some finish from Katala. Those just never go in, ever. Lovely finish. I wonder if that is a case of, do you reckon he would have passed that before? Nice from Dimicevic, actually going to the byline there instead. Cuts it back inside. No, he just shuffles it back in. But look at this, outside of, well, not even outside. Oh, that's beautiful. Keeper gets a little touch on that. Doesn't matter. I think that's Katala's 10th of the season too. Bear in mind, our top scorer in the whole of last year had 13. That's not great. Yeah, we're not overplaying it. I've already noticed a little bit in that Arca game, a situation where a player would either shoot for no reason because of the disciplined situation of the tactic, or they would overplay it all the way back out to recycle the possession. They're trying things out a little bit, which does make me wonder if players that have higher flair, as long as they've got reasonable teamwork, could be the exact type of guys that we want going forward. That and just high flair players are fun as hell in this match engine anyway. Not a great start for us in terms of XG at least, but possessions in control. We've scored the goal that's given us the lead. Inco. So Inco had an injury last season, and he's had another injury this season, which has really not helped him. That and with the fullback situation with us, we've got 4 players essentially for 1/2 if we make subs, which we do pretty much every game. And Inco has rarely been needed a lot of the time because he's much better as a shutdown player. Although maybe I'm being disingenuous on him, and perhaps he is more than that. He's just very good at that particular side of the game. And maybe I'm undervaluing the other qualities that he brings. The biggest issue he has is that Naeem is just so good at dribbling past people. He averages more than double, in fact close to triple the number of dribbles per game of any other player in our team, including other guys that play the same role as him. Sure. And that's why we need him in the team. Yeah, we've reverted the tactics straight back to what it was, Anarith, but the only difference now is the expression thing. That's the only change. We're going to build it back up again. God, look at the OPPDA. That's very low. Yeah, I love keeping it in the single digits. Plus the decimals, obviously. Possession's fine. They all tire. The rest of the team is doing okay. Furman's in the squad. And it's a weakened side. So I'm all right with this. Obviously, their squad is weaker too. With possession doing well. Mascara struggled a little bit, but that's okay. It's opposition passes per defensive action. So essentially, how many times the opposition pass the ball before you win it back on average. So if you're a high-pressing team and you're trying to win the ball back as fast as possible, your OPPDA should be quite low, in theory. Knocked out the quarterfinals. Nice. We actually had a team get to the final as well in this save. It was actually Legia's second team. They got to the finals. They were 2-0 up against Lech Poznan in the final, but then they lost on penalties, if I recall. Or was it extra time? It wasn't great either way. From a Lech standpoint, anyway. Oh, this is easily the type of game that would have been a 0-0 draw for us in the past, but that's okay. Right, let's freshen the squad up a little bit, perhaps. Mosquero's struggle, but that's okay. Dele Alli. I made sure I put Dele Alli and Rigambuti on the bench because obviously we're going to want to bring them on in a game like this. Stapelfeld's been kind of bad, actually. I really should have put Van den Bosch on the bench for this game, but you get a slightly smaller bench in the cup. We'll go with Rodado for Katala. One more sub. Do I have another striker option? Of course I do. It's Kukonda. Who else would it be? Furman just isn't cutting it lately. Yes, but the only thing we've switched is from more disciplined to more expressive. The idea being basically that they were too rigid, and in certain games where we couldn't break down our opposition, their sort of dogmatic rigidity to the style was basically not creating anything. 2D pitch. I don't find it especially useful because unless you're playing the game at a really low speed, you can't really see much of like shapes being made or anything like that anyway. I feel like it's a little bit of wasted space. I would like to see things like heat maps in there, or just a more detailed player stats box or something, or at least give me the option. All of this comes down to, it would be nice to have the option to change it. I think, yeah, absolutely, Teeny. Links are fine. It just feels like one of those things that some people will definitely enjoy it, and I don't discredit their opinions on it. I just feel like for the majority of the player base, it seems like something that most people would rather have other things in there, I guess. Or just an optional screen, like one customizable box that we're allowed to put stuff in, whatever we want, or within reason, right? That's all I'm looking for. Oh, go on, Dimitrovic cuts inside, and it's beautiful. It's Rodado again. We've, defended well, ridden. I haven't really had any chances against us. Taken our moments. That left-hand side is absolutely cooking yet again. Beautiful. In fact, that's both of the... Yeah, Dimitrovic has grabbed 2 assists today, just from shuffling inside a little bit, cutting back in, and then it's a bit of a poor one at the near post, actually. Shouldn't really be doing that. Right, let's see what this is. I take it this is a... Oh, hello. The only thing I would say, not that you can control this, is... Oh, God. I'm not sure I like that. But maybe that's just because I got so used to the... I do like that. Just getting more information there is nice. Oh, that's nice. I'm not sure I like the gaps with the... I feel like I'd prefer it without the background. But other than that, this... Basically what I really wish we had in the actual matches is a full-size league table available to us, like, say, here or something. Because... it's so annoying that the league table and latest scores are buried as if they don't matter, when frankly that's all that matters really in the grand scheme of things. And it's weird how bad the game is at showing you... Wait, they scored? They actually scored I thought I had it paused. They scored a goal while we were busy looking at that table. This better not cost us. I'm sure it was a disastrous goal anyway. Point is, we won. That's another thing. Having it remember things like the state and stuff would be great. It just feels like it's so... You never really know what's going on in the league, because I think this is one of the things that's contributing to people not really feeling as immersed in places, because the game does a terrible job at making you feel like you're in a league a lot of the time. Oh, I imagine it's super not easy because of the way that the game's designed right now. That would be the thing that would be a game changer for me, if we had a full-size league table box, have the latest scores box with the toggle on it like they normally do, although I would love it if you could have both, actually. So have one side be the latest scores box and the other side be the league table. That would be absolutely beautiful, because it feels like the game allocates too much space to things that don't need it and not enough to things that do, I guess. Like, it'll have a huge box that's not filled by something. I do kind of hate just being reminded... I say being reminded that we've got a cup draw. Half the time, there is a notification in your inbox, but the game makes so little of a deal about the inbox notification that we actually forget to even see it. I would like it to be at least one of those ones you have to acknowledge to move on or something, just so it reminds you. So Robbie Keane is managing their first team, so I'm guessing that means that technically either that or they just don't have a second one. I like the cup draws for pageantry and it's nice for content, but a lot of these things are purely just like, I like it because content, but also it's just nice to have that little extra. I don't think I'd care so much if they were gone, but they do need to at least have a reminder thingy that properly tells you when a draw has happened, at least. I know there is an inbox article, but it's so easy to miss. They have got to sort that. Nice work, everyone. That was good. We're through to the next round of the cup. Look at us not treading all the rakes this year. The famous ex-player doing the draw was great. Like, for example, in the FIFA World Cup, when... Was it John Terry that was doing the draw in game, and then Jack and Tom got John Terry to do the draw for them? That was dope. Just little things like that. Obviously, that would never happen. But in that situation, it was just perfection. So, Skelly Alvaro. Stopperfeld's fitness updates. Oh, really? He's a free agent. My man Skelly. But I'd be stupid not to at least trial it. Actually, before we do, let's ask his agent. Why do they all obsess over winning a domestic cup? Do you reckon if we were to win a domestic cup this season, they would count that as us doing it because we'd be ahead of schedule or something? Or would we have to win it next year? Right, that's a lot of wages there, Skell. Also, horrendous mustachio going on his agent yet again. We'll trial him. I do miss Big Skelly. He was fun on the previous save. Was it Tenerife we had Skelly, or was that with... no, it was the Showings, wasn't it? I think we did bring him to Tenerife, but he wasn't very good. I also set up a load of friendlies, because what I've noticed is that we were coming back after Christmas horrendously with our match sharpness, because the game was only naturally scheduling a couple of friendlies right before the season resumed. I realised that we can schedule friendlies pretty much from the moment that we finish our last game, which means if we play a friendly twice a week, until then, we should keep a relatively high amount of match sharpness, and that should solve those problems we were having after Christmas, at least to an extent. Some players might not be eligible for it, but it's something, right? Deadline day as well was just kind of fun. I always found it weird that it wasn't applicable in all leagues. I think we did have roam from position on the free roll at one point and then turned it off. I suppose if we're playing more expressive anyway, it would make sense to try that regardless. Since we don't actually have anything else on him per se other than shooting us off them, which is necessary. Just having him pop around a little bit would be kind of nice. Let me just make sure I switch it in both tactics, just in case we do switch back. But I do think that the wider one was actually the way to go. And I suspect that the reason the narrower version did okay for us when we used it in those specific games was because the tactical familiarity meant they were going to be a little bit more free with the way they played, and it sort of created a different type of dogmatism. So they were just dogmatic in a slightly different way, I guess. Default skin... Yeah, I mean, my attitude has always been that I don't think it was designed by people that do play the game. The developers were then basically said, right, here's your task, you must do this, this, and this, and they were kind of like, right. But I suspect that they most likely don't win those battles and you just have to do it in the end, which is a shame. Dogmanic. Bitch about the cup. Oh, God. My favourite one is where they drop an absolute stinker in Europe or something, like a truly generationally bad performance with the players' ratings, and then have the nerve to come to you after the game and be like, I can't believe we failed this objective. I'm like, I can. You played like shit, lads. And then there's no option in there. One brilliant meeting I got stuck in yesterday with Plymouth. I haven't had this one yet. Really fun. So basically, a player wasn't playing, naturally. I can't remember who it was. Came to me, said, listen, it's not working out here. Can I go out on loan? I had two options in the meeting. One was to say, go away. The other one was to say, no, a loan isn't suitable for you right now. The fact that a player would come to you in a meeting asking for you to loan them out and you don't have an option to say, yes, I'll loan you out. Bear in mind, he had 3 years left on his contract. Is mental. Like, it's those kind of things that I can understand why people get sick of them. Because it is like, there's all these meetings with 10 fucking options that all say the same thing. And the one where you would actually need an option like that and they just don't. It's so strange. To the Knights of the UI. Oh, really? Oh, so that's even worse in a way, potentially, then, because it means they would have been given a spec. I mean, ultimately, SI have to approve these things, and they did. So, yeah, if you outsource it entirely, then you kind of get what you pay for at that point. You are trusting a third party to know exactly what you need. And maybe this is what they need. For all we know, this is exactly what they wanted. I've loaded. Actually, it's probably more than that now. Yeah, 191,000. It was originally 112,000, but we turned on some leagues to view only. I think it was view only. I think actually view only or playable. Yeah. To give a bit of extra fun context. And that obviously loaded a few extra leagues alongside that too. So it's quite a lot. I'd have been surprised. 295. That almost seems unnecessary. Depends what type of save you're doing, I suppose. I don't think I can foresee a situation where I would want to have that many players loaded, I guess. But it does entirely depend on what type of situation you're playing. That's the UI. Oh, yeah. What if that one's going to remain on their portfolio for very long? Testimonials, and it's just players being like, worst game in the history of the world. It's not that bad, though, is it? Let's see. I was watching a video. It was quite an older video last night talking about Star Wars Battlefront 2. And then I was like, do you know what? It could be worse. Like, it could be worse. Offer came in, accepted. Papsar complained that he was being sold. There was no option to say he asked to leave. Yeah, that's another one. We had that exact thing happen in this. We had that happen with Jabbar, didn't we? Where he asked to leave because he was homesick, crucially. I said yes, arranged a transfer, and then the squad got angry at me. It's like, he asked to leave. I guess the argument you could make is that they're unhappy because I should have made him feel more at home. I should have rubbed his feet at night, given him a little cuddle, tucked him into bed with a cup of hot cocoa. But extra transfer funds available. Like, we need those. Brilliant. All right, sure. Chat, the board have given us extra... Bear in mind, we have like 20 million in transfer funds available. And the board are like, I just don't think that's enough. How are you going to sign Mbappe with 20 million quid? How much do you reckon they've given us then? I reckon we've now got 26 million. I didn't kiss his forehead goodnight. And you've got to kiss the homies on the mouth, chat. Imagine. They just actually drop it. Do you know what? That's still quite a good amount. 5 million quid. I forgot that we'd obviously... They've basically given us back the money that I spent on Hyota Dahl. Minus like 700 grand. I love it. We've got a supportive... This is what it's like growing up with really supportive parents. They're like, you can do this. We just want you to be happy. And we will support you all the way. Shout out my parents as well. Because they are those. My parents are the Wisła board. I'm calling it now. We aren't sticking... I mean, it depends on how close the friendship is, Jose. Like, I wouldn't want to assume, you know? Now, obviously, if I'm with Viking, it's tongues all the way, of course. And Mike, of course. £10 a free coffee. I'd take that. Sounds good to me. It is literally like they looked at it and went, do you know what? Yes. Go off, sis. Get that money back. I've summoned Viking out of nothing. Incredible work. I didn't realize I had that kind of power. Viking, we were just describing and explaining that it's important to kiss the homies on the mouth. And chat were making the argument that, you know, what, you don't use tongue? And I said, no, I absolutely do, provided it's Viking. Hence your arrival, I assume. I sent up the Viking signal. Worst superpower ever. I can think of some worse ones. Mistress is demanding your attention and I mean, apparently. I only like Viking for his body, which is part of the reason as well that I was able to... Oh yeah, by the way, chat. I went for a run yesterday. I did what I said. And genuinely, if it wasn't for the sort of me trying to use chat to make me accountable, I don't think I would have done. But I woke up dead on at the crack of 8 o'clock. Was in my running clothes before I'd even taken my pill. Pill in, out the door, straight for the run. Only did 4K, went a bit faster. Actually surprised I could still run at sub 6 pace, considering I haven't run basically for 3 months. But I suspect it's just because I weigh a lot less, so there's just less to move around now, so it doesn't take as much energy. Regardless though, thank you for keeping me accountable there. I appreciate it, and I'm going to continue to do so. Warm weather trend? No, we can't do that actually because it'll break all our friendlies. I don't think I can upgrade anything. No. We could ask for a new affiliate club though, just for the memes. Can't hurt with that. And the other thing I was going to say is that part of the other reason I was a little bit inspired is because Viking's also taken up running this week. He's part of the crew. Viking, you need to get yourself on Strava. Then Stuart and I can annoy you. Which is the dream. Right, yeah, we'll do an affiliate club. No, we were here for facilities, technically. Hang on. Scouting Network, we don't care about that. We already have that one for the time being. And we're not going to be able to get a second tier club there yet anyway. Go on, Ken, what are we saying? I like that they're willing to give me £5 million. Oh, wow, they are just fully not going to do it, are they? I hate that threaten is in the middle of all these things. Can't threaten be off to the side so I don't accidentally threaten like I have before? Employee to reconsider. Okay, cool. So that's not happening. I wonder if it is just that the game in the back end knows that we wouldn't be able to essentially find one. Because when they tried to, for example, come to us for a report, it just never happened. It was very close to that, Andrew. Yeah, very close. Dangerously close, some might even say. So we've got Lech Poznan in the league up next. Wait. Oh, yeah, we've got the Aberdeen game before Christmas, don't we? Of course. I'm an Egypt. We'll give it a couple of weeks, and then we'll have a look at the old transfer room in as well, because we'll have a few through the door, I suspect. 87 responses so far. Have they all at least found one? Okay, a few of them haven't found any yet. But I assume it's mostly star player ones. There's just not a lot of wingbacks in existence, is there? There's so few wingbacks. Did I make 2 right wingback ones? Okay, that's fair enough. We'll let that cook a little bit. Because that'll be good. Cup draw is Stahl. Do you know what? That's okay. Are we finally going to get a cup run this year? Because this is already quite deep, right? It's quarterfinals. Who's left? Okay. I see a pathway. We beat Stahl Mielec. Who, I mean... Pretty much, it's Lech Poznan or Cracovia are the only other teams that I would really be worried about in this tournament. Piasklewice are a bit naff this season now. Polonia Beaton are dreadful, and all the other teams are second tier. This feels like a year we could actually win the damn cup. I'd prefer one of the lower league sides, but they'll have to beat someone else first. A Krakow derby in the final. To be fair, they've been, as much as our games against Wichista Krakow have been called the boring derby, realistically, it's actually the other way around. Our games against Cracovia have been dull as dishwater. I'm pretty certain that every game has finished 1-0 or 0-0 in all the times we played them. Right. Furman and Katala, no. Have you heard of my man Audi? Stoyer's back in, is he? Actually, he kind of has to be with the injury to Kuziemka. Which means midfield, I'm going to go for... No, I am going to go for... Oh, is Ranjbar? No, he's not, is he? It's got to be Nigel and Duda. It's how it's always been. It's how God made us. We'll go for... Aberdeen's going to be tough regardless. This is an important one for us league-wise because we do want to be getting back into the title race. I'm not going to start Docampo, though, because his performances have actually been kind of shite. He's only played 3 games, admittedly, but he's not done particularly well in any of them, sadly. Kubesian as the DMCB. No, what is my assistant thinking here? I've also come to the conclusion that when you do quick picks, I don't think it takes into account your out-of-possession tactic. Because I've noticed this on my Plymouth save as well. It keeps trying to put players in the DM that drops back to CD role that do not have any familiarity with the centre-back position. It keeps trying to put Joe Rolls into the centre-back role. So I'm convinced that it only uses the in-possession tactical ability in that. I tried that as well, Bay. It doesn't change it at all. That was the first thing I checked, was to see if that would be the case. But no, unfortunately, it doesn't make any difference. It's like it's zeroed in on the in-possession one, and that's all it uses. It seems that the advice one is slightly better for that, but also it's still an absolute pain in the arse because it then just makes weird decisions. It does that. Like, for example, it was trying to put Vandenbos as a centre-back for some reason. I can't fathom the stupidity there. Why did that move as well when... Regardless. It's FM. Okay. Karimov. It feels like it also likes to put like a weird selection of players on the bench from time to time as well. It's pretty much just an advert for doing it itself, I suppose, right? Take a bit of responsibility, Matt. Let's get Campo off the bench while we're at it. Watched Jetlag last night. I did watch Jetlag last night, yes. I just don't think that first run is going to get beaten. Realistically. Because wherever Ben is now, I just don't see that Adams run getting beaten. if anything, it seems like certain things have become more overpowered this season, and I can't quite explain why or what. Either that or they're just better at the game, so as a result, they've learned how to make things OP, I guess. Yeah, I think I am just... The only time I ever really use quick pick or selection advice is when I've made an enormous amount of changes for a game and forgot to do the next match only thing. And at that point, I just can't be asked to move them all back one by one. Home advantage. Nice. This will be a proper test because we've won both games since we moved over to the expressive thing. But the first game was against a really bad side, but we got the result. The last game was against a B team away from home in the cup with a rotated team for ourselves. This is a proper test. Who have they got in fun? They've still got Cassier in that team. And Stabile, of course. Remember one of the... Exactly. I've always wondered... I mean, you know what my thoughts on this is. This is where the squad planner would have been phenomenal. If the squad planner basically allowed you to provide priorities for each position in your team, and then when you went to quick pick, it would pick players based on those priorities. If a player wasn't available, it would shuffle the next one in the list up into that role, and vice versa. You could then set it all up at the start of the season for who you wanted to be the priorities for each role. And you can put players in multiple positions as well, and it would just choose one over the other as a secondary or something. Click quick pick, it would automatically remove everyone out of the squad that wasn't available, and it would put the players in that you said. And I don't even think it would be that difficult to implement because all of the functionality already exists. You can already make the priorities in the squad planner stuff, and you can already get advice that uses the squad planner. It's... When they first brought it in, that was what I was praying it was going to be, and my God, I would use it so much. Yeah, the first selection, team selection thing is probably a good idea. The only issue with me in doing that is that I change my opinion of who our first 11 is so often that I'd have to constantly update it to the point that it would almost sort of become obsolete almost immediately, really. Yeah, it's one of those features that I think people would find super useful because it would just cut down on something that's a little bit tedious at times, I guess. The promotion relegation, and he did a pretty good job about it as well. For the most part. Oh, God. I lost track of the ball there myself, which was very strange. We start off okay, though. Lots of possession again, but that's just what we do. It's interesting that despite the extra expression and whatnot, we're not suddenly sacrificing stupid amounts of possession. Because I figured that might actually cost us a bit in that side of things, but we've got so much we can afford to spare a bit. Find loans for your players. Oh, hang on. Offers in Hungary. It depends. What are you doing to try to find the loans for them, I guess? So the two things I find work best, obviously, is using the loan list. And offering them all out in bulk is one thing, as well as just toggling their loan status from listed to not listed. Or rather the other way around. So from unlisting them and relisting them all. As long as they've not got existing... yeah. For set pieces. Exactly, Thomas. Yeah. It kind of does, doesn't it? I hadn't even considered... Yeah. That's a great point. Oh, come on now. We are talking about jet lag, yeah. You're right, yeah, it completely does. We forgot about the corners. Shit. It wasn't just corners, it's minor changes, but basically, I feel like you can actually get even more if you drag a few more players out of the box and have them scattered on the edge a little bit more. Same with free kicks. I had a lot of success with this in the few games I played with Plymouth yesterday. And I basically just built on what I'd already changed with Wisła and then took it to another level. Scar robbery. Yeah, I think it's the... You're right with the travel connections. There's certain places they're just never going to be able to get to, I suppose. Squad planner could have been such a great feature. Disappointing. Oh, I got it immediately. My brain immediately went to MK. But to be fair, he hit for quite a while there. Near post corner. Yeah, I don't think we've scored a single aerial corner in this save at any stage. And that's with us having oh my goodness me, some seriously good aerial defenders that are coming up for corners and stuff like that. He's just going to cut and shot and shoot, presumably. Oh, no, he hasn't shot. He should have, probably. But yeah, we've really, really struggled with that element of the game entirely. Manually again. No, I have a special filter. No, like a filter. It's a browser source that I built that every 15 minutes it shows it for 30 seconds. And it's on every single one of my overlays as part of the deliverables, basically. That's how it appears so like regularly and for the exact specific amount of time set up. It's essentially just a carousel that people have, but I didn't have one because I'd never had a stream sponsor in that style before, which is really cool. Here we go. This is a bit more like it. There we go. Right, Naeem, now's your chance. Come on, lad. Body's in the box. Pull it back. Or just go alone. Nigel. That particular chance is one we've been creating a lot, I've noticed. Instead of trying to dump it into a stupidly tight area, they always wait for the guy on the pullback now. And it's much, much better. This Naeem to Nigel pairing, because look, Nigel's just hanging back. Because someone pointed this out, you get a lot of players clustering far too deep in the box. And I've tried everything to stop them from doing that. But it's Nigel that's always in the right place at the right time to just be peeling back here to get in these positions. Lovely. This be applied to a lot of things, really. But it's... You feel like you can sort of see the vision with it, at least with that. I don't know if that's ever the plan for the squad planner, but my God, it'd be good. And I suppose their argument would be that it takes a lot of the agency out of the player, but the thing is you don't have to use it like that. I think it would just be really good as a thing, because it wasn't like... You'd still have to set the whole damn thing up, which would take a while. And you'd have to adjust it all the time when you brought in new players. But I think it would be a fabulous way of doing it. And I'd be willing to bet that that's exactly how they do squad hierarchies at actual clubs anyway. Certainly doing like American sports. Like whenever you watch those documentaries behind the scenes, you have the big whiteboard and it'll have the depth chart basically on the whiteboard. Short ones. Yeah, I mean, we've tried short ones and we are back on short ones again now. Our OPPDA is 6.9. That's mental. How? They're barely touching the ball when they get it back, which is interesting considering our possession is not the highest. Water's still frozen. Hell yeah. Oh god, this sore throat actually. The painkillers haven't really taken the edge off it that much, which makes me wonder if it's getting worse. It doesn't help that obviously I'm jabbering like crazy, but that's the job, isn't it? Curious to see how I feel later on today at this rate. You know when you start getting like a sore throat and you just start to feel a little bit of almost, what's the best way to describe it? A slight warmness behind the eyes almost. Just in this sort of the goggles type area. I guess like a goggle of minor warmth. And that's always like, that's the I've got a slight temperature type of vibe, and I was hoping that wouldn't happen, but I'm just now noticing it ever so slightly. Right. Not the worst performance so far, but not the best either. Strikers haven't really got going. The orbits, I guess so. I hadn't really thought about that, but yes. Coulson, I guess it is, yeah. I usually am pretty good at dodging things, particularly as someone that, like, doesn't leave the house very often. Pog's been... I thought Pog would be kind of gone at that sort of stuff, because as much as she's outside a lot more, which is good, I thought that she wasn't going to get ill as often because, you know, before when she was working in retail, she was encountering hundreds of people a day in an enclosed environment with recirculated air, etc. So maybe it's just a bit of bad luck in a way. I'm surprised that she's had as many little colds since then. It feels like it takes forever to get over them as well, yeah. I usually have pretty good immune system on these things. So Pog's had a lot of illnesses over Christmas and New Year, and I've been fine. Usually I'm okay with these kind of things, but this one seems to have got me somehow. Cheeky. I still feel like as this game wears on, if we make the right personnel subs, I think this is a win for us. Oh, just wide. My jam, yeah. To be fair, did leave the house yesterday for my run. So there's that. And also we went out to pick up a parcel of Pogs from the Vintage place. Or one of the... No, it wasn't Vintage. No, it was. Sorry. The Every place. Impost is a wonderful invention. I'm a huge fan of the Impost. Oh, sliding through. You could have played him in there, I think. Now, this is the free roll as well, remember, for Steuer today. So this is the first time we've played it with the free roll option, I think, as well. Oh, there's a bit of space on the edge. If you can pull it back, he can. Duda can turn out of his feet. Duda! Oh, what a save. Is it actually a Kraków company? Do you know what? I like Impost even more than I did before. It's already a brilliant service. Just being able to go to the co-op, big locker outside, hold my phone up to a thing, pop open, bang. It's fantastic. Gone are the days of people needing PO boxes and stuff. I mean, it's just great for receiving parcels more than anything else. Because it's cheaper. Right, Steuer's been kind of bad, but that's okay. We'll go with Mosquera for a little wee bit. Katala might have to come off for Rodado, actually, who's not on the bench. We won't be doing that at all. Is it Bessie or Duru? Maybe Duru. He's not been great so far, I must admit. Bench is looking a little bit sussy. Krzyzanowski's been okay. Naeem's been his normal excellence. Abdullahi probably could do with a rest, but it's also... He'll have to be rested next game. Dimitrovic did get 2 assists in the last match. Who is available that's going to make an impact for this team? Maybe Kubizin? For Duda. Just because he is so good. He's old and slow. Yes, but the guy that we'd replace him with is tired from the last game. So, the last thing we need is a player coming on, then getting injured, and then we have to play Van den Bosch. And to be fair, he's putting a 6.9 today. 6.8. Just as I say that, he's like, no. Let me just embarrass you in purpose. I reckon we win this 2-1. I feel like as the game's wearing on, we've been able to make slightly better substitutions than them. Maybe because we actually do have a bit of depth now. And I'm hoping that we can just create a couple more chances before this game finishes. I'm feeling another assist for Dimitrovic. Go on, outside. Whip it. Oh, that's nice, actually. It's all the way through. Oh, Naeem. Oh, it's a good save. Okay, you don't often see the old fullback to fullback approach, but we'll take it. It's another little chance. these are the sort of games before that we would have completely just done nothing in. And I know we haven't scored more, but we've been the better side in this one. At least against a very decent Lech Poznan team. I say very decent. They've struggled a little bit in the league this season. One last change. Nigel is quite tired, to be fair. Do I give Ranji the last 5 minutes just to see if he can do anything magic? Let's see if there's cutbacks. Oh, hang on. Set free roll to make runs forward. The problem is, if he makes bear in mind, he's already... Okay. The reason I know that won't work is because he's not set to make those forward runs right now, and he's already far too far forwards. So if I put him to make forward runs, he's going to be somehow even more far forwards. Look where he is even right now. Where is he? Where is he at the moment? Is that him there? Where is he? So he's there now. But what often happens is he'll end up in the same line as the 6-yard box as everyone else. And that's without being on forward runs. So that's why I turned it off, because it just wasn't really doing anything. Oh, hang on. Naeem! I'm sorry. Did he not shoot? What happened? It didn't even have a shot. He can't have been offside. Surely? What the fuck? I have no idea what that even was. It means we're going to concede now, I suspect, though. Oh. Good God. That was a very weird chance. Hello, Harv. Yeah, it didn't even have a shot to it, did it? It's looking like it's going to be a 0-0. Sorry, a 1-1, which is essentially a 0-0, but with more goals. His shot was that bad. Yeah, he must have just missed the ball entirely. 69% possession. Did reasonably well against the team who may be struggling in the league a little bit, but they are a better side. Well, not a better side, they're a good team. I'm okay with that, honestly. Don't think that the AM was particularly any better in this game, though, is what I will say. I'm going to yell at the team, of course. Like, we can't win all of them. And that's the first time we've not won with it. I'd be curious to see what it looks like against Aberdeen. Yes, Stabile scoring against us would kind of suck. We have... I say we've been worse without him. I don't think we have. I think our defense has probably been the one thing that we've still got. Okay, now problem is... that title race is starting to look a little bit... like Cracovia are actually starting to get a fair old grasp on it now. The problem is they don't have Europe. So it's not like they're going to weaken in January, or if anything, we're going to get... This might be a year where we actually do have to settle for second. Or they get picked apart because they've got some crazy good players and hopefully... Set corners, yes. So I've actually already got them set. I just want to sort of make a couple of little tweaks to them. So for the moment... Oh, actually, I kind of have already got the corners how I want. Essentially, I've got the short taker, and then I've actually got 2 more guys on the edge of the box. Because it sort of overloads these areas. We haven't got a lot of corners in the last few games, but there was the free kicks one that I wanted to try as well. Oh, I think I have kind of done this, actually. Yeah, he stands with taker. Might draw one more guy out, because we don't need players in the box for a shooting corner. So I'll just have everyone clustered on the edge of the box for that. Try the wide one. Same with this. They can make runs instead. This is what I did with Plymouth. And I did score a couple of goals from doing it. The box threat one. Yeah, we'll have you in there as well. I basically just put 4 dudes here that were all clustered around. And it just allowed us to retain possession a little bit more. That's what I want to try. I did notice I was occasionally caught on the break, but I scored more from it than I conceded. Back on the stream horse, you absolutely do, Harv. You were smashing it, man. I'm cocking that. Going through my head. I'm in Egypt. Truer words have never been spoken. Don't know what you're talking about. Absolutely fine. Dominating both games. Both 3-0. Do you know what? I get the feeling that Sané would have saved. He's going to get a clean sheet in a penalty shootout one day. It's on the cards for him for sure. Cracovia are unbeaten in 20 matches now. When did they last lose? Okay, and don't say 21 matches ago. Was it the first league game of the season? Second league game of the season. That's mental. Their last defeat was in July. How are they this good? I daren't click the season preview to try and find out because lest the game crash on us in the middle of it. But my God, that's a huge amount of stuff. I've also turned up the processing thingy so it takes less breaks, and that might helpful. That might helpful. What am English? How do I learn it? Who's doing well out on loan? So Victor. It's only substitute, and it's mostly in the cup. Maybe play him in the league then, lads. Seems odd to me that you wouldn't. Are they not allowed to? Team of the week? Wait, who got that? Oh, Naeem, of course. Stapelfeld's making... He's definitely my first choice for that DM role now. Because he's only getting better. And Van der Baals will probably end up leaving at the end of the season. Pleasing progress. How could you possibly show more pleasing progress? The only thing he's missing is a bit of physicals, but I honestly don't really care for him as a goalkeeper. So he is slightly injury prone, which is a little concerning. I love it. We've got a goalie with a competitive streak. We've got a dirty goalie. He would get in a goalie fight. Telling you. Individual training. So he's consistent. If he has big matches, then he's him, pretty much. He's the guy. The man for all seasons. So once Aberdeen's out of the way, I mean, if we would have somehow beat we won't beat Aberdeen, I don't think. They are, I'll say, quite good. They've actually struggled a little bit in the actual Europa League itself, but they bombed their way there. Did we actually look in on how the other Polish sides were getting on after match day 5? Because I'm not sure if we did, you know. We'll definitely have to make sure we check in after the Aberdeen game. Hello, Shadow Plays. How's your day going, friend? Let's do a bit of that. For this to be true, Docampo would have had to have dropped to 6.8 this season, but I'm pretty certain he's not done that yet. I'm fairly certain that he has not had a single game with a 6.8 yet. But it's absolutely right. Docampo the donkey. And considering how much we liked him when he first joined the club, but Sané's just... It's his own fault for getting injured on international duty. This would not have happened had that been the case. I actually do want to just look at his average rating. So I think he's only started 3 or 4 games for us this season. Of course, he's not... Wait. Oh, yeah, I didn't even register him, did I? That's how bad it is. So, yeah, he's played 3 times. But his form... We want... So we got a 6.6 against Legia's second side. A 6.8. I'll take it back. He got a 6.8 against Zagłębie Sosnowiec. And then he also got that 5.8 at the start of the season. So, yeah. I mean, he's a good goalie. He just does not seem to be able to do the things that Sané does for some reason. And maybe it's down to match fitness. So Roger's now professional. How's he looking these days? He's a jumpy boy. Right, you feel like defensive positioning is the way to go for you because your marking is ass. What's the positioning like? Not too bad? Okay. Also, maybe a loan for him in January would be a good idea. Get him out there along with the rest of them. Yeah, I mean, bear in mind, we've not even conceded a goal in our last 4 Europa League games. And 2 of those have been wins against the run of play, massively. I say that, actually. What were the wins? There was Lille. Who was the other stupidly good win we got? We got Braga away, Vikingur, and there's one other one. Oh, no, it was Lille. Yeah. Oh, it was the Union Saint-Gilloise game, was the 0-0 draw, wasn't it? Speaking of that, in no way possible at all, actually, City lost to fucking Bodø in the Champions League. And just, you love to see it. I just like seeing Bodø do well. Can you do it in a cold night in Norway? Apparently not. They are so fun on the counter-attack. It's actually insane how good they are on the break. That being said, it did look a little bit like... Oh, the third goal. Was that the one from Jens Petter Hauge? Incredible. It was postage stamp stuff. But it was their second goal that really threw me. It was like City just went, oh, we won't bother trying to defend that. It's like nobody was running back. I know they lost the ball in a weird place and probably expected Elaine to deal with it, but once they realised that was going wrong, it was almost like they just didn't bother to try and rectify the situation. But oh, they did. But it's just cool to see. Right, I'm going to have to get rid of half the goddamn bench for this game because of all the extra lads we've got. Hasmir as well. Okay. That's all right. We'll just fill the bench up with whoever's left, pretty much. So Stapelfeld will come back in. One of these two is going to have to take a little rest. Might be you, just because Rodriguez is better on the left. Stapelfeld's in. Is a Duda Nigel pairing? Probably going to have to be for the time being. Steuer will probably have to start again. Who's actually available that we can bring in out of interest? Oh, we got a decent enough amount of bodies for the bench. I think. Yeah, it's getting there. I think that's all on the bench. Yes, nice. Was that the first one? For some reason I feel like they would have had more. I mean, they were bloody good against... Didn't they reach the semi-finals of the Europa League last season as well? Because that's when Spurs beat them, quite narrowly, if I recall. It's just nice to see. It's just cool to see Norwegian football doing better than it was for a while. And Bodø have... Because Jens Petter Hauge, he was the guy, if I remember, that... Didn't he go to Milan? And it just didn't really work out very well for him at Milan. So he came back to Bodø again. And now he's all of a sudden basically being Mr. Bodø once more. How is Nigel only 2 stars? The game really doesn't rate him. And yet I do. He's got 15 goal contributions this season. I wonder if it's because he's kind of winger-like. So he's almost like a central winger in many ways. I guess it's that they are a bit of a unique environment, I suppose. They're a bad team. Yeah. I've never said they're a bad team. Ultimately, if you get into the Champions League group stages, by definition, you're not a bad team. I know you get some weird results in there, of course, but just reaching that stage, you very rarely do that by luck. Like, you have to beat someone, usually, to either get into it. The only way you could have a bad team is if they somehow snuck in as an automatic qualifier and then had lost all their players from the previous year. But that is almost impossible. Intake. Ooh. Any ideas? But speaking of, we should be getting our intake preview in like a week or two. Pretty soon, in fact. Okay. Let's go. Let's have it. Aberdeen. We are at home, I think, as well. Oh, yeah. They hate to go there. But that's what you want. As a team like a Bodø, you want to make your home ground an absolute fortress and make it a scary place to go. Because the second you create that kind of, I guess, atmosphere, the mystique around it, the lore around it, it makes it more difficult. Okay, the chance it wouldn't call them not a bad team. I mean, hey, they got there in the first place. Mind games, yeah. I'm convinced that when you look at the schedule at the start of a Premier League season, as much as everyone has to play each other twice, no matter what, right? I do think that there is still going to be more favourable schedule lineups because a team that starts the season with a slightly easier schedule and is able to actually benefit from that and get some results will then play slightly differently, I feel like, against better teams because they've got more confidence in a way. And it seems like, particularly as a newly promoted side, just having a slightly favourable start to the season in terms of your schedule, if you make the most of it and don't mess it up, because obviously it can go the other way as well, where if that momentum is so powerful. Like, it does seem that this is how sides that are much better than a lot of the teams that are, say, below them get dragged into relegation battles and can't get out of it because of the way the momentum seems to work. Like, objectively, they may have better players, but sometimes things just go against you. Everyone just plays Wolves or Burnley 7. It feels like it sometimes. It feels like Fulham are constantly playing Burnley. Promote teams during fixture congestion. Yeah? What, because they'll have smaller squads, so they can't rotate as much? See, Sunderland, yeah, I mean, I don't know what Sunderland's actual fixtures were at the start of the season, because they did pull off some reasonably good results even during that initial run. And I do just really like the way that Sunderland's squad is built. They just have some really fun players. But it is certainly interesting. It never seems to go the way you'd think it would do when you consider that Sunderland were obviously the playoff winners and not... Oh, we got some snow. Love it. God, look at us, up in third place. A win here would legit give us a great chance. That being said, I think we've got 2 really tough games after Christmas. So anything here is a good result. That's a good point, actually, yeah. But that's the thing. It's, yeah, the congested schedules... Yeah. Burnley, Brentford, Palace, Villa, Forest. Yeah, that is actually quite a favourable start when you consider that a lot of those teams are either... And that was when... Because that's the thing. They also caught Villa during a period when Villa were bad. And that's another thing. You sort of look at certain teams and you'd be like, oh, they're playing this team, but they played them at a certain point. Like, if you play Villa in the first couple of games of the season versus Villa, perhaps not now, but like a couple of weeks ago, it's very different things. We actually are smashing it in Europe pools. Yes, genuinely. We are third in the Europa League. We've actually not conceded a single goal in our last 4 Europa League matches, won 3 of them, and including 5-0 against Lille, and a win away at Braga. And now we're welcoming Aberdeen, who are a decent team who knocked out a Polish team from Europe. So possession's good. We're doing an okay job in this game, actually. Not having a lot of highlights, though, I must say. Stapelfeld's had an absolutely woeful first half. It feels like... I wonder if Stapelfeld is lacking some of the mental attributes that Van den Bosch has. Because it seems like physically he's much better. But he does seem to put up worse ratings. Then again, they were kind of tied on ratings, weren't they? I think this is more of a battle season for them. Surely that's offside. Anyone fancy defending? Wow, it was like watching City against Bodo. What were we doing? Kevin Nisbet with his 8th goal in the Europa League. What a shit goal to concede. I assume that Abdullahi on the right is playing him onside. Change role. Change. Again, I want to try the tactic for a bit first before... sometimes you're just going to have to accept that a role is not going to be fantastic. And that, not even the role, but the position itself. I don't want to start dicking about with it too much until we're happy with the rest of the tactic yet. And ultimately, you're not going to get a perfect system. And if we end up with a system that works really well for us, and that just means that that role is going to be inconsistent, and by role, I mean that position in the team, regardless of what role they're playing within it, then that's just going to have to be the case. I just don't want to start dicking about with that, then breaking the tactic worse and making us worse overall, when we can get by and do okay with that not being brilliant. It still sucks, though, because I think there is definitely going to be something we can do to get the best out of it.
I resubbed the other day, and now I am prompted with this every time I come to stream. I am doing this so it fucks off. Up the crack off.
You love to see it. Thank you very much, Chili Con Carnage, for the 31 months. Just go strikerless in it. That's not going to do it, obviously. Ridiculous rumour swap deal between Spurs and West. No. I genuinely haven't heard about that at all. Do tell. Who's involved in the swap deal? Are they doing player exchange deals? Because if you recall, when we first settled on the free roll, the reason we ended up on the free roll, and this was during our season when we were unbeaten for 32 games, but that roll was still just a bit was it was the sort of best of a bad bunch. Everything else we tried was worse. It just wasn't that great either. Swapping stadiums. This is where it's like, actually, that's entirely correct. Imagine that. Just repaint it. So then I know, I'll say it again. Chili con carnage. I've added a little accent to it there. We're a bit unfortunate to be behind here. That goal was very odd. Stapelfeld's been bad. Stoyer isn't match sharp either, which is probably not helping. It's also probably not all the way down to that, but I don't think it helps that he has no match sharpness. Right, come on, lads. Be better. Kinski. Oh. That seems like a much better deal for West Ham than it does for Tottenham. Is there a reason why Spurs would do that? Oh, on loan. Okay, I can, as a loan deal, I guess it makes a little bit more sense. It's still an odd one, though. I was going to say, as a permanent deal, that would be like, what? Because Hermanson... He was the guy that was at Leicester when they were relegated from the Prem, right? And, or was that... No, that was someone else, wasn't it? Or was he? There was another goalie, actually, wasn't there? It was Danny... Danny Ward was Leicester goalie that season? I can't remember. Wow, he's been shocking, actually. Maybe they were both in that team. I actually don't know. Mosquera, perhaps, for a little bit? Kukonda's been dreadful again. This is an unfortunate result. Midfield... Actually, that's fine. One more... Subby, who's available. How's Krzyzanowski done? Done fine. Naeem's actually been poor today. Very rare for him. Screw it. Do I go attacking? I might actually. Nothing to lose. We're already a goal down. We might as well throw some bodies at them. They've only really had that one big chance in this entire game. I still feel like we could bail out a 1-1 draw here, potentially. Yeah, I thought Areola kind of slipped off then, because... Areola was so good through that one season at Fulham, and frankly, he's the only reason we didn't get relegated even harder. He was excellent. It's a shame that we couldn't sign him permanently. Obviously, you never can as a relegated side in those sort of situations. This is going to be 2-0, isn't it? Oh, come on. It's Kevin Nisbet again. 9 in 9. It's not really Aberdeen we're even playing. It's Kevin Nisbet. I guess we were due a bad result in Europe, to be fair, given how we've had some very lucky results so far this season. So I'm not reading too much into this, although I would have preferred... No, you know what? I'll take the wins over Braga and Lille. We could beat Lille 5-0, but lose 2-0 to Aberdeen so far. There's a chance it could get worse. Austin, he's the... Christ. Is he the older goalkeeper that had been at the club for quite some time and then made his debut in the Premier League? Was it last season, I think? It's broken. Apparently he is. He's a cheat code. All you need is a strikerless system with Nisbet in the team. And then profits will just happen. Oh, come on now. You've got to tackle him there. Is he just going to... Yeah, the game just heard us. Right, keeper, that's yours. Oh, it actually is. Wow, you didn't flap at it for once. Navigate Champions League qualifying. Yeah, I mean, all I'll say is be careful with the crashes on the newer update. It definitely does seem a little bit less stable than prior. Although maybe that's just on my end. Oh, that's a ball. Oh, Katala, come on. Back in the game now. I think he's offside there. Because their goal was... Actually, no, this... Oh, it's just on. Okay, Wisła won. Those kind of passes, I think, are one of the reasons that the expression thing works, because we wouldn't normally be playing balls like that, but he's actually looked over the top for Katala. That's a lovely touch, actually, to set that goal up. I don't think we're done yet. God, I wish we hadn't considered that second goal now. Fuck. It's a lovely ball from Kubizin. Extremely good pass. I feel like there's something in this game for us still. We've not exactly been overwhelmed by them, but... Go on, one more chance in this game. I reckon we've got one in us. Tell you what, the XG's coming back towards us a little bit. Both of their chances have been incredibly high quality, whereas we've had more chances of a lower quality, apart from the one we scored, obviously. Oh, God. What do you reckon? Just a header from a corner, which we're still really bad for. We seem to concede too many of these, considering how big our defence is. Ah, no. Second phase? Oh! Come on, lads. Counter-attacking time. Let's go. Did I not take Krishnovsky off? I guess I didn't. Third lowest save percentage. I guess it could be worse. Could have the second lowest. I'm an ever a full... You know, I'm a glass half full type of chap these days. Or try to be, at least. And my glass half full approach to this game is that maybe we're even slightly unlucky to have not grabbed a draw out of it. But that's okay. I don't think we've been that bad. Oh, hang on a minute. I spoke too... never mind. Spoke too soon. We are committing a lot of bodies forward. Oh, hello, though. Wait a second. Right. Sensible with this now, lads. Build it up slowly. Don't rush this ball forward. Set yourselves up. And then just try and find the killer pass. Like this one. Here we go. Oh, that's a ball. Wait. Mosquera? Oh, no. It's about to be Bagpuss. It is about to be, potentially. That was a good chance. I don't think we were really that bad in this game. I think that's just a little bit of, like, regression to the mean as far as our our Europa League performances. If it wasn't for Nisbet, I think we've done all right there. Where does that put us in terms of... Why is clicking the league table bringing up latest score? Okay, that's fun. That's a new one. So clicking the live table brings up this instead. Just what I didn't want to watch. But this one does bring up the league table. Good. File that one in there as well. So we're 9th. Qualification is pretty much guaranteed. There's no way we get overtaken for that. But top 16 is what I really want at this point. That won't get you this version of the tactic, Beefcake. This is a new thing we're trying out today. It's very similar, but it's slightly different. It's still the 40 minutes. Ah, true. Do you guys see that? Apparently they're giving Morocco the Club World Cup as well, which is surprising. Considering. Maybe they just gave them some extra towels. So the coefficient... that's another slight problem with the coefficients. So we think we're doing well, coefficient-wise. We think. But the game is a little bit... We're not entirely sure what it's showing us. Because when you try to look at the coefficient charts... Well, I'll just show you. Where are we? Continents, Europe... So it's definitely fixed on this screen now. You can see that England and that are all catching up now that they're playing. Then again, they're still not catching up that much. But I think it is just because of... they'll get all the bonus points at the end of the round, potentially. We're actually doing okay, though. We've got 7.4. It's this screen here that is broken. Because this here is showing the women's coefficient, not the men's. And if you switch between them, it shows the same one. And we know for a fact that this is the women's coefficient. So it's showing the wrong one, unfortunately, on this screen. I hope this doesn't do it under the hood, though, because imagine if it starts allocating places to this based on the women's coefficient for the men's competition. That would kind of suck. But this one I actually do think is correct. It's just that they're going to get all their bonus points at the end of the round and it will put them in their normal England spot. Shout out to Austria, though, for a hell of a season. 8.7 points. Yeah, apparently the Danish ladies teams are doing absolute bits. So, now probably would be a good time to talk about Holy while we just look at these delicious coefficients for us on the year at least. 7.4 is very good at this stage. And we'll have a look at the other Polish sides in Europe. In fact, screw it. Let me just show you the Europa League, sorry, the Conference League table while we talk about this. Because other Polish sides would have been busy playing in that one. Do you know what goes well with yummy coefficients? A nice glass of Holy. Which you can get with code SYC5 for £5 off your first order. Or SYC for 5%, or is it 10%? I should forget. Off of any order, in fact. Of any size. In fact, they're all off of any size. I've got pineapple here. I just love the hydration ones. I really do. And the milkshakes. Because they just go really nicely with my protein powder in the morning. I need to show you guys the iced tea shaker I've got as well, actually. But Pog always uses it, so it's never clean. But it's the hibiscus tea one. It's just a beautiful colour scheme. It's just delicious, frankly. And thank you for those of you that have checked it out so far. It's genuinely just a really... And thank you to Holly for sponsoring the streams as well. Just giving me... I don't know. I guess it's just nice, isn't it? It's just nice. Run it off. I'm running low on maybe... Actually, I might, really. I've got most things, Sammy. It's just... I've still got a big tub of the hydration one. The strawberry and kiwi, to be fair. So I'll just move over to that. It's because I have so many of the little tester boxes and stuff. We've got a cupboard, genuinely, in our kitchen that is the holy cupboard. And the only things that are in it is holy. And it fills the entire cupboard. Shake it under the table, you say? Your wish is my demand. You have to. Also, Pog is a huge fan of the hoodie as well. It's her, like, lounging around the house hoodie, which is really nice. So, other Polish sides in Europe. Wait, have they not played? Oh, that's the Conference League. So Piasklewice, can I just click that and it'll show us? I was hoping it would work. So they've got 3 wins. 1 draw, 1 loss. That's good performances from them, really. Who's the other one, though? We lost some. Lech Poznan have struggled a bit more. I'll just show this. So they lost to Bologna, lost to Sheriff Tiraspol. It's points, ultimately. Is it actually going through? He's off tackles. We were talking about it on Fulhamist this morning, and I was like, if that goes through, I'll be very happy, especially if we try to get Arthur Atta as well. What's the Pope? I'll tell you what it is, Sammy. Pope doesn't have a gaming channel that we know of. He has a secret one, perhaps. But, you know, Popes use a lot of fake names, right? So it would be difficult to find it in the first place. I want to see what Legia are up to. Because remember, they're in the Champions League. And they'd actually done okay. Okay, they've fallen out of contention a bit now. But they beat Brighton. Lost to both of the Milans. Drew with Freiburg, These are good results. They've got more Champions League points than we did last season. Can't really argue with that. They ain't getting through, though, are they? Actually, what's their last 2 fixtures? Maybe. Never mind. They're playing against the naughty team. And then PSG as well. In fact, just for the Holy Massive, they have to beat them. If nothing else, Legia have got to beat them. RZ have not lost a single game yet. Right, so that's it now for us. Before Christmas, which means I can just spacebar spam for a little bit. We'll get a youth intake preview in a moment. We'll have a look at some of the transfer in-room requests as well, because I've got 60 of those to look through, and I'm excited. I want to let them sort of run their course first. Atta looks incredible, but I think they're going to want more money than what we are likely willing to pay at that point. Oscar Bob is another very exciting signing. It feels like he's a player that I would not have expected to find at Fulham, pretty much. I like the idea of Hayden Hackney as well. Not obviously both of them, that would be too much, but I think of the two, I don't know who I'd want, actually. I don't know enough about their individual, like, player profiles and stats for the season. Obviously, they're playing in very different teams. League table, absolutely. Which league table? You mean like the domestic league table? That's not it, Matt. We domestically play in Europe currently. That's our current choice. Yeah, that 7-point gap is not going to be easy to close. We'll get there. Hello, Terry. They're going to be there. I think we could get up to second again, but they're just having too good of a season. Last year, we benefited from the fact that we were able to win the league with what possibly could have been a record low points total. Like, I think we won it with 62 points. That's less than a point a game. Less than 2 points a game. Comfortably, in fact. That would have been 68. Whereas at the moment, they're way beyond that from what I can tell. They're certainly looking mid-70s at the moment. They're just not losing games. Ever, it seems. Ooh, scouting update. An epic collapse is definitely possible, but it'd suck, actually, to lose the title to a newly promoted crosstown rival, specifically. Right. Getting close to it now, so we'll just bin a couple of these. Well, it was a lot of all. I guess this is all the agents doing things. Oh, and Patreon regens too. We're finally getting some... Wow, I'll tell you what. Some of the Patreon guys, holy shit. Look at these guys. I can sort of see why Liverpool kept you around now. At least we'll finally have more information on you. Let me just have a look, actually. That's more like it. Now we can finally see more on you. Those are set for every 6 months. So in theory, when they do the next Patreon regen roundup video, we'll actually have full attribute breakdowns for all of the players, which is nice, because that'll be the first time we've been able to do that so far. Paul and Ray, thank you for the 66 months, my friend. Oh. Oh, it's classic Poland for sure.
Hello Marto and Chato, just popping in to say hi as in the office and will be Tuesday and Thursday next week, so returning to Vodland in case we have any repetition of Tuesday's GIF creation scenes. Keep up the great work.
I don't know, what kind of GIF creation could you possibly mean? I simply have no knowledge of these things. Right, get rid of these guys. Oh, the Dutch Jamaican guy is, well, terrible. Get rid of you guys. Do I want to discard them? Yeah, I might actually. Makes it a little bit... Plus, when I discard, it doesn't glitch out. Right. We've got mostly... There's a few extensives in here. But we've got the time to actually send these guys around properly for the time being. That one will glitch out. It didn't glitch out! Love to see it, friends. Oh, dear. See you later, Shadowplays. Having lunch with the Tony stream. Actually, very easily. Because I've probably not consistently eaten lunch since I was in school. Which at the time I thought I was just intermittent fasting. It turned out it was just ADHD and forgetting to eat. So as it happens, it's absolutely fine. I've kind of got used to that. I tend most days to not eat a solid meal until dinner time. That's just how I've always been. Mostly because I would forget in the past. And now it's just become a habit that it is how it is, I suppose. I accidentally intermittently fasted, I suppose. Except I've been having things like coffee, so maybe not. So it doesn't affect me because my body's just got so used to doing that over the past 20 odd years. That's the thing. Because the thing is, I wasn't skipping lunch. I was simply forgetting that the meal existed. You might think, how is that possible? I don't know. But welcome to the contradictions of my life, and many others, I would say. Hello, Icarus. Okay. So, he plays in Poland, but does he play for a Polish side that are in a league? Yes, he does. That's unfortunate. I think they might have got promoted. Sasha Alexic plays for Frankfurt, but not that Frankfurt. He's quite cheap, actually. Hang on, I think we've looked at him before. I think there was a reason why I said no to him, and I think he wanted some stupid contract. I think I'm recognising a lot of these players, actually. He looks kind of interesting. Jesus Olivo. Low determination striker, though. Very low, in fact. With breakfast. Yeah. Like, yesterday I did have a couple of sausage rolls with my protein shake, to be fair. And I do at least have a protein shake at breakfast. But I have to, otherwise I would go mad. 4 or 5 hours from now. That's the thing, I don't even notice the hunger. Like, you just sort of... It's like your brain doesn't tell your body that it's hungry. And then it remembers and you get it all at once. I've had waves of hunger hit you like a tidal wave. It's strange. On the plus side, it does mean that I can sort of structure my days a little bit differently because I don't essentially have a lunch break. So I can either start a bit later or finish a bit later or earlier because of the fact that there's an hour or so missing in the middle of the day where I'm just working and don't even notice that it's there. Verge of passing out. Honestly, no. I rarely feel like that unless it gets really late. So for example, if I was to go through a day, normal day, and then maybe not eat till like 10 o'clock at night, then maybe I'd start to feel a bit lightheaded. But most days, I don't notice it at all. Right. He's okay, isn't he? A faux diet channel. Best way to lose weight. Just forget that food exists. Except now it's different because now I just have an appetite suppressant instead. So I still forget that it exists, but now it's because my appetite's suppressed. So it's from one extreme to literally the other. Facundo Tucci. Ooh, oh wow, no, he's super expensive. Good player. It's the 3 tack. He's a fun ass player. Oh, he wouldn't be. He'd be expensive as well, but we've already proven that we're willing to spend that kind of money, particularly on the right kind of player for like a regen like this. I would. You're free. Oh my god, he's so good technically, but he lacks a lot in the physicals to the point where I'm not sure. Actually, then again, as a freebie for the loan farm. Oh, okay, never mind. Apparently, we're not doing that. What works best? Go on then, Anarith. Hit me with it. Bear in mind, is this with the expressive setup? Because this is what we're going to be using. That's another thing. Stress will obviously make you stop eating too, because you just... It's one of the things that doesn't even occur to you. Plus, when you're obviously high levels of cortisol or whatever from anxiety, you will not feel as hungry either. Grisha Fodi. Good, solid first name. It's another player from Stuttgart Kickers. If he would be willing to take a really crap contract... Breakthrough prospect, quite a high wage. Would the wage be a bit lower? Ooh, maybe. I'd be tempted. We've signed a lot of players from them, and I don't know if I want to stop doing it, to be honest. At that kind of price. So probably don't just spam random links in chat as a first-time chatter. That's just going to be I probably don't want to do that. Maybe. I realize it's a GoFundMe link, but we don't know what that is about. So probably no one click that chat in case it isn't in fact that. If Llama has him, it might well be a facing the game perhaps. Don't make me do it. Oh. Feel the wrath of Harv. Like, obviously, you know we're not anti-charity, but when it's a first-time chat and it's just a spammed link for a GoFundMe page without any context, to me that's just as spammy as, like, something else, right? AP with roam for position, more direct passing. So the more direct passing thing is interesting, because that's one of the things I had identified when I was testing the thing with Plymouth. Fuck it, I'm willing to give it a go, honestly, because I feel like the rest of the tactic doesn't seem to rely on it as much, so we might as well figure them out. He's more expressive that way, too. I wonder if that links in nicely because of the fact that it's a more expressive approach now. So roam from position and more direct passing. Oh, hello. And I think he already had roam from position on, didn't he, because of the slight tweak. Let's see. Hey, if it works, right? It's not spam. No, it is, because you are literally spamming it, my friend. Just to clarify, as you know, chat, I'm more than happy with charity links and stuff, but when it's the first thing you've ever put in chat and it's just provided without context, it is literally spam at that point. And it sucks because it's like, is that how you, I don't know. Silly, really. Hey, the warning was there. Any suggestions? Oh, I'm in hungry. More original? How dare you, Maguire? Are you saying I'm not original? You're correct, but how dare you? Hungry's fun? Yeah, pasting the same thing over and over again, not providing any context to it, is spam. Like, it's different if, say, for example, someone that's in chat and is a regular chatter, a regular member of the community or whatever, had, like, a charity thing. And we do this all the time. That's absolutely fine, and I love supporting stuff like that, but ultimately... And all they had to do, honestly, was come into chat and explain a little bit about the story. And I might have genuinely, do you know, Serbia. I've never done Serbia, actually. Well, I have, but not in building a nation style anyway. Serbia is very fun to manage in, though, must say. Wales, I think the only issue you might have with Wales is the club status stuff. Is this another guy from Stuttgart Kickers? I might just take their entire team. Breakthrough prospect. Relatively-ish low wage. I'm having the whole lot. Why not? Let's get there. Hello, Michael. How's it going, my friend? Is the GoFundMe just Icarus's wallet? Because I'm here for it. No debate here. Yeah, you're right. I guess it's just, seriously, in the back of my mind, my brain goes, do you want to accuse people of charity of spam? But now I've decided that, yes, I do. Fuck charity. Now I've gone too far the other way. Look at me. I already know that this is going to be a picture. I just had to do a goddamn capture code to get on that website. Incredible. Which was Tromsø Man. Actually, as it happens, bear in mind, we haven't actually signed the Tromsø Man yet. He's, wait, where's base Gyatso? I couldn't find it. Oh, there. I knew what it was going to be. I got in there. I decided no, and then I've somehow been done by it anyway. Do one in Sweden? I haven't managed in Sweden in a while, but I do like Sweden. The last time I managed in Sweden, though, there was a bug in the game that meant that AI clubs were refusing to sign enough players to meet the squad requirements, so they would only put one player on the bench. I need to go fund me to fund my holy addiction, to be honest. And it's fine. That's what I mean. What do you think? Where all the Twitch subs are going? Willie enrolled. Soon it'll be Oscar Bob rolled, I'm telling you. When he eventually leaves us. For £100 million. We won't do that, but we will do that. We will do that. 2k a week, but you're German. So we can give you a lovely little contract here as well. But yeah, we haven't actually signed anyone else, really, because we're actually outside of a window. But we had to move on the Tromsø guy because he was too good of a moment to not sign, basically. And obviously our window doesn't open for over a month still. But what we will be doing in a minute, maybe after we get our youth and date preview, is having a look at the transfer room in, because we should have about 200 players in there, and I'm excited to look through them. Oscar Bob and Weave. Yes. Willian, I think, retired first season in this save. And I'm going to say, thank God. I mean, there'll probably be a new Willian. There you go. That's 1,000 people. Because all it's going to do is show us loads of guys called William as well, isn't it? Chumby. Okay, right. Sadly, William is... oh my god, he's a manager. Oh my god, he's a manager. Sorry, excuse me. I mean manly things like grr and arg. How's it going, Will? Big Will. Fancy being my under-19 assistant manager? On a nice long contract. The happy dance. Tremendous. Ah. Oh. Lovely. Get him in there. Well, I was clapping. I was clapping the cheeks of signings there. No, that sounds terrible. I was actually more excited about bloody Chumbinho. Oh, look at the smile. That is what we would call a winning smile. I think we'd all agree. Good God. His dentist is the business. Frankly, I want his dentist. He's a free agent. I'm going to trial him for no reason other than that bringing him to Poland means someone else might pick him up. His dentist is rich. Yeah, probably. At least someone else could have him. He's got... I'm feeling Lech Poznan. Player called Chumbo. Oh, I bet there's 100% a guy called Chumbo. Mitrovic is still knocking about, actually. 12 pace seems a little high for a 34-year-old Mitrovic, but there we go. Hello, JM. There's an ad for antidepressants in it. I want what he's having. My fat fanboy. Quavers for ankles, but he did some good stuff. What we could have done with... Oh, we don't need him. We've got Rodrigo Muniz. And maybe... Is it Pepe we're still trying to get? It's weird. Fulham mean a little bit... I'm a bit concerned about Fulham, honestly, because it's only the 22nd of January and we're trying to sign footballers. Have they not told them that Fulham's transfer window doesn't actually start until deadline day? See Max Cherry. Solid flavour, to be fair. I do wish we had some more of the cool flavours that the Americans have got with some of their Pepsi Max options. It's great. Chumbawamba. There was a guy whose name was a little bit like that, wasn't there? Diane Axel, how's it going, friend? Welcome aboard. We are just... Basically, so far today, we've actually played 3 games already. I know. Hold on to your hats. We have, though. But now we've finished our Basically, we've done some games. We've won one, drawn one, and lost one. But the lost one was a bit... It is what it is. We're trying out a little bit with our free roll again. Some tweaks to the tactics. But more importantly, we've got Youth Intake Preview in a minute. And then lots and lots of looking at transfer in reports. And then getting our brand new signing over the line, hopefully. Not even hopefully. We'll definitely get to that today. I'm excellent, Dinaxel. Other than a slightly sore throat. Probably from how excited I was about Willian. Joshua of Kings. I hope that he has kind of been... Oh, no, he's still at Fulham. Reasonable value. God, he's still only 21. That's mad that in... I mean, Fulham have been kind of good in this Sev as well. Once every 2 years transfer window. Yeah, pretty much. Fulham is a bit like a comet. If you blink and you'll miss it, pretty much. I know, Dyron. I think what it is, I made a slight tweak to the processing settings of the game. You know, there's that thing in where is it? It's in processing. I already had this one on fast, but I also forgot that I had that unticked before. So that makes a bit of a difference because it means I have to press continue less, which means I'm not getting distracted as easily. But also, I've been being a little bit more stringent with scout reports where I'm not... I found that this is one thing that definitely changed from unmedicated Matt to medicated Matt, is I was looking at too many scout reports at each one when they weren't even complete. Instead of making sure we had extensive knowledge, sending players around again until we had a nice little group to actually assess and being quite ruthless with it like I used to. And I found that that was actually slowing me down quite a lot as it happens. Get Willian. Yes, we are getting Willian as a manager. As our under-19s assistant manager. The big one, of course. Savage Rona. Ooh, I do love an Alexander. It's just a good spelling. Hopefully, I know. Also, just a good name in general. Alexander. There he is. Oh, he's plays for Juri. Get my Willian fix. Yeah, we got to be linked. And he's at Gremio these days, right, though? Holy doesn't affect... No, Holy doesn't affect it because I don't have the caffeinated ones during the day. Not that that would affect the meds, it would just make me a little bit too over the top. Oh, he's a tall boy, isn't he? Very tall boy. and it doesn't contain, as far as I know, ascorbic acid. In fact, not as far as I know, it doesn't contain ascorbic acid, which is the other thing that could potentially nerf my meds, but I checked that, so no, it doesn't interfere with it. Polyside. I feel like he could do, though, because he's an absolute... I wonder if Hadrian's has something to do with that. Like, in the background, tweaked Willian's managerial preferences. Confirmed? Fuck's sake. That one actually genuinely got me. Fuck's sake. Chat, I grow to loathe you more each day. Nerf my man. Literally though, it does. That's the thing I found out. The fact that you actually made it look like a mask is incredible work there, to be fair. But the masks, the fact that you took that little extra time is... Now, honestly, chat, I wouldn't have it any other way. I enjoy the fact that we have these stupid long-running inside jokes that get spammed sometimes, but not enough to the point where it's become annoying. Freeman, thank you for joining us, my friend. Hello, how's it going, man? Welcome aboard. Thoughts on your football team's performance this season? I almost sounded like an AI bot then, didn't I? How is insert team name here doing for you, person, this season? I'm human, honest. Meet Mobsy. Slightly less impressive. That's horrifying. I like the fact that you've added a second set of hair. Wait, no, that's just Willian's hair. Never mind. I'm so sorry, Willian. Love end dashes. Keep coming back. Yes, indeed. I'm in an abusive relationship with chat. Yeah, he's pretty good, actually, isn't he? Still only 25. No France caps, but that's a tough team to break into. Has he been at Ron? Oh, no, he hasn't. So he was at Lorient, then Stade Rennais. 9.5 million is a good bit of business, honestly. Regular medical... Yeah. Hey, you joke, Ragnar, but occasionally I will just drop an absolute serious bomb on people. I try to be sparing with it, obviously, because this is, you know, it's a good vibe time. But occasionally I like to remind people to look after themselves and call your mum and dad or call a friend and tell them that you love them. Kiss them on the mouth. I love how DeCampo's still making pleasing development despite not playing. Donkey. And a Harrow Bishop Ultras. Why not, eh? Let's just jump straight into it, man. Let's go.
The minute you get uptight, you're dead.
I'm in the house where the coffee's green and the food is grouse. With sandwiches and lasagna too.
Ice cream sundaes for me and you.
I am Drew Harrell and I'm in the house where the coffee's green and the food is grouse. With sandwiches and lasagna too.
Ice cream sundaes for me and you.
I try not to lose my temper with myself.
Oh, goodness sake, and shit and balls.
The minute you get uptight, you're dead.
Board tried to stop me signing Willian. Assholes. Can't believe they would even attempt that. We're going to get rid of Lucas... I actually thought his name was Lucas Kurva for a second there. It wasn't. Also, have I ever considered a save where I sign players with the same surname? Oh, you're in for a treat. I'm working on a video in the background, which I talked about before, which is, it's not quite that, but it's nearly that, where basically I tried to sign players. I only use players that have Santa in their name. Expect that sometime between March and April. Potentially. I don't know. Is that Luke Coffee? Love it. But Willian is in, crucially. I've got two of these on the go on the background at the moment. These are other videos. The other one I've been working on is the Bad Doff one, which is one that's actually currently being worked on. So that'll be out at some point. Oh, I played that Football Academy Manager thing I was telling you guys about. They sent me a code and I played it yesterday for a few hours. Tell you what, solid game. It's got a few issues with it, but it is obviously pre-release. It's not actually out until the end of the month, I think. Not bad. I've got to say, I might potentially even make a video on it. Extra time video. It was going to be Rob, but time ran out, so I decided that wouldn't it be hilarious if I just published a video about Christmas in March? Right? Why not? Yes, Roque Santa Cruz is one of the players I got in the save. He's 42 years old. No, 44 years old. They're different types of issues, Andrew, but it is quite a fun loop, basically. What you do is you scout. You are basically a scout. So you scout players playing for these teams. And then you get more knowledge if you go watch the same player a few times. And then their profiles essentially reveal themselves in the same way they do in FM. And then you can basically approach to sign them and they become part of your academy. So they still play for those teams, but they're under your like managerialship or whatever. And then you can put them forward as proposed transfers to other clubs you can improve them while they're at your team. It's a really fun little game, honestly. I put about 3 or 4 hours into it yesterday afternoon and actually quite enjoyed it. So I'm tempted to make a little mini video about it, maybe even tomorrow, honestly, while I'm still working on these other things. Because I haven't really put much out on the YouTube in January because I've been working on the bigger projects. Digger Veronica said, yes, I did, Rob. 4K, not long, not far, but I got out there and did it. You're an agent. You're an agent / youth talent scout is the best way to describe it. But it's a fun little game. How many Santa Marias? Loads. There was about 150 players that met the requirements for the Santaness in the save. And then obviously the regions. But I deliberately set the save up so that it would get more of them with the way that I did the database. I don't know, because remember, I started with a 3rd tier Spanish side because I wanted a team that I was going to be able to, in theory, release as many players as possible and have really low expectations initially. And it worked. Because we're shit. No amount of Santas is going to save me now. But I did manage to sign 45 Santas in the first window. Seville, how dare you? I called him Matt SYC because I'm not a weirdo. Actually, that's not true. I am a weirdo, but that is also what I call him. Visual novel videos about hockey players' romances. I would never. I haven't read a hockey romance for a while, to be fair. I'm reading quite a boring rom-com at the moment, just trying to get back into it. Racing Santander. No, I'm managing... Fuck, how have I already forgotten the team? Oh, Real Murcia. 4K. Yeah, exactly. I figured that I was just going to go out there and... Really? Get 4K in, go a little bit faster, and just see if I could get it done. And I did. And I'm going to go for another one on Saturday morning before I go for a haircut. Which means I might come back with stories for Sunday's stream, potentially, as well. And hold me accountable for that, too. Oh, shit. Where's the lower squad status? Shit. Hey, look, he used the word chat. Temerity. I don't want to lose Kubijin, but he is going to get less game time upon the arrival of Hurtadal. Love it. The word that is only ever used in Football Manager. I hate that. I want to play, but I won't play, but you can't sell me either. It's just... and now we're going to have several different team meetings about it, and, you know, also he's playing quite a lot anyway. How often has Kubijin played this season? Bear in mind, he was injured for 3 months as well. He started 7 games, come off the bench 6 times. He's only 700 minutes, but he did also miss 2 months of the season with an injury. I feel like he's played a lot recently, though. That's what's even more confusing. He did miss a run of matches there. Oh, no, he didn't. He's played loads. Specifically recently, too. Santa isn't Real Mercer. I actually forget the reason why it was Real Mercer in the end. A full team of Fofanas. Love that. Triaging his options, he could be. So bizarre. What did Nightbot say? Hang on. Whether... Good God. I have no idea where that even... Like, what situation... Oh, hello. It's only a friendly, of course. I just want to see if the number 10... Well, 3 goals for Stoya and an assist. Solid rating. They had an OPPDA of 116. I genuinely don't think I've seen one that high before. That means on average, we played 116 passes before they got the ball back off of us every single time. How many passes did we make in that game? The quotes are broken. Ah. Or Nightbot's just trying to tell us something. Perhaps. That's a shame. I think there is a cooldown on it. Let me try it myself, because I'm pretty certain I can cut through the cooldown. Or we're going to just hear about Nightbot's rectum again. Ah! There you go. It works. Jesus Christ. The slinky one, man. The slinky one was... I'd set that as my MSN status once when I was a kid after I broke up with my girlfriend. I know the exact context for that one. I was like a slinky because I was fun to play with, but you wouldn't care if I fell down the stairs. What I'm saying, chat, is we all do cringe things, and I then continue to do them for the next 20 years. very highbrow, I'd say. Also, it's Youth Intake preview time. Just hate to distract you from the follies of youth there, but it's Youth Intake preview time. Emo era Matt. Oh no, fully 100% it was emo era Matt. Whereas now, I'm a very different era Matt right now. I'm wearing a stripy sweater with a chocolate vibe, but wait, it gets better. I'm wearing tan cream corduroys. That's the fit I've gone for today. And they're proper jack-ups too, because they're way too short. Stay friends with anyone. Because I'm an entertaining man to be around. Have you not considered that? Still wearing the corduroys. Never take them off, man. Dating profile. That's how I got Pog. She was like, I'll help you off the stairs. Would be screwed. Probably. No, 100% Rob. That I fully agree with. If I didn't have a Pog right now, it would... I'd be alone forever. Like, oh, what do you do? Oh, yeah, no, I'm a football manager content creator. It's just a chick magnet chat, as I'm sure you can imagine. Thankfully, I started this job after I met Pog, so it's all right. Okay, intake preview. Could be worse, I guess. Average. Couple of Bs in there. Well, a B. A striker who's well short of it. Below the... Hang on, it's a B. How could a C be below... C is the definition of average. How could it possibly be below the required standard if it's a C-rated player? At least one of our fullbacks has plenty of promise. Okay. Do we see any names? Because you do normally see names, don't you? So we've got Maciej Piakowski, able to get up to speed very quickly, so he's got good acceleration. Shots on target more often is not what... Hang on, what's this say? Getting shots on target more often than not is one of the hardest but most important skills in football, which is why Kasper Rogalski's propensity to get their efforts heading in the right direction is a... That is such a long-winded way of saying you can probably finish, okay? Good lord. Gives thatching vibes. Yeah! No, this jumper is so incredibly warm. It's lovely. I got it from next of all places, actually, when Pog and I went shopping in Norwich. And it's just so soft and warm, and I absolutely adore wearing it. Plus, it just goes really nice with corduroys. I'm just that kind of man now. I think I was always that kind of man. I was just afraid to buy clothes that I actually liked. Sounds dumb, but I just kind of stopped caring after a while, and I've decided that I'm just going to... Yeah. Hoyd is a very... What's the word? Pretentious man. Yeah, the last guy, Mariusz Lipien, definitely reliable for aggression. So we've got a murderer, a guy that can shoot really well, probably, and a fast man. Hopefully that's the fullback. Close to being done. Do you know what? A for effort, at least. It's a different picture, which I'll give you that. And you've at least taken the effort of photoshopping him in. I was just going to not show it, but I feel like you deserve to at least see it. But you didn't get me because I knew what it was going to be. Although, it does now mean, of course, when Oscar Bob does finally sign for Fulham, that I'm not going to believe that he has. I feel like it's always odd. This... I don't mind this little bit here, but it's just... Because that wasn't in previous games, was it? The ability to actually see at least the names of these players. It does look fairly real too, yeah. I mean, you wouldn't pass the closer inspection test, I'd say. But it's there. I'm a sea urchin in both the bottoms. Christ. See, this is what happened when I used to sit down on streams. I would just say things like that. Like, I don't know when... I don't know how many quotes are in that system these days. Because they don't get added as much as they used to. And yet there still seems to be at least 322 of them. A lot of bottom-related quotes. Hey, maybe we were bottom of the league at the time. There is a quote list. Yeah, I think it's genuinely exclamation mark quote list. Oh, shit. No, not moderate. Oh, it's a low. It's the wrong Karimov. We're all right. I'm so sad. Good shooter and a fast runner. Yeah. All they need now is the getaway driver, and it's Ocean's... whatever 11 is in Polish. Is this it? Oh my god, it's just a huge... Obviously, it's a huge list. How many does it go up to? 339, which is the most recent one. That's why it was doing it, because that was the most recent one. The only non-EU nation in Africa is Mexico. Just what a sentence. To bring that to us all right now. Jedenaście. Okay. That's hard to say. Which, admittedly, is not exactly unique in the Polish language, but still. But I haven't seen Goshen's 11 in ages. We could see 2 goals in this game. Story did okay again, though. So there's that. Fish finger sandwich. There you go. I'm reminding you to have lunch. It's nearly 1 o'clock, which means it's perfect time. Those of lunch enjoyers, now's the perfect time for you to have your lunch. Should you need to be reminded about lunch and its existence. Is that another injury? Badly fractured ribs. Oh, hot dog. While being tackled? Also, when did he come back? I swear he was out on loan. Oh no, different guy. Tackled, what, 2-footed in the ribs? That's a good sign, at least. At least they're winning. Clomp on target. Always good news. More of that. Mosquera developing concerns. Why do they develop concerns in the one moment they're not able to play any matches? It does irk me somewhat when they complain about a lack of football during a period where there is no football. Because it starts the clock on when then the amount of games they're going to get here, I think. When he's not going to be able to play another game for at least a month. It's weird, actually, because brunch, as you say, 2 meals in one, but then there doesn't really seem to be an established term for the difference between, like, a lunch and dinner type thing. I mean, you'd have to be a psychopath to be eating at that time of day anyway, I guess, but still, there doesn't seem to be a considered term for it. It does, Mark, as far as I know. I've not really been using it as much this time around because I found other things are slightly more effective, but the great thing about it is that it can run in the background, which gives you a lot less things that you have to then constantly monitor, I suppose. But as far as I know, it does still work, unless they've changed something on the recent update. I can find those solid ones. Outfield player as a goalkeeper to see if he'll change the role. True. I wonder if... I think the game still has that weird, like, hard block on it, doesn't it? Right. Ensure importance of the team is recognised. Starting cup competitions. Why are those promises even there? Because they never go for it, ever. Tea. I don't know. I think the tea is more of a north-south divide type of thing, actually. The difference between tea and dinner. Or supper as well. Throwing supper... To me, supper implies later. Like, I'd thought that supper would have been more... Like, much, much later in the day. Stop eating German kids. Must have mods. So obviously I have the usual facepack stuff. The other mod that I have Reshade, which isn't actually so much of a mod. It's a thing that runs separately to it, but it makes it look like, instead of that, it makes it look like that. I realise that doesn't show you a lot, but when you're in matches, it's much more noticeable. But the biggest mod, in terms of like proper mods that I use, is a mod that basically lets your scouting inbox look like this instead of the horrible default one that they have, which is one that Saz made for me, basically. But that's the biggest thing. It also affects the transfer room in. And Harv, of course, is the very biggest mod, but you can't have him around for tea. 4 p.m.'s too low. I used to be eating like about 5 o'clock some days, but nowadays, it's weird. When Pog first got this new job, she wasn't getting back. She used to get back at like 8 o'clock sometimes from work at Next, but with the new job, she would be arriving sometimes at 3 o'clock. So we could eat a lot earlier, and for a while we did. But then it just sort of started creeping back up again to almost the exact same times we were eating before. I think it's just because it was more comfortable time in general. Like a fourth meal. No, I agree with you. It feels like a sort of 10 o'clock snacky type meal, but it's a little bit more substantial than a snack. It's got a bit more to it, you know? More substance for supper. But then you've got the opposite. Not the opposite. Then you've got the fish supper, which is just takeaway chippy, innit? Half called fat. I called him nothing. He called himself that, and I simply agreed. I was merely reinforcing Harv's body dysmorphia issues. It's not quite the same. I didn't cause them. Linna's in Runcorn. I've never heard that before. Which is weird because I'm watching 2 pints of lager and a packet of crisps right now and it's set in Runcorn. They're all kicking off about playing time. This is the third player in a row now that's kicked off about it whilst we're not playing any games. I hate this for him because he's been a good player for us, but I can't promise him game time. I'll try the old drop the status down thing, but they never go. Oh, go on, actually, go on. Yes! Good egg is Dario. Maybe they just, if they're at the club longer, they'll do it. Let me also see if the board will let me upgrade the facilities again now. That's not the right... Oh, yes it is. Wow. No, we can't. Not yet, anyway. But in time we will. That's good, though. What did that just give us? Oh, it's the youth facilities as well, which would be nice. Runcorn Linnets. Yeah, great name for a team in general, because that was the name of their local football team, right? Scored again. To be fair, these friendlies we had the previous, as in, even in our preseason friendlies with the old system, the number 10 would generally do okay. We'll know better once we actually fully get into some league matches. Or it's going to be tough though, because our next league game isn't until early February. We've got 2 more European games before then. But we'll definitely get to those today, because we're just bombing through things apparently. Although that may change in a moment once I start looking at the transfer room in. I might wait till like January 1st. No, December 29th. That's the day I'm going to try that. Because by then, we'll have probably maxed out the transfer room in options. 276. There's one with 18 players in it, which means that one is still cooking. So we've got to let that one continue to cook. That's going to be... God, there's going to be so many absolute monsters in here. I can't believe it. More scouts now. I don't... actually, how many scouts have we got? It's a decent amount, I think. Where is it? Staff. I think it's 13. No, we actually have more scouts than we're allowed at the moment. So even if they gave me more scouts, I wouldn't technically get more scouts. How about Aberdeen go? We lost 2-1. Kevin Nisbet scored twice. We were good, though. Probably should have been more of a draw, and we had a couple of chances late on. So I'm not too concerned, and we were probably due a bad result in the Europa anyway. It's 3,554. Damn. I assume they know if not much has changed, but they do be, in fact, living underwater. True. So if we went for... That's a great point. If we look at it in December, those guys will still have clubs, which means they'll come through in transfer room. So we might be able to pick them up for free straight away. Most value. We had a look actually earlier in stream, and I believe it was Abdullahi, the centre-back. He had the highest like base value, but Stoya had the high peak value of I think 9.6 million at the time anyway. Right. So yeah, we can't get more... Well, we could get more scouts, but it wouldn't make any difference, unfortunately. I hate when they do that. That means they must have reduced the number of scouts we're allowed as well. Because... there's no way we would have been in that situation otherwise. But all of our scouts from henceforth will be map men, guys, because I think we've got enough good scouts now. Although perhaps something we should do before the next season, or might do it off stream actually, is a coaching overhaul. Obviously not with the meme players. We'll keep those guys. But get rid of some of the worst coaches, replace them with genuinely good ones that will probably... younger ones that might grow a little bit perhaps. Because we're still operating with some quite bad backroom stuff, I think. Nightbot is just like, no, you will get money off, damn it. I mean, don't have to. No pressure, of course. But I appreciate those of you that have. And all those of you that haven't as well. I just appreciate you being here, frankly. It was only a couple of years ago that I even realised there was a Jonas Brothers version of that song. And I think it was probably around the sort of time that I first got TikTok. Because I had no idea that they even did a version of that song. Is it a cover, or is it just that they were both sold the same song? I'm assuming Jonas Brothers were a bit later than Busted, right? So it has to be. There's a guy here just called Ben Tree of Norwich. It's a good name, to be fair. Other side of the planet. Yeah. I don't think Holy has quite spread into... My God, that guy's so good. Haven't quite spread to Australia yet. Not that you live in Australia. You'd have to import it. Let me see. Right. Get rid of those. Oh, hang on. Nah, he's 20 now, which means while he is... Actually, he's free. Never mind. I've changed my mind on him. He's definitely getting a looky at least. That'll now do the thing when it... Oh, no, it didn't. That's just to be a bit more stable than like... I might just be jinxing it, but it feels like that screen has genuinely been slightly more stable. Hasn't glitched out quite as frequently. I think all reasonable still. That's fine. I don't know why I'm even scouting that dude. He's so good, but he's also so incredibly expensive. Like 14 million. Have to import it. Yeah. It's... Maybe they'll get there. If it's successful... There it is. If it's successful, which it seems to be, if they were branching out into the European... Sorry, the UK market. 20 jumping reach. Yeah, so... Oh my God, yes, you're right. And he's free. First up, though, Spasipanov. Good player, but winger would also cost us 3.7 million. These are the kind of guys you're like, this guy's asking to leave. Taylor Burko of Aldershot Town? Wow. I just kind of like the idea of signing a guy off of Aldershot Town. Tackling's not amazing, but he can cross like crazy. He's got good pace. He's not bad, actually. Wait, you had to import Dr. Pepper? God, I've taken Dr. Pepper for granted my entire time. I might just sign this guy because... Fun. Where was he actually born, though, is the question. I've, as usual, forgotten where you actually see that information. I genuinely can't remember where you see their birthplace. It's under, like, nationalities. That's the one, isn't it? He was born in Frimley. It does, yeah. It's the sort of thing you'd be called in primary school if you dropped your pencil case, you know? Let's get Taylor Burko. Unless he wants stupid wages, obviously. I mean, the wages aren't great. But I guess we're paying England tax, right? Born in Frimley too. Good lord. Up the Frimley massive. Oh, you are at Aldershot as well, aren't you? To be fair, Aldershot have been kind of cooking over the last few years, but I almost kind of have to. Unless they want stupid money. Oh, 300k. Yeah, that's fine. If they were going to ask for $1 million, I'd have maybe said no, but for 300k. Okay, let's look at this guy. Edson de Conceição. Obviously, we're going to try to sign him, but I mean, he's just target forward, isn't he? He's aggressive, he's determined, he's got insane balance, 20 jumping reach, 15 heading. He might be one of the best target forwards I've seen in ages. Square haircut. Unless he wants dumb contract. Oh my god, he doesn't! Well, then that's just the absolute dunzos, isn't it? Edson de Conceição, welcome. For that price, in fact, we'll just quickly sign him for nothing. Superb. Yeah, the postage will cost you a good amount, I would have thought. No, Gordo, I totally get that. I'm sure that they will be branching out at some point soon, if it goes well for the UK, right? Slowly but surely. It's a huge operation to do stuff like that. I actually didn't realize my code actually even worked for the international orders from outside the UK. That's cool, though. It's good to know. I guess it depends which one you're using, maybe. Conception. I actually don't know. He's giving Fellaini vibes, yeah. Nice. Well, I quite like those guys. Wasn't actually expecting much from that. I'm curious to see what comes up in our final Belgian amateur search at the start of next summer. They want to... Tell you what. I'll loan Burko back. It's not like we need another left back right now. Fringe player. No. Come on now. That's silly. Fringe player is such a weird contract anyway. 7.5... Ah, he's English. Oh, friendo. You're getting... I mean, this is where he turns out to be an absolute monster. But if he gets an England cap, then he's well worth the money. Probably could have put his base wage down a bit now I think about it. But oh, right. I'll let you have him back on loan. Love to see it. And now de Conceição, unless he asks for some stupid breakthrough prospect. Perfection. 1,400 grand. 1,400 grand. That's a bit much. Bit of that. Bit of that. Get him on a nice little 7-year contract. And he'll be banging goals in with his head, obviously. A good thing. It depends. Fellaini was one of those players that was always surprisingly effective. If that wasn't FM, apparently it is. Right. Burko's done. Superb. Now it's just a case of bopping a few teams on the head with some friendlies. Abdullah, he's doing... Every time I look at him, he's just... How is his dribbling? I mean, to be fair, I'm glad his dribbling is going up. But he's just so goddamn good. The marking and position are exceptional. What am I training him on? Defensive positioning. Then again, that's kind of really... We can't train his tackling. His heading is already exceptional, and he's already great in the air. It kind of feels like we might as well just leave him on that for the time being, while we continue to club a few people out with some friendlies. Oh, dear. I bloody hate sore throats. Composure. Composure is more of a forward stat, though, isn't it? I guess so. Is it final third that you have to use to hit composure? I think it is, isn't it? I believe it's decision... And it would improve his decisions as well. Can't hurt. We have had youth preview. It was unfortunately an average one of 3 stars, with only one set of players, at least, in there being considered B-rated, which was at least fullbacks. And we've had a good record in the past of bringing through youth intake wingbacks. I mean, that's where Demeshevich has come through. I can never say his name right. Even though it's not super difficult, I just never quite get it right every single time. Staff numbers update. Oh, go on. Wait. Sorry, why exactly have we done that, Ken? Our scouting capacity has decreased from 9 to 8. Also, it happened before because we already knew that. And the coaching has gone down from 12 to 10. Why? You gave me extra transfer budget because we've got so much cash and now you're reducing our staff. The weirdest decisions get made, man. So strange. Hello, Hazard. How's it going, friend? It's going very well for us, actually. We are awaiting the arrival of our record signing. Concentration, as far as I know, is the one that you can't train. That will just... You sometimes will change, but it will not change... It seems to just change randomly. Krakowiak, oh god, the last thing they need is a takeover. Unless it sacks their manager or something. Perhaps. Hang on, someone signed a guy called Van der Ban. How did they do that when... The window's not even open yet, is it? I mean, if he gets even better if we add his composure up, that'd be great. Bubblehead. I would like some kind of Roy Hodgson. I used to have a t-shirt that quite simply said Woy on it, and it had Roy Hodgson's face, but Pog made me throw it away. Set to end? Well, no, they're not, are they? About to return? Well, these are... They're simply not. I'm guessing it just says that. Set for a move to Napoli. He fucking isn't. Well, I hope not, because he's probably the future of us right now anyway. That's true. They did... Well, we found the lake house the other day, and it looks like the border found it too. That screen does just say that every time, doesn't it? So where would I even see the thing about... Because we're not even in the transfer window, so they wouldn't have any information about newest ins and outs yet. I guess it's just been rumoured in the press. Love that. 55 players in, 102 out. And we've still made a net 18 million quid. Shout out to GKS Katowice, who are bottom of the league and have the highest net spend in the division as well. That's always a good sign. I guess they could do. Who was it? You say his name was Van der Ban. I guess if we find a guy called Van der Ban playing for a Polish side, then we'll know. Oh, wow, yes, you're right. It's this guy. Joel van den Ban. Plays for Jagiellonic. Wait, hang on. Oh, he's been there for ages. He's been there for 3 years. He is actually wanted, as it happens, by different Polish sides. Emil, excuse me, Emil, thank you for the follow. I guess he's not really played much. So maybe he's on the move to another Polish team. Good name, though. He's from the Ban. He's from the Building a Nation save. So Constantine's in. We do have a decent chunk of players joining us on that first day as well. Ivero's trial is coming to an end. I was kind of hoping that that would draw some interest from the other Polish lads. Can't even extend it. I might extend it, though, afterwards. It could be out of contract. Oh, my God. Sané and Duda just got injured. Please don't be too serious. Wrist tendonitis. Cue the GIF. From Eurotrip. It is, yes. All of them, in fact, are from Eurotrip. Twisted ankle. Okay, that's fine. They'll be back for matches that actually happen. We know what Ibrahima Sané's been up to over the Christmas period. I mean, this is Boxing Day and bro's got wrist tendonitis. Did he get that cut in the turkey? I think not. He's Boxing Day, right? Yeah. What did I say? I was going to go to the 29th and have a gander. Because by then, surely it would have stopped bringing players through. Roy's my man crush. He is in a way. He's my manager. He's my manager crush. It's a terrible joke. And that's what I'm here for. You wouldn't have it any other way. Also, other good news is that we'll be losing Jabbar on the... Oh my god, Nigel's just banged 4. Big Nige. He's just him, isn't he? 2 from Kukonda, 2 from Naeem. Not the best performance from Stoya, but it was still within round. Like, it was on par with everybody else, at least. Cutting the... What are you doing? I was caught cutting the turkey, and now I'm in prison. Competitive Monopoly. I haven't played Monopoly in a very long time, now that I think about it. I haven't played board games in a while. I need my board game friend to just rock up at the house and bring board games like he normally does. That's how it works. Like, oh, that's our club, not him. I'll offer him another trial. Go on then. Because it's the transfer window. Maybe that will encourage... Oh dear. Moderately sprained... Oh, it's ankles. Okay. How's he getting on out on loan? He was quite highly rated, wasn't he? 4 assists. He's worth a shitload of money. Whether he'll ever really get a chance to be in our first team, probably not, but I do like him. Called Keeper. Wouldn't that technically be pronounced cheaper? Or is that not the right spelling if the U is adding extra... I don't know. I feel like a lot of... I mispronounce an awful lot of Chinese club names and player names. Oh, dear. I need to get stronger back muscles, man. I get, like, lower back pain when I do stand-up streaming now, which is ironic, because the reason I do that is because I was getting lower back pain from doing sitting-down streaming. I'm just a weak man in general that needs to hit the gym. I'm starting to get that opinion very, very easily. Yeah, I have no idea how to pronounce, but I feel like it would be pronounced sweeper, maybe? He could be a sweeper keeper. Speaking of that, who remembers the actual position sweeper? Jim won't hurt me. It depends. I mean, technically, it could. Like, I actually don't know. Underlying problem. No, I think it's probably because I stand up streaming for 4 hours straight and I probably lock my body in weird positions that causes it to put a bit of pressure on my lower back. That's almost certainly what it is. I think I just need to be stronger and not stand in weird places. But you once again don't know this right now, but I'm standing like a flamingo again because I find that incredibly comfortable on stream. It did cost me my leg hair, like in curling. It's hard to explain. Well, actually, I should just show you. This is how I normally... Like, you can't see this, but this is what it normally looks like. This is how I'm usually stood on stream, for the most part. So funny if there's just no trousers. I wish the desk went up and down a bit faster. It's just a headless man. These trousers are a bit tight around the thighs, actually, aren't they? Now that I think about it. But yeah, I've got this leg on the side of my leg like that. That's just how I do it. This sweater is not actually as flattering as I thought it was. What a time to join. Thank you. Chat went down on me as a group. I think we found the reason. Well, I don't know. Weirdly doing that seems to cover it off a little bit. It doesn't always happen, so I think it is just that certain positions I stand in on stream probably don't do great. Hello, Steve. Welcome in. Inferno's now no longer with us. No new contract on the horizon. I think you'll find there is. Oh my god. Juventus and Napoli want Wroblewski. Kima's just woken up in like a cold sweat somewhere. Yeah, I'll offer him that. That's fine. Oh, I'm still on the big screen. That happens too much. I need to give the mods more power. Promise you that isn't the photo. No, I mean, I'm sure it isn't the photo, but it is. Good. I like the attempts to cut him out of the back. Oh no, that's just... What is going on here, Harp? It's the janky ass. He's cut out, but then he's on a JPEG background anyway. Incredible. I mean, I don't blame you. I mean, yeah. Expecting too much, frankly. I'll offer him a new deal. For the time being. Nightbot's broken again? No. It couldn't be. Well, if Nightbot did break, it's because of you lot. To be fair. I don't want to promise him that just because he seems to be incapable of finding one. 4-year deal. It's weird that Juve want him. Maybe he actually is secretly really good. There we go. I guess we're going to find out later. It's a dangerous move, giving Harv power, but you love it, Anarith. You let Harv ban you on purpose. Lots of players from our... I think that's mostly the Patreon guys, to be fair. With a few exceptions. I think that's almost exclusively Patreon players now. Our contracts are expiring, though. Who have we got? Oh, we can't filter it. So Wroblewski's the main one. Vandenbaus and Karamov, I think, might well be at their ending time with us. I will just see if there's any extensions that we can trigger. Because wouldn't it be lovely if you were able to do so and it actually told you? But it does appear that they're all... Oh, one there. Rav's getting one. The rest, though, I think, probably... I love that we don't know their potential. We'll set them for release so they go back into the Polish... back into the Polish wild. That's staff contracts. That's fine for the time being. Youth contracts. None of those guys are any good. We wouldn't even know. Coffee's now injured as well with bruised ribbies. Oh, it's 29th. You know what that means? It's time. Oh, the Chateau... That might be my favourite one in the entire quote bot is the Chateau Neuf de Flaps thing. Because that was from a Christmas quiz stream. A better place. It's... Sometimes you just need that strongman vibe, right? And I'm not it, as we've already established. Okay, it's transfer room in time. We've got to. There's bound to be an incredible player in here, because how many players have we got to look through? 276 responses. I even put a couple out for goalkeepers, just in case. I know, I missed the Christmas quiz. Bring back quiz kit, I say. Right, responses. What we got? Jesus Christ. There's a couple of lads in here. There's a lot of goalies, actually. Maybe it's because we haven't looked at goalies a lot. There's a free Canadian 19-year... Oh, my lord. I don't even know where to start, other than, obviously, with him. Who's he wanted by? Thought so. Right. Dusan Obradovic. Oh. Oh, I love him. Because, look, he can play in multiple positions in our team. 18 years old, which he will be until the 6th of January. That's annoying he would join us at 19. But, oh well. We almost kind of have to, don't we? On a punt, because if we don't try him now, the others will just bid on him in January. Caramo doesn't have a huge amount of resale value because of his contract being so short. Who's he wanted by? Everyone. The usual people. For that kind of price, it's worth the punt, given them. Besides, this is the extra money the board gave us. Unless he won't talk to us, of course. But then he wouldn't be in there if he wasn't, right? Okay, so low wages. That is a little annoying. So if I can get that down, I'm happy to take the wages. The problem now we've got is either I can try to get this down or I can try to get rid of the release clause. And I kind of feel like getting rid of the release clause might make more sense to us because this one we can deal with later. This one will cost us later. Yeah, long contract is good, but this needs to go. Right. I believe it's this one. Because that's the basic wages. I think it's this one, right? It's weird that it got rid of that as well. I suppose it technically removes all the non-negotiable stuff. Nice. We move fast here. That's the thing. Him and... Yeah, he's too good to not try and sign right now. Nah, if it's locked blue there, it's pretty much guaranteed that there'd be a locked release clause. And if it's £7 million, as much as we make profit, it's the kind of thing that we would rue massively later down the line. Right. Well, it's not that, is it? It's that. Yeah, 2 million. Fair. It's a bit more than they said, but then they never tell you the truth on these things anyway, do they? Glorious. Contract negotiations. If it's locked in red, you can't, as far as I know, do that. That's my point. I didn't want to get to that stage. Yeah, there's definitely a few more down here that I want to look at. I mean, this guy's a free goalkeeper. And his name's Geronimo. Geronimo Nuevo. I'm just going to go down the list and take anyone. Oh, no agent either, so we just have to sign him now. What I will do, though, is do the make an offer thing just so we can avoid any compensation nonsense. It's just Geronimo. You have to. These guys are not... That's the guy from before that I thought was £1 million. Right, Italian guy. It's another goalie, unfortunately. Wanted by Inter, Napoli, Udinese. Francesco Boiardi. Problem we've got is we already have 2 worldies of goalkeepers, and I don't want to sign a guy that's going to expect to start for us because of what we've already got. But if he's cheap enough, he'd expect to start, though, wouldn't he? Deputy first choice goalkeeper with the occasional match. He's more difficult because there's the other guy underneath him as well. We could sell Gino, but I think we might just... Yeah, I agree. I think we scout further. He's one to actually have a proper look at. He may move in the way in between them, but if it happens, it happens. The other guy is like a must sign. He is not a... With goalies, it's more difficult because you can't rotate them as easily. There's another goalie straight underneath who's a lot cheaper, so he's much more worth a punt. Ruben Vazquez. Reflex is great. One-on-one's great. Aerial reach is all over the shop, but he's got good physicals. Plays for Coroccio. Wanted by Napoli. I think he's more of an easier pickup for us. Still no agent either. There's less risk associated with him. And I think they're probably not quite as good, but he's also a lot cheaper. Yeah, I haven't even scrolled once on this screen yet. The Canadian guy intrigues me a hell of a lot as a centre-back, especially on a free. Provided he doesn't want something stupid in wages anyway. To be fair, I haven't actually looked for goalkeepers using this really yet, but I thought I'd shove in a couple of cheeky little... I literally only made 2 as well. I made one for first choice goalies and one for breakthrough prospects, I think, and that's it. Constant rating, I hope so, because it is a bit much. Not even a bit much, it's a lot much. So Salvatore Pillo. It's a goalkeeper called Pillow. Good jumping reach. Tackling is... Aggression and bravery are a bit ass. Even on the high end, they're going to be shit. But he's free. Unless he wants stupid contract. Youngster? Oh, he's worth a just sign at that rate. And he's not a keeper. But for free, and on a youngster contract, that's perfect. Because with that kind of contract, I can pretty much offer him whatever I like. I think. I might be able to get him on an 8-year deal. Nice. He's completely free. His contract's not expensive, and it's an 8-year contract. He's called Pillow as well. You can't go wrong with a pillow. Hope he's got memory foam. Right. Ukrainian guy, he's not a regen. He's another goalie as well, so there'd be no point in assigning him. As good as he might be, we don't need another goalkeeper that's going to cost us £8 million over our current goalkeeper. However, Patrick Klein, on the other hand... Ooh. Positioning's really good. Determination's good. Physicals look alright. Technicals would want more information before I started flapping £1 million around on him. Patrick 9? I have to give him that number, wouldn't we? Where was Pillow born? Good question. He was born in Halifax, Nova Scotia. There you go. Yeah, he'll need a scout. And there's no rush on him. What about another Italian dude? Another centre-back as well. He's injured. Stay off those. It's Marco Ferrini. Cheaper. Some nice attributes on him, actually. But he has got a hip injury, so there's really no point in assigning him now anyway. We may as well scout him further. He's intriguing, though. And he's more... He's a lot cheaper, too, which is nice. French-German guy born. Which French... Oh, this one down here. Martin Gardner. Plays for... Oh, wow. Holy shit. He's a bit more like it. And as for his birthplace, he was born in Heinen-Beaumont. Lovely name. He's got some... The aggression is a little on the low side, but he's a bit more of a... Yeah, we get Ferrini and Furman. Slowly building an entire furry 11. Left-footed... We actually do have 2 of our 3 best centre-backs are left-footed. But he's got a reasonable right foot as well. He likely will ask for a lot because he's playing in the 3rd tier of Germany. I'm going to ask his agent now, just so we get an idea. He wants a high wage, but the actual squad status is not super high. Okay. So if we did want to sign him, once we know what he looks like, he would probably cost us an arm and a leg. But that's okay. We're getting a bit more into paying more wages now anyway. Like the new guy's going to be on like 10 grand a week anyway. So that's going to push it up a little bit. Because so many centre-backs in here. Yeah, the national cap clauses with those guys, we probably... You're right, we could. Particularly as we're allowed to offer quite large wages now. Which means that we can... The issue is when you run into those situations where your max amount of wages that you're allowed to offer, even in the national cap thing, is not very high. So there's not enough leeway to get the lower deals. But we could get him down a little bit with that, I think, yeah. What about David Peyro? He's kind of fun. Borg Peronius. Not a heavy scorer of goals. There's another sort of number 10 type of chap. These guys are, like, decent. But it's so hard to... I'd still want a bit more information on them. There's a few players that you're just like, damn, he's so good, it doesn't matter if he's bad for the price, right? Ooh, Dutch-Indonesian fella. He's actually worth a bit of money. He's called Ferry Nanda. He's a bit more costy, to be fair. A bit more spenny. Do you think that's because of the, not the name fix, but it could be because of the name fix stuff. Because the German national team can be a bit weird in FM. It's very low passing. I say low, it could be 10 for all we know. Probably more information on him as well. Rodolfo from Benin. Wait. Well, he's a real player. He's 22 years old and he's worth £4 million. Like, these are the exact type of signings I'm super not interested in, to be honest, because he's older, he's a bit expensive, and we already have a lot of guys in that position as it stands. That's what usually I put. In fact, how did he even get in there? I'm pretty certain I put a cap of 21 on... He was probably 21 when I made the reports, and now he's 22. So I put a cap of 21 on it just to make sure that we got either crazy good young players for the future or guys that are just ridiculously good now. Because they're just fun. Hopefully, anyway. But yeah, I do want to scout him a bit further. Scrolling down a little bit. I mean, we're still into... These guys are all still 5-star PA, and there's probably plenty more to come further down. Giovanni Musto. He's cheap. He might be one we could just punt on. Good tackling. 5'10", but okay jumping reach. Relatively cheap on Giovanni. I'll absolutely scout him. No way. Oh, no, he does have an agent. Breakthrough prospect. Very cheap. Low wage. I think I might just... He's one that I'm willing to just have a swing on. Because then we can loan farm him anyway. Ooh. Get rid of all that. Get rid of all that. 57 grand. That's a reasonable amount. Oh, shit, I meant to suggest terms. He tackles a lot. He's got great teamwork. He's good positioning, vision. Work rate probably is quite high as well, I'd have thought. Isn't the tallest. But if his jumping reach is at least 11, then he could certainly be usable. Next one. Because a lot of Italians in here this time around. Like a lot of Italians. We've got Tommaso Costa. And he does cost a little bit. Technically, he's not exceptional. Physically, he's very good. I'd want more information on him. God, I hate that it defaults back to that. Thickener plunder! Ooh, a Bolivian Swede. This is why we do this. This is why we play this game. Alvaro Holmgren. Hang on, he's got an actual mixed name as well. Alvaro Holmgren, Bolivian Swedish player. He's come through at Jorge Wilstermann. Where was he born? Born in Bolivia. Love it. He's just a must punt on. Has to be. Someone's mum or dad has had some seriously nice times in Bolivia, it seems. No! Right, he's going straight on the Santa Baby list. This is the whole fun of FM, is signing guys like this. It's great. Or when they whack in both, where it's a guy and a date. Too old to be homegrown? Good work. Good beard as well. Right, we'll be back for you. You're going on the other list, the naughty list. Oh my god, a player that's actually from Right to Dream Academy. It can happen. He's only 17 as well. Kwaku Ajeti. Aggression's a little suspect. He's tall, tackling, marking, heading. And free. Yes. I've never actually found a good player from RTD. They almost always end up in Denmark before I get the chance. Low wage. Maybe even lower. Fast but no acceleration. To be fair, as a centre-back, and also his acceleration could technically be... He actually could have 13 acceleration and 12 pace. He won't, but he could. I'll definitely try him. On that kind of contract, £1,000 a week. Ghana's not exactly an easy international team to break into. And if he does, then so be it. If I can get at least 5 on him here. There we go, nice. And he's 17, which is actually quite young for one of these reports. Most of them are, you know, you see a lot of 19 years old. Lazio guy in here who's weirdly cheap actually for Lazio. Angelo Rontini. I'll scout him further, but I suspect... Actually, he reminds me a bit of Nigel in like the way that he's... Where's all our Nigel type players? That's what we're really missing. And then, ooh, English Nigerian at Brighton. Okay, he's going to be... The Swede play, he plays... Oh, what position? I actually don't know. I didn't look. I was so excited by the fact that he was a Swedish Bolivian that I didn't even think to look where he played. Olawesian Mimud. Me when I go to the spa. His attributes are quite tasty. Terrible moustache once more. He's oddly cheap for a player that's in English football at a club like Brighton. Definitely get a scout report on him. Oh, further down, more Spain. 170 grand from Girona. Jose Manuel Santamaria. 170k, but I would still like more info because that's quite a stacked part of our team. It's a very thick moustache. The hirsuteness has definitely been turned up to 11 in some of the more recent patches of the game for sure. Another Bolivian! Oh, we're living our best life here, friends. Right, you better be willing to join us. It'll make it easier to sign the other. Hello, Sebastian. Well, he can pass. He's definitely giving me MPM vibes. He's an aggressive man that can pass like crazy. Might be able to tackle as well. Sebastian Mendoza. He's on a youth contract at 19. Go on, Sabab. Sav it. Yeah. Breakthrough prospect is fine. Superb. Driven personality. And having him might make it easier to sign Mr. Bolivian Sweden. His contract's up in literally 2 days. We don't even have to pay for him. 2 red cards. Well, maybe, but not if he's not got a competitive streak. Which he probably does, let's be honest. Oh, that's quite a high wage. I don't think he's going to be bothering the Bolivia national team yet. It's a risk, but I'm hoping this will make it easier to sign the other guy later. And for free. Do we actually know anything about his... No hint of a competitive streak yet. Like him. It's weird that we've got 2 Bolivians in here, though, considering we haven't found any before. Senegal. Right, now we're talking. There's a little cluster of players here, in fact. There's a Colombian fella, too. We've got Czech Sao. Maybe more info on Czech, because he is 18. Wouldn't mind a little bit more on him, but he's still interesting. Then there's this guy here, D'Alexandro Gideon. Do you think he makes those cheeky little Belgian chocolate seashells? They're not wowing me, but they're definitely the kind of players that I could see us hoovering up with a bit more information. Actually, I think his technicals are a bit better than I thought they were. Maybe I do go for him now. Breakthrough prospect. Relatively high wage, but we can get that down a little bit. He's 18, I suppose. Wait, approach to sign. Oh, free. The only thing that could bite us here is if they potentially have 1-year contract extensions. Also, I just like the name D'Alexandro with an X in it. That's earned him extra points in my book. 4 years. He only wants 2.9 for international caps too, which is a nice little... it's not a huge gap. Which means I can fill that gap with contracts. The agent this time has got the suspect moustache. I wonder if they're just passing the moustache around. Argues with officials would be perfect, yeah. Another Italian fella. Plays for Tau. Another suspect moustache of Luca Pecchia. Good name as well. That badge looks so un-Italian. It almost looks slightly Eastern European. Hey, he's on the way here. He's going to stay at the Hotel Motel Holiday Inn. Maybe more info for you. Unless he's out of contract. If they're out of contract, I'll just pick them up for free. We're going to have a lovely little scout report coming through in a couple of weeks. Spanish plays for Roda. Oh, hello, Jose Antonio. With no number. It does look a bit like the Lincoln badge, actually. A badge... Tell you what. He's very fun. And we could approach to sign him for free. What we got? Breakthrough prospect. Quite a high wage. Holy shit. It's a very high wage. Is he really good? Another horrendous... the usual scouting malarkey, you know? Pecchia. Maybe. Yeah, you're probably right, actually. Then again, if we did approach the sign, he wouldn't be able to join us till the summer. Then again, it's not the end of the world, is it? It's not like we'd need him immediately. And it would save us £50,000. Because, you know, we need to save that. Wow, a minimum release clause as well? $9,000 a week. I'm starting to wonder if bro is actually very good. And we might be about to stumble upon a truly godlike player here. I have to offer him quite a lot to get rid of that. There we go. He's much more intriguing now. Then again, his attributes do look quite tasty. The bravery's a little low, though. Brave enough to ask for that in a contract, though. Kimani Shabo Shunga. I love it. Just that name on a white dude is brilliant to me. Because I bet he loves it too. Right. Okay. Next one. It's a disguise, yeah. Oh, another German. Wait, what's his name? Marcel. Oh, I thought his surname was Marcel Gobler. That would have been great. But it's Gabler instead. God, we're finding so many good-looking centre-backs here. He's a bit more expensive, so I would like a little bit more information on him, but he could be very tasty. So the Arch Universe, oh, they 100% do. They'll have unplaceable jobs that you're not quite... They're the sort of people you see on Grand Designs, you know? He's an artisanal stonemason that specialises in bread sculptures, and she is a lecturer at the University of Westertonville, which is a fee-paying college that's private, and she teaches... table studies. They have a budget of £2 million to build a windmill. That's the kind of vibes I'm getting off of that. Okay. Another Italian guy. Oh, actually, wait, before that. Kevin Berneman. Kevin's very good. A hobbyist nude model? Yeah, she poses for the sculpturing. I forget what he was sculpting. He's very expensive, but he's very good. I want to scout him further, because this would please the hell out of Jin. It's near Winchestertonville, indeed, yes, but... very different place, of course. They are actually twinned with each other. It's funny you should mention that, in fact. Paolo Cavalieri. Just plays for a team called Latina. Nice. We're getting a lot of the central players. Not seeing many strikers, interestingly. Which is usually something we see an abundance of. So I'm surprised by that. Either that or all just real players. Right, show me a striker. Nope, it's a Japanese fella called Ryo Hiroshige. I feel like we've already scouted and signed a guy called Hiroshige. In fact, multiple one. Make my crust look big. That Kevin guy, though, he looks very good. And he'll burn a man. You watch out. He'll cut a bitch. Moving on. Brazil. Finally. Caio Filho. I quite like him. Little on the price. Actually, is he on the little pricey side? Or is he just breakthrough prospect? Tell you what. I'm kind of tempted to just try. If they don't want stupid amounts of money, to try and sign him here. Oh, wow, they do. Do you know what? Weirdly, that's maybe wanting more. I've just been done by pressure selling tactics. I'm terrible. I would be useless at a market. I would never be able to haggle. I'd just be like, oh, go on then. Dr. Congo France at Nîmes. Free transfer. Wait a minute. Free transfer? What about PSG? Loic Moke. Oh, Loic. He's going to want stupid money, right? I'm not sold on him either, but I'm willing to be right. That's a lot of wage. And a relatively low release clause. Competition for places. I wouldn't sign this guy without looking further at his actual attributes, I think, because that would be a huge outlay. PSG wanting him, though. We've had a few guys from Nîmes in the past, actually, haven't we? Oh, a Haitian. He must have caps, right? No. Brian Cherubin. He's very cheap. Vendley Fontenay. It's got an agent, though. Oh. Boring. Don't know if you're quite Santa Baby material, but you could have been. These are just all central players. Right, who's next on the list? An Italian man. Who could have predicted? It's Dennis Notori. Sorry, Notari. I'll scout him again. Let's say scout him again, as if I've scouted him the first time. Moroccan man. Ah, wait. He could be quite tasty. He's got a concussion at the moment, which means potentially he may be in an altered state, and I might be able to get him on a cheaper contract. Moed El Harak. He's definitely going to need more information on him, but he's fun. Potentially. The column you're on about is called player status, Gordo. It will show up as INF in the squad screen, but there's more than one of them. But the one you're looking for is called player status, I believe. Unless they changed the term for it, which they could well have done, potentially. Or is it called information now? I think it's called player status in the actual menu itself, and then it changes to INF. Well, hello, big dollop. Wanted by 11 clubs. And who might they be? Oh my god. Yeah, look at this. Real Madrid, PSG, Napoli, City, Juve, Inter, Chelsea, Barcelona, Atletico, Arsenal, and also, for some reason, Brookbet Nicheksa. We're just going to sign him. He's free. That's the striker. I mean, not that I need one, but if he doesn't want something stupid, which he probably will. Oh my god, breakthrough prospect. Oh, this is perfect. Breakthrough prospect is wonderful. I'm going to make an offer so we get it. Spot the odd one out. I couldn't possibly. They're all valid in their own way, Lord Richard. One of them has Mauro Icardi. Maybe they're looking for the Icardi replacement, perhaps. And a Redondo. Is it Alba Redondo? She's the Spanish footballer, right? I love how similar his name is. There's a guy in Poland here, actually, but he plays for, obviously, a Polish side. Who's he wanted by? Oh, big Polish teams. That's fine. We'll leave you alone, although I want to look at you first. I'm going to scout him anyway, just because I want to see what his attributes are like. Good to know, though. The polar bear doing in Arlington, Texas, yeah. We've got another Swiss guy. He plays for Rapperswil. Quite a high current wage. We'll scout him a bit further. He's not going to be as good as because Rodado. Okay. Then Lenin. Oh, hang on a minute. It's a Mexican man called Lenin Garibay. He's a bit expensive because unfortunately he plays in the States. Fun name though. Swiss guy was okay. Another Italian guy. Stefano Benedetto. God, our scouts are going to be brushed off their feet. Having done nothing for months, they're now going to be completely over it. Another Bordeaux guy. A Bordeaux just churning out strikers repeatedly. Oh, he's got a badly broken leg. 7 months. Wait, was he actually? Wait, 1 second. He fucking is. The player called Lenin is contracted to the New England Revolution. Superb. That's just glorious. Requirements. So these, basically, what I did was I made... Well spotted. Is he a left winger as well? Of course he is. So this is what I did, basically. So I set up a requirement for every single role, and then for every single playing time within every single role in our tactic. And for any that were senior squad roles, I set a max age of 21, except for goalkeepers. It took me ages to set up. But that's what we did, basically. And you get some bloody good results from doing it, is what I'll say. He is a left-sided striker, yeah. Japanese guy. This guy here, I'm assuming he's naturalized. Alex Kuto Horio Pisano. Maybe not, actually. Place of birth, Japan. Is that like New York City, New York? He's Japan City, Japan. More scouts. We just had our scouts get reduced, unfortunately. The board just took scouts away from us. Not that it matters, because we don't lose them, but we also don't get to keep... We can't add any more right now. We've got Jan Brown. Oh, he's Luxembourg. Yeah, I guess it's Jan Brown. Free transfer from a Luxembourg club. What's next? I think we all know. We'll find a guy Stalin down the left. He's got on both feet as well, actually, as old Jan. It's a bit of a high wage, but I'm not opposed to signing him on a free transfer. Give the loan farm a bit of much needed new blood, particularly if we are losing a few players from it this summer, when some of those contracts inevitably do expire because they're just crap. Free them up a little bit more anyway. Might take him a bit more like that. Ah, his Luxembourgness is probably going to be a pain in the arse here, isn't it? With any luck, he'll decide that he feels more German lately. Yeah, they're a German club, but he's from Luxembourg. You got to. The way I do it, Rob, basically is before every window now is where I'm doing it. So I do it off streams. It takes me about 10, 15 minutes to set up, which is a bit of a pain, I grant you, but the results are 100% worth it, as you can already sort of see. With a lot of Italians this time around. Not a lot of players from Nigeria. Funniest thing that we found this FM. Good God, I don't know, actually. There's been a few. But I haven't, like... None of them have stuck out so much to me yet that we're talking, like, Rick Rolls level, or that player we found called Taliban. Those ones really do stick out to me. Or Fat on Cake. Those are some of my favourites from the past, but obviously those weren't from this FM. Got loads of Italians. In fact, another guy from Tau. Who's he wanted by? I love how it's always a mix of major sides in whatever nation the player plays for, and then just Polish sides. Usually Brookbet as well. If he's available for completely for free, really no reason not to, right? Mattia Marabesi. Good name. Dick Monster was another one, yes. Dick Monster was up there. Yeah, that was... See, I think as well, you don't come across as many fun names in this... Oh, maybe you do. To be fair, most of those names were found because we were specifically searching for them. But even the player search screen for that kind of stuff is a little bit worse in 26. Right, a bit of that. 3.4k, but he's Italian. We can... Didn't think we'd be able to get this many freebies, to be honest, but I'm here for it. Make my life way easier. I mean, not that we're missing out on... It's not exactly paying a lot of money anyway, even if we bought them up front for like 50 grand, but it's just easier for me. It means I can do the contract talk straight away and don't have to worry about it secondarily. Another Italian fellow is a goalie. He's wanted as a little bit more. What about huge clubs, actually? Are Tau just selling their entire team? I'll scout him, but he would cost a bit more money to get involved in because his contract's a bit longer. So you can see from this list, these are the ones that have the most responses. So youngsters and these ones almost always get loads because it's the lowest bar, essentially. And you do find some interesting players in there. But as you move further down, there's a lot of these. But of course, because I put a age filter on the older squad statuses, you're going to get less players because the idea of a guy that's under 21 being a squad player is pretty rare. So these guys are going to be on hallowed ground. As you go further down, you'll see there's some regular starter ones, even some important players. And those guys are going to be very, very good potentially. I don't think we found any star player ones. There's only one star player for the strikers. Who was that? Sorry. Why is he not showing up? Did I just skip over him? Or is it because of his... Yeah, fair play to Katowice, but why was he not... Shouldn't he have come up for earlier? Or is there too many players on this screen or something? How weird. Is there a filter on it or something? No. He must be low. I wonder if it's because of this. Hello, Fry. Yeah, he's got... I've got too many 5 stars. It doesn't even know how to sort them properly. It's a good problem to have, to be honest. He's definitely a player we need to shortlist regardless because he's going to be leaving them at some point, and I'd rather it be to us. I'm excellent, man. How are you, friend? How's life? Wow, we were much further down than I thought we were. Christ. Sort by ability. The reason I like sorting by potential... In fact, what is he even sorting by? Because that guy's got... Oh, he'll be there. Because we actually had so many more to go through yet. God, we were quite far down, weren't we? Here we go. Right, we're back where we were. It does seem completely random. It's probably random within like a set range. There's another guy called Brown. Napoli. George Brown. My God. Chemnitzer and Stuttgart Kickers have soft view. Not for me, no. I've had no soft lock since using it on either update. There's a Russian-American here. Maxim Denisov. I would just call him Rozanov at this point. We'll have a heated rivalry with someone. Be fine. It's weird that he's further down than that. You'd think it would be first, wouldn't you? How odd. So yeah, there he is. All the way down here. What's he usually play? Oh, into Miami. Right, let's have a look at this guy here. Who's he wanted by? Bayern and Juve. He's quite cheap, you know. When did they sign him? He's quite cheap. Right, what we do... We sign him from them with a 2-year loan back. Because if Bayern and Juve are in for him, it makes sense that they're going to probably sell him. So it would behoove us to move for him now before they do, and then do a 2-year loan back as part of the deal. Shit, would he even agree to this? Christ, he's actually a proper... Is it that one? Okay, that gets rid of that at least. This might be quite a tough one. Yeah, they did. You're right, they did. The scouting knowledge of them to find him, and the fact that we didn't find him, annoyingly. Transfer room request useful. Yes, it's... For me, especially if you don't want to have to babysit things a lot, it's the way to find players. Especially the early game. I don't know what it's like late game. It'll probably get a bit more sparse, but we've been finding monster after monster. I'd say most of the best signings we've made have come from this screen. Okay. We'll make an offer. They'll ask for decent money, I would have thought. 3.1 million. Why can't I do a loan back length? Is it because we're not inside a window? That's odd. I wonder if it's because our transfer window's shut. I'm not allowed to do a loan back. Because it's just fully greyed out. I wish the game would tell you why. Right, in that case, we may have to leave that for the time being. Maybe because he declined the loan, perhaps. Yeah, there isn't much we can do about that.
Yes, very soon.
And what I will do, though, for sure, is shortlist him so we can monitor him once the window opens to see what kind of goes on there. Lambda Box, thank you for the follow. The fact that he was so far down here. Yeah, no, these... The crucial thing with the transfer room is make sure you set a playing time on them. That's the trick that makes them actually function properly. If you don't do that, they're kind of average at best. Once you set playing time, that's when it cooks. We'll try once the window's open for that one. Does it just put us back to the top again? FM. At least it hasn't resorted the list. That would have been nightmarish at this point, considering how far down we are. There he is. Right, so that's him. Bit more scrolling required. Till we found... Chat, we did it. We found Jesus. Who's already under a bid as well as his old Jesus. A freebie. I mean, hey. Can't argue with us finding Jesus here as a group. Bit of a high wage. Jesus Christ. I think he'll probably sign for Sevilla anyway, because he's going to want a rather large... Okay, maybe not. I didn't actually think we'd pick up this many players from this report. But it seems to have got more powerful. I wonder if it's just because our reputation is slightly higher now. So more clubs are willing to put forward their guys for these exact type of things. I hope that doesn't put off some of the smaller nations from throwing players at us. Jesus is from Jerez, yeah. Well, actually, is he? Maybe he was born somewhere else. Like, say, I don't know, Bethlehem. Oh. Nope. You heard it here first. There he is. Big up my boy. They made it pretty... Ooh. That is kind of clean, actually. I'm quite excited for F1. This should just... You know, new regs. New teams. More cars. Vibes. Who else is further down? Oh, a Salvadoran. Tremendous. Edgardo Hernandez. And he's got that Farquad flow. And he's free, crucially. Free plus Farquad flow equals sign. We'll just... No, what am I doing? Fine, whatever. Should have just offered him a contract. Would have been easier. Edgardo is good. And he plays for... Oh, I thought he played for Giacomo. Just think of the outfits the bro would wear. Glorious. Best of were... Jesus, apparently, yeah. Jesus is the man. Oh, that's a nice little clump of... Wait. Does this guy actually play in Guinea? Oh my god, he does. A domestic player. Abubakar Bangura. A Guinean mercenary. That's my... He's got elite feet on him. He's a Guinean mercenary. This is FM in a nutshell. Called Constable? He could police the defence. We'll do... Oh, no. Nearly got stiffed on that there. There we go. Another contract. Got a lot of freebies here. I think this was the perfect time to look, actually. It was right before the year expires. Another little there's oh my god, an Indonesian fella. Zenal Susanto. He's on loan. Oh. Wait, who are Forest signing? I do quite like the idea of... Fuck it, why not, eh? I wouldn't normally, but interesting nationality combination of just being Indonesian. That's nice. Oh, Luca, of course. Yeah, he was just like big wonder kid last year, right? I completely lost track of who these ones... Is it Gilberto Mora was the big wonder kid for 26? Oh, there's Scott Constable of Dundee United. Pedro Garcia of Aya. God, the Spanish lower leagues truly are a cheat code in 26. They feel even more powerful than they did before. Hello, Libyan man. Now we're talking. Muhannad Alafi. I'm really not convinced he's actually that good, but he's free, and thus I will be signing him. Because someone in the Polish second division is going to appreciate Muhannad. I can assure you of that. I think it's just because it's having to spawn players for their lower league squads, and Spain has such a high youth rating that it's just impossible for them to not be good, it seems. All American. Real Salt Lake, though, which means he's expensive. Braden Hernandez. I love it. We found an actual Braden. His brothers are Jaden and Caden. Good. Anyone else down here? Another Italian for Trapani. Severo Federici. He's wanted by someone, though. Inter and Udinese. Tell you what, the Italian clubs are going to have some quality players if they just pick these guys up. Anyone else further down? Little gap. Gabon, France from Versailles. Should have signed him for Treaty United, really. Boris May. But Boris May what? Wait, is he available for free? No, he can't be, right? Approach the site. Oh, because he's on a youth contract, I guess. Yeah. More information on him, possibly. Oh, yeah, Aiden. Aiden's the older brother, right? They don't see him so much. He doesn't come around the house as often anymore. Not since he fell out with mum. Wisła Płock, that's second tier. Another Italian fella that plays... There's a Leggy guy in there, too. Just listing prime ministers. Next guy's going to be called Truss Starmer. No, there was another one in between. Truss Sunak. Maurizio Onorati. Ooh. Hello, Maurizio. Attribute-wise, looks kind of interesting. Maybe it doesn't have the ceiling. Darwin Torres, real good eye. Fabrice Facone of Valenciennes. Whoa! £2.5 million, admittedly. We know quite a lot about Fabrice. Fabrice Facone is quite good. Tell you what. 16 tackling, 14 marking, 16 heading, 16 aggression, 18 bravery, 40... He might actually be just straight up worth it. He pretty much ticks every single tentpole box I'd want as a centre-back. Even things like work rate. It's not that slow either. 6'1". The only thing with him would be his wages and squad status. breakthrough prospect, I'd be willing to pay him a lot because he's quite good. But if he's willing to accept that squad status, he's a perfect fourth guy. And it said 2.5 million, which sounds like that was a release clause. Which means, in fact, is that the case? Yeah, which means I should be able to get him for a bit less than that. 2 mil. As far as I can tell, he is just French. Although Facone does sound like it might... Yep, no. I think he's just straight up French. Yeah, he was born in Valenciennes, which makes sense. To be fair, the last player that I signed off of Valenciennes turned out to be a monster. That was Vincent Champion on my last save, who we signed for £1 and turned out to be an absolute monster of a player. Brilliant. He's actually quite good. I'd be willing to bet he's actually got 5-star PA as well. He feels like one of those guys that once you actually sign him and adjust, he's probably quite good too. Giovanni Di Giosa. There's some quite high, like, higher CA guys further down that maybe don't have the PA. But they could be really useful as well. God, there's so many Italians in here. Francesco Dianelli. Massive in the air. Jesus Christ. This is easily the best sort of set of results I've ever had from one of these. There's a German-Austrian fella who's free. Philipp Sievold. Can't really argue. Youngster. Get rid of that. Like, as a youngster contract, I can offer him pretty much anything I like here. Don't even need to give him that, do I? I could just give him the contract extension. Nice. Jesus. I think I'm going to end up signing like 20 people out of one report. That guy we already know about from previous reports. It's interesting that he's come back around again. Dylan Pereira. Argentinian mercenary. If he does go to Brookbet, I'd actually be okay with that. He is 20 now as well. But we already discovered him in the past. An Albanian at a lower league Italian side called Rigers Morina. Oh, wow. He's a bit temp-poly. Bit more expensive than the others. Jesus Christ. 8 leagues. Yeah, that's the thing. It is just a numbers game. That's also why we're seeing quite a few lower league Italian players in here as well, because, again, there's a lot of numbers at that level. Saudi guy. Probably slightly over... Oh. Madi Al-Khani. Al-Ok dude. Okay, dude. He's intriguing. With that kind of price range, I'd have to obviously know more information on him, but it'd be nice to finally get a decent Saudi player that doesn't cost us an absolute fortune. That's why I can never sign them in the past, really. Tyler Razzo, we've looked at him in the past. Indian player! Mohammed Arafat Hussain. Yes, please. How have you got no India caps? That's not... And he's domestic, right? Yep. Came through an Indian club. Done. Welcome. Ooh, they've got a bit of... They've got hands. I'll pay it. Later down the period. Oh, yeah. Well, to get to the English ones, you'd have to go quite far down. This is the good thing about Spain and Italy, is that their pyramids split into multiple divisions quite early in the pyramid, with Spain being at the 3rd tier level, and then it massively increases from there, and Italy being the same at the 3rd tier level. Whereas with England, in order to even get to a 2-team split, like a 2-league split, you've got to go down to the 6th tier, which makes it harder. And to get to the sort of levels with the leagues at the parallel level with Spain and Italy, you're talking 8th and 9th tier in England, and that's what makes it more difficult. But you're right, you would absolutely get the same thing if you turned on those leagues too. Just because statistically, there's going to be good players that come through eventually. Finally, a Nigerian. I think we might have actually exhausted all the good players from these lists. I'm just going to have a quick gander through. There's a free Polish lad here who's released by Radomiak. I suspect that he's actually not that good if they're releasing him. Now, my next focus is just if there is any great nationalities here that might look a little bit good. I mean, like, truly strange ones that you wouldn't normally see. Swedish guy, Cameroonian German, plays for Hamburg, not that one. A Swedish Italian? Italian? He's Italian, chap. Scottish guy at Falkirk. Another lower league Spanish fella. Costa Rican is... Belgium, Germany, Mozambique. You've piqued my interest. Celsicio Januario. I can't actually sign him for another couple of days because of his name. Actually, that wage demand is a little high. I'm sorry, Celsicio. I wasn't sure on the degree to which you were going to be interested in us. And he's born in March, indeed. He's Mozambique's my interest. Good work. What else is there? It's always worth a little look further down, just in case. Japan, Brazil, Honduras. One of my favourite country capitals is Honduras. Tegucigalpa is just... And it has goose in the name, which is possibly doing a lot of the heavy lifting as to why I like it so much. Congo... I want really, really out there nationalities. Like Eritrea, but not from Norway. Wow, that's dropping off quite hard now. Yeah, we are starting to come into territory. Iraq. Last time we sounded Iraqi, it didn't actually go that well. Belarus. Lebanon. Just one of these days. Guatemala in there too. Togo. Wales. The most obscure. Any place for Swansea. Kyrgyzstan. Thailand. That's not quite a poor Thai guy, actually. Andorra. We've got all the good Andorrans. Wait, was there a Nicaragua guy? Mozambique again. Seeing a lot of the same countries coming up quite a bit. El Salvador as well. Obviously, we're way far down the list now. Tahiti. There you go. Kyrgyzstan is probably the one of those I'd say that I'm most... If I was going to pick one dude out of all these... Let's have a look at old Ruslan Zakrikov with his one heading ability. He and I probably have the same level of heading ability. That's good. I doubt they are, Pulse. I think they wouldn't be able to handle the PR backlash from it. I mean, then again, United and PR backlash. They've not exactly been friends with each other for a while lately. Right, okay, let's do that. Get them a contract negotiated as well. God, I'm going to have... the second I press continue, the amount of contract negotiations that are going to happen is a little bit filthy. I probably shouldn't actually offer this guy the... No, you know what? No, he's earned it by having that fun nationality. Okay, right. I actually don't know how many players we've just signed or approached to sign, but it feels like a lot. Like, at least... 20, perhaps? Save the game just in case. Very good shout. They've got a pelican in the logo and everything. Huge fan of that. I thought it was pronounced Tegucigalpa rather than Teguch, perhaps. Because... Actually, don't know. I'll be honest with you. I genuinely don't know. All I know is Pog and I were watching Stephen Fry in Central America yesterday, and he went to Tegucigalpa, and I was just like, that's goose related. Because the geese of the bird world. Geese getting mudded for no reason. Like the badge, though. That's clever. It means pelican. No. It means cement mixer. Have you never watched the Flintstones? Can't believe it. Right, he's going to hit continue. Wait for it. Inbox is just full of... Oh. Well, that is incredibly disappointing. Oh, dear God. Kardashian on tour. Yes. Doing their natural Honduras tour. Transfer story leaked. That's probably going to be about Obradovic, isn't it? Yeah, I thought so. I don't think we end up getting him in the end. Has some... Okay, we have to talk about why he has less interest in joining Manchester City than he does us. I mean, I'm loving that. I'm just surprised, is all. Okay, contract negotiations. Important player. If I could get him down to regular starter here. Oh my God. Now then. This is gone. That's not too bad, actually. This is gone. We'll have to offer him quite some substantial amounts to get this done. But he hasn't got Serbia caps yet, which means I can leverage like a 13.5 grand a week type of contract to get that. Back that on top. Go on, go for it. I dare you. Okay. More than that. Why did he drop it down? I might offer him a higher wage. All right, 14.2 if you get the Serbia caps. A higher base wage is fine. There still wouldn't be... Yeah, relegation release course. Thank you, yeah. That'll do nicely. Because I do want to get the max length if we can. Go on, how about that? Wow. He really doesn't want that extension clause, but we're going to need that. I don't want to offer too much more there, just in case, because he will get them. So I'll bump your base wage a little bit to like 9k. He wants that yearly wage rise, and I'm just not giving it to him. We could give the agent a little cheeky handy under the table. I just really do want... Maybe we could go for a lower extension if that doesn't work. Actually, what about a bigger appearance fee? That's what we did with the other guy. There we go. We might get him poached anyway, but current max... Oh, our current max wage is enormous. It's £83,000 a week. Imagine if I just give him that. That'll probably get him to sign it. Nice. We might get him... He may leave... Or not leave, but may go somewhere else anyway, but... He's interested in Barca. Language course is fine. Our top earner. Our top earner is currently on, I believe, 8.5 or 9 grand. In January, once we get our new signing in, he'll be on 10 grand. So we're slowly staggering our wage up slightly. But obviously you don't want to jump too far, because if you do, then you'll have loads of squad players asking for stupid money. And that's how you get into wage issues. Shit, I should have done that. Right, okay. Luckily, he's Spanish, which is help. He will probably take it up there, but that's okay. I just don't want to be offering a guy, say, mid-15 now, because that's when the problems come. Because when we're up for contract renewals, then it starts to get... Like, we have so much wage budget available, it's actually insane. But if you start spending it too liberally, I guess, you will end up having huge problems later. Like, we've won Champions Leagues with some of the lowest wage budgets in Europe, which has always been great fun. That'll do. Oh, no. Oh, that's my fault, to be fair. I didn't even notice the high end of that was at 7. But he's Spanish, so we can... Unless Geronimo's got a secret second nationality that I'm not aware of, which he could do. Hypothetically. God, he's put his base wage up by quite a lot because of that. I guess it's because I got rid of the release clause. There we go. We can afford these kinds of deals. It's weird that we're putting breakthrough prospect level players on those type of contracts. And in Malta, I believe so, Steve. I think it should still be in the Discord. Yeah, and Furman is still on. All right, Ruben. Important player. Didn't he say that he was willing to be the backup goalkeeper? That was the whole point of us signing him. Yeah.
That's a fun fact.
How strange.
Contracted syphilis just 2 blocks.
Tried to push his luck a little bit there. $6,000 a week. Oh my days. Minimum fee release clause of... Oh shit. 2.8 million. Yeah, not much I can do about that other than put it as low as possible. And as early as possible. Which is literally the 1st of July 2031. Oofy. We'll definitely get rid of these then. In fact, I'm not going to even offer him an extra contract clause because there's no point. I'm going to want to extend this contract anyway, aren't I? Can I go for... No, the thing is, the second I negotiate, he's just going to lock it in anyway, isn't he? They will, in fact, do that. I'll give you that because you're Spanish. Okay, he has actually... It's still way too low, but all we can do. Wouldn't sign him. I mean, bear in mind, we're paying 45 grand, so even if he does get poached on that contract, we still make £3 million out of him. It's frustrating, but... We've got other goalies. Thankfully, we're not relying on him to be our starting keeper. Thank Christ. Fidia. Oh, this was the guy that we're really not sure about, but I'm taking a £900,000 swing on. Because sometimes you just need to buy yourself something nice, right? And hopefully, Kaio is going to be that for us. Low wage, at least. Which kind of makes up for the horrendous amount of money it cost us to sign him. They want him to loan back. I'm going to say no, because I just want to see what he looks like. And a Redondo as well in there. Breakthrough prospect is fine. £2,900 a week, good lord. 7,000. 7 million. Get rid of that. They seem to like 7 million as a number. A lot of the Spanish players seem to always want about 7 million, roughly, as the clause. Oh, my shit. Right. 2-year deal? No. Just absolutely freaking not. That's going to require a relegation release clause too, I suspect. Get all these in. That. Take it or leave it. Okay, you've taken it. Cool. Nice. Yeah, I can't believe that Furman is actually still on that deal, but it's because... It's really just because I don't want to offer him the squad status that he wants to go with it. 19 million. Hang on, who does Siddiqui Sharif even play for? 19 million pounds in the Championship. Good lord. And I remember people balking at some of the fees that Fulham were paying when they were relegated. Admittedly, they did spend a lot of money on Ross McCormack. But had we not done so, we would have been relegated to League One. He was pretty much the only reason we didn't get relegated. He was immense. Oh, that's a really low fee. I might maybe put myself in a bit of trouble here. Is that enough? Yeah, it'll be fine. Sick. Hello, Elliot. A couple of squad players from other Norwegian teams that aren't star players for squad options to meet requirements. As long as they don't take other clubs' top players. Yeah, I mean, ultimately, I usually just try to avoid signing players from other clubs in my league, just because if I'm taking one of their players, they get some money, but we just don't trust AI clubs to actually spend it. They're just so poor at spending money that you give them that it's always usually better to give them players rather than money, which is why party exchange works really well. He's going to 100% get caps. Can I maybe even offer him just a long contract and that'll be enough? Nice. Probably could have done with the other guy now I think about it. Facone. Oh, now we like him. God, there's so many players. 700 billion. It was indeed 700 billion. And then it flipped when Forrest got promoted. And then it was all about the amount of players they'd signed rather than the money attached to it. My God, he wants a lot of money. That's a huge amount for a breakthrough prospect. I'm willing to let him have that because he is French. Go on. 7,000 for a breakthrough prospect. Is he just really, really good? God, I hope he is now. And then last one. No, not last one. Yeah, last one. Mohammed Arafat Hussein. No, he's coming in. Beautiful. We did it. We've done it. He might do. The problem is Furman's still quite good, unfortunately, which is a bit of an issue. No, this is the year. He might have huge PA. Right, spacebar time. Bang. Oh, God, there's more. Right to consume. Welcome back, my friend. Oh, I need to look at the largest transfers. Actually, Filio's coming through. Hernandez is coming through. Tremendous. What I'll do is look up... Where do we find the largest transfers? Because I'm going to need a little wee break in a minute anyway. And then we'll come back and do VOD comments as well. Because I want to maybe try and get a couple more games in too. I hadn't anticipated signing this many bloody players today, to be honest. So Zavrikov's in as well. He's not bad. Save again. Yeah, probably not a bad idea. Particularly as I have it set to save after every game, but obviously we haven't... Oh, no, we've got the friendlies too. That's probably helping us a little bit there. So he's not spectacular. Then again, we don't really know yet, because... well, we kind of know. They won't join us till January anyway. Largest... No, not our largest transfer. Like the largest transfer in the save. You know how... what was it called? It was called leading transfers in previous FMs. There was like a screen you could get to, but I have no idea where that would be. I guess if it was anywhere, it'd be under the biggest content owner's world. And I guess transfers and under here, maybe? No. I genuinely thought it would be there. Loan free, released, part exchange, trades, waived. Maybe it's not here anymore. Because that's where it was last time. It was under this screen, wasn't it? But a different version of this screen anyway. Let's just filter by that. Yeah, I'm not sure you can actually access it anymore. Which kind of sucks. Because the most you'd be able to do is that just December, though. Yeah, that's not even done it by year. You can only go by month. Really? There must be a way to... Oh, it doesn't even go back that far. So it's all transfers. I guess I could do all page transfers. Except, no, that doesn't work. Oh, no, cashed and claused transfers is the one. But then you'd have to do it by month. Searching biggest... Yeah, unfortunately that isn't... As much as I'd like that to be the case, FM is not especially excellent. 91 million for Baylor to Arsenal. 155 million for Yildiz to Man... That's got to be it, right? 155 million. Wow, Adam Morton to Real Madrid for 123. Did not see that. And then... 50 million. Yeah, it's looking... ever so likely. There's 111 million there for one. Declan Rice at PSG. 48 mil there, 53. 87 for Castro to Chelsea. Some pretty big bids going around still. 77 million for Lunin. Wow, really? And then that was the first season, right? Yeah, so it looks like it was a records page. There are records pages, but not for... I don't think there was ever a records page on World because it didn't have anything to be recorded, I suppose. So if anyone knows where we can actually find the leading transfers, I think that is it, though. Let me just at least get his profile up. Who was it? I've already forgotten who it was. I'm literally on the world page. I'm an idiot. It was... 155 million, wasn't it? Oh, Yildiz. It was Keenan Yildiz. For 150 odd? Why is it... Oh, of course, yeah. Probably should have filtered it again before I went back to do this now, but now I've lost the damn guy. Let's just look at his profile instead. Be easy to just go to his page, wouldn't it? Yildiz. There he is. Manchester City, worth an absolute buttload. My God, he's good. He's still only 23. They paid 113 so far, but it could rise to 150, right? Oh, that was this summer, in fact. That's brand new. He's a little bit excellent, isn't he? Right, Whiz Quiz, back in a moment, then we'll do VOD comments and get going with these transfers so we can actually start seeing if they're any good, because we've got to wait another month to find those guys in. Back in a second. actually amazed it took as long as that, chat. Yeah, the answer was Simon Elliott. This was Andrew's suggestion. You are genuinely stumped him, particularly as I think we've actually had Simon Elliott before, back in the day, obviously. Fair play. You genuinely stumped him there, bud. I think for a long time. Fair enough. I mean, ultimately, you make your own choices, right? There's obviously a lot of UI things I don't particularly like in 26, but I do think a lot of the things in the match engine and the games would be... You're missing out in some respects with those things, but ultimately, you know, it's the beautiful thing about agency. You get to decide what you do and want to do. He was a Fulham player, yes. Fulham's greatest. Well, maybe not. He's one of Fulham's players that we've had in the past. That's what I can say. He's one of the Fulham players of all time. Right, so... Okay, so you know we were talking about earlier, the players clustering in the box with... So, I think this is a subtle flaw in the FM match engine in general with the current game. Because it feels like, bear in mind, with the attacking midfielders, we only have 2 strikers as it is. And even though we have our attacking midfielders to not make those forward runs, he still ends up in the box in those exact same positions. The only guys that really wait on the edge are central midfielders. And unless we're going to play strikerless, we can't really do that. It sucks though, because you're right. They definitely do cluster far too close to the 6-yard box. Nobody ever seems to take a step back to receive a cutback pass. They always just seem to push right up. So it is frustrating, but I don't really think there's anything you can do about it instructions-wise, because they don't really let you, which is definitely a shame. And I'd like to see maybe some changes there to allow that to be a little bit more flexible. Now, as we were saying with the number 10 role, of course, it is inconsistent, but hopefully this little tweak is going to help it progress forward. We won't really know until we play a consistent run of league games, perhaps, against like regularly solid opponents, and then we'll know if it's working. But we definitely feel maybe slightly better, I say. So, if your team report scouting filter is showing 0 players, the most likely reason is because they broke the filter in the most recent update, and you need to use a different filter. You need to use the scouting knowledge is at most none filter instead of the day since scout report created. That will fix it. It will still sometimes feature players from affiliate scout reports in there too, but I think those would have been in there anyway. That's how you now fix it. It's weird that they broke that. I don't know why they were touching it in the first place, but this backup one does the same job, so we're fine there. As for the scouting setup, we might swing back to that in a minute actually, just in case. Another person with the holy order. I just thought it was nice that you thought that in the first place, and it's good, and I appreciate you guys. So, friendlies for the second team. We do have the thing set up to set up friendlies automatically for the second team, which doesn't really do a great job. The biggest problem, basically, is that if you set players available for the second team, they will end up playing on match days that you need them. Unless you don't monitor it every single week, which I'm simply not going to be doing on stream because it would take far too much like nannying and man management to actually be a not realistic thing. Like you could probably do that even off stream. I think I'd be too bored to do that. It works fine when you're playing in a league that has the under 19 games and stuff the day after, but often they're not always the case. So that's a bit of an issue. And it's as for me scheduling friendlies myself, I would just simply forget to do so. So while it is a thing you could absolutely do, I know for a fact that there's no point in me even attempting to commit to doing that because I will simply not remember to do it most of the time. Yeah, and when you can't arrange multiple friendlies, they've made it just way more difficult to just do basic things, unfortunately. Now, as for the scouting stuff, basically what we're doing is a combination of pretty much 3 things. What's saying? Oh, right, okay, so few things. So obviously, you'd have seen the team report thing we've been doing. Sorry, the team transfer room in thing. That is a goldmine, as you've already seen. And all you do, create a requirement. Say you want to find a striker. Select your roles that you use. I personally create the one genuinely for every single... Actually, what I did for a bit was I did youngster, future prospect, breakthrough prospect with no age barrier, because you can't really anyway. And then I'll do squad, regular, important player, and star player, and then I'll set an age bracket on it as well. That's how we found pretty much all of these guys. Then the Belgian amateur scouting, which is basically just players who are on amateur or non-contracts deals, and then you set a different country on each one, basically. Also, speaking of, this is that filter I was on about with the knowledge levels at least none for team reports, and you can see here that it's showing team reports. This is only from an affiliate side, of course, because we haven't done any recently, but that's what it will show like. The Belgian one, and then obviously you've got the natty cap ones, which is basically any player who's under the age of 18 who has international caps for their country. Those guys as well. You can find some great players doing that. That's how we got all those Dominican dudes. How long does it take? Right, so basically, as of the newest patch, they come through 1 per day until it's done. So, for example, these ones here would have finished after 4 days, and it is always one per day. They don't stop and then start again. Once it stops, then you know it's done. And this was the longest one. So I always filter it by responses to keep an eye on, like, to make sure the highest one is always updating. And the second that stops, then you know that that's all you're going to get, basically. And I often find that the better players tend to come through towards the beginning anyway. But it's always, if you're not pushed for time and you're pre a window anyway, it's best to just let it play out. That's basically all we've done as far as recruitment in this save. We may have picked up an agent offer or two, but you don't really need to. And I think you can have more fun without doing it, to be honest. So that's pretty much what we've been doing in total. But if you do have any more questions about things like that in the VODs, please do drop them in the comments and I'll do my best to answer them. League finishing prize money. So that's under rules, isn't it? I think. Which I believe is under here now. Oh. Oh, is it because we... Oh, that's the Europa League. I'm an idiot. I hate that it changes that in the portal and now I can't even see that in the schedule. Right, I'm going to have to go to the... I'm going to go the long way around. We'll get there in the end. So you can't restart them, which is an annoying dropback. And also setting them up is pernickety as hell because the game defaults to the wrong... So if you're trying to set one of these up, for example, when you make one, so if I do that, look, notice how I was on in possession, but it selected on the out possession one. It just deselects the wrong box. It is a pain in the arse, and I can't believe that they still haven't fixed that, because considering this was a brand new feature that they brought in, it is infuriating. So you do have to make sure that you properly check them when you set them up. But no, you can't restart them like you can with recruitment focuses, unfortunately, which is a real shame because, again, that would be much more useful. So I do it like once or twice per season at the very most. Yes, the month-to-month contract one is the one that gets you amateur and non-contract, which was a great shout from chat. Oh, dear. So yeah, you get a decent amount of prize money. The most of the money that you get in the Polish leagues really comes from the fact that we get nearly £5 million a year in TV revenue. That's what's doing most of the heavy lifting. I suspect the prize money will ease up over time, but it's not like to be a huge one. Oh God, if we got a Bradovic, I'd be so happy, man. I just want all of these deals to just get done so we can have them all joined us. And that's another one. Mendoza, that was the original Bolivian fella, right? Jesus, there's a lot of players at this club. And there's going to be a lot more soon. Follow off my interest. I will not be doing that. Forget features. I mean, I'd take that. I'd like to think there would be some progress made there as well. Decent attendances. I'd say we do. It's a shame I can't show them on the page. Remember when you could show attendances on this page? You can add columns. Oh, how sick was that? Yes, we do get reasonable attendances, I think. We've got 22,000 there. Obviously, that was the Europa League. But 17,000 for the game against Jagiellonia. We get, 17,000 for our home games. 22,000 for that one. That was Lille, obviously. That's a bit more. Cracovia in the derby, we had max out 33,000, but we're not filling our stadium most weeks yet. But in a way, that's actually probably good because it means the board are unlikely to start just randomly building a new one at any given moment. So it's almost too the Calafiori. Like there he is. Sorry, it's hard to see because it's on the ground. I believe we do. Yes. Riccardo Calafiori is wanted by Liverpool. Is there a news page for the player? I think there is around there somewhere, isn't there? I just could never remember where it is. Or is there not a news page? I swear each player and thing had their own news page now. Oh, Arsenal news. That makes sense. There you go. Yeah, Calafiori in a Liverpool shirt. Liverpool are ready to discuss terms on a mega money deal which could be worth a stunning 258 million... Just 260 million for Riccardo Calafiori. I mean, if you're Liverpool... Sorry, if you're Arsenal, you probably just take that, right? You could build an entire team out of that. That's insane. No, I don't want to sign him in the end. I actually don't know if we do own the ground. There's been no indication that we don't. Wait, is there another... Oh, that was the guy I think I accidentally... God, I thought I was done making contracts. We actually had a game with no rain earlier too. We had some snow, but that's still fine. I'll take that. Snow is just rain that's trying too hard. He's Italian anyway, so we can stick a cheeky one of these on him. There we go. Right, I think that was the last one. Wait, what am I reviewing? Oh, accept loan back. Fine, I guess. Does that count as a loan? Ah, true, yeah. If we can expand it, in theory... Oh, no. Can you expand a stadium that you don't technically own? I think you can, can't you? But then you still wouldn't own it, so you'd sort of be building it for someone else. Wroblewski scores another hattie. God, this man better get a loan in January. I'll be so upset with him if he doesn't. Liverpool potential tycoon. Do they have a tycoon? True. I love that 3 Liverpool teams and just one called Feds. So what exactly am I looking for with Liverpool here? I guess landmarks? Which I think is under club history. So yeah, John Henry left, in fact, a month ago. So they have a new owner. Well, owner's left. He just hasn't been replaced with anybody. Older players. I mean, to be fair, I suppose Calafiori isn't exactly that old at this point. Calafiori's not that old though, is he? How old is Calafiori? No, he's only 26. If we consider that old, then my goodness, I am past it, friends. I mean, I am, but yeah, I don't think they've got I'll refund your points because I wonder if it's because they're not in a playable league. Ah, shit. Gladbach are in for that. We were kind of liking the look of. Oh, well, if we miss out on one player, it's not the end of the world, but award winners named. Player of the Year for Krzyzanowski and Foreigner of the Year for Dijon Kameri. Wow. Yeah, he is actually kind of mustard. I make that joke every time, and I'm going to continue to do so. It's actually kind of weird that we wouldn't have a player. Loan players have now returned. They haven't, though, have they? These guys' loans are all... They better not be returning. That would kind of suck. Now the money's freed up. It does sound like it. I believe you can see it under staff, can't you? I think. Oh, luckily the game's... I do like that. It is under staff, isn't it? You've got director or something, or owner as a staff member. It says managing director. They've got 3 different managers, obviously. Doctors, directors. Chairperson is a guy called Andres Turner. Wait, he's clickable? No, he's not. Okay. So yeah, the chairperson is an American fella called Andres Turner, who's a regen fella. Yeah, it would suck if we did get all the loanees back. I don't know how that would work. Oh, maybe it broke it. Update just breaks them and they all come back tomorrow. That would suck. But as far as I know, that screen is just a little bit balked. Problem is as well, when the window opens in January, we are going to have the issue of potentially the big clubs will come circling for our players too. Luckily, I'm pretty certain all the guys that we want to hold on to don't have release clauses anymore. So it would be basically a decision of whether we want to let anybody go. And truthfully, I don't really. There's nobody I'm desperate to get rid of. Oh, speaking of players, I mean, ABBA can... They're going to need a bit more money to get me to sell them because Kuzemko is all I'm saying. It's not enough for £1.3 million. Plus, I like him. I'll just leave that in the pipeline for the time being so he doesn't kick off. Karamov can now try long-range passes for some reason. That's what we needed. Yeah, weirdly, I'd never noticed how broken that one especially was. Ah, here we go. They've got ages to wait anyway until we can actually get them in. They don't join until the 22nd of Jan, for the most part. Which means it's going to be a very busy day on 22nd of Jan when every single human being in the world is flying into Krakow Airport. Actually, to be fair, you'd probably think they'd rock up a bit sooner than that. Don't just want to rock up on your first day. So Pilo's now in. Fabrice Facone is coming in as well. D'Alexandro Gillian is in. Bring those seashells, my friend. Wait, Pilo might join us immediately, actually, isn't he? Because it's a free transfer. Like a completely free transfer. Oh, wow. Okay. Oh, dear. The pillow has come for the cushy deal. He is not it. But you live and learn. To the loan farm you go. Oh, God, he's... Yeah, do not sleep on him. No. He's less pillow and more phyllo pastry because he's flaky as fuck. Right, 3 more. Braun is in. Oh, we're getting the guy from Right to Dream. I'm excited to see what he's like. Loads of freebies there. Lovely. The handshake line is going to be extensive. Like, it will stretch out all the way across the pitch, I suspect. So they'll all join us on those days as well. I'm already seeing some stars dropping off. Honestly, on these free guys, if they're not 5-star potential, it's not really the end of the world because who cares, right? They're mostly going to be signed for the loan farm anyway. It does need a fresh batch. We should be able to pick up some guys in the summer. Juventus have signed Jabbar, so that's going to free up some energy to deal with people being silly. He's going to be worth a fortune there, isn't he? Oh, I forgot that he signed for 250 grand. I hate the fact that we got screwed on that, but I think we still made a slight profit. Just barely. Yeah, the French centre-back, he's agreed. The one I really care about is the Serbian AM. The French guy, that deal is done. And he will officially join us. Who's this one? Why do I have Elias Bethka on my shortlist? Was he someone we looked at years ago and I just never removed him? I guess he must be if he's on the default shortlist. Toulouse have made an offer for Moke. Ah, man. Did I actually discuss it with his agent? Breakthrough prospect with quite a high wage. You know what? If he only wants breakthrough prospect, it probably can't hurt to try and get involved. Problem is, he is from Dr. Congo, which means that we're likely to be in a bit of a pickle. Oh, I might have to give him the release call. Do you know what? I might actually just let him have that. Oh, okay. Apparently I don't get a choice. 2-year deal is stupid. Give me 4. Oh, come on now. That's dumb. I'll leave the release clause because I don't want to end up paying stupid money when he inevitably gets Dr. Congo caps rather soon. And if we end up selling him for £7 million after he arrives on a free, then I guess I'm okay with that. More improvement for Ilian Rodriguez. Does he have good composure? No, he doesn't, actually. That's interesting. His anticipation is... He can basically see the future at this point. Extraordinary. Oh, move between squads. Who does it reckon should move between squads? Inko Tarrier to the under-19s. Don't know how I feel about that. Wait, hang on. He can't speak Polish. Shit. Or is that the next stage? Got to make sure I pay attention to that as well. Maybe that's why De Campo's done poorly, because he can't speak Polish. Musto's joining us as well. Nicely. I think that's the last outstanding one, other than... Oh, Vasquez as well. Other than the Serbian fella. It's good to know, though, that with a few days into the actual transfer window now, and no other teams in Europe have put a bid in on our Serbian friend just yet. Because usually what happens is the second you go after one of these guys, they immediately get involved and start dumping huge amounts of money. Furman's now injured. They want Zambrano, which I won't be doing. Get rid of those. Please don't be too serious. Twisted ankle. What if it's the same ankle? 6-0 victory again. Is that still good for the... The number 10 was at least competent in this game. XG looks decent. Got an assist and a goal. Wait, did he? Yeah, just the goal, in fact. It's just nice to see him getting some goals. Like, if we miss out on Moke, then it's not the end of the world. Gartner's gone to Gladbach. Improved deal. Improved offered for Jesus required. When your church starts emailing you. That's a wonderful one. So Gartner's gone. How much did they move for in the end? Yeah, we might have missed out on him, unfortunately, but oh well. Chumbinho's trial's coming to an end. Jesus is not happy with me. Wait, what does this even mean? Is this just a random news conference thing? Jesus has gone back to Sevilla to seek for... Oh! So, Jesus wants Sevilla to pay him more money. That's fine. He's happy with me. Jesus likes me, chat. I'm in God's good graces. Jesus is very unhappy. He's gone to Sevilla! Also, I just realised my fly was open. Maybe that's what it was. I was safe for all of 3 hours. I mean, they gave him 10 grand a week. That's a shame. £30 million? Okay. Just for that, I'm becoming a Buddhist. Wait, what was the wage he was on? Is he on 10 grand a week? Yeah, I mean, we could have maybe competed with the wage, but that value was absurd. Yeah, I think we definitely missed out on him, but I don't think there's really much we could do there. Sophia confirms Jesus capture. Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. A schedule, yes. Tuesdays, Thursdays, Sundays. So Tuesdays and Thursdays is 11 till 3, roughly. Sometimes we go a bit longer, but it always starts at 11. And then Sundays, it's 10 till 2, usually. Maybe a little bit earlier than that to finish, just because of the football and stuff. I don't always stream on Sundays, but most Sundays I do. I usually take one off a month, just so I have an actual weekend with POG sometimes, but most of the time, I haven't decided when I'm going to do my January weekend off, actually. Although, at this rate, if this sore throat continues to get worse, it might just end up being this Sunday as it carries on, because those painkillers did not actually do a very good job. There is a guy called Buddha. He's, would you believe it, Nepalese. Buddha Raj Limbu. Look at him. Bloody rope. Yeah, who exactly is the severe director of football these days? Pontius Pilate. Limbao. There he is. Nepalese doff. You know what? If Fernandinho... Buddhist Raj Limbu. Deep cuts. I like it. I think that is now everybody. Welsh for limbs. Is it actually? That's even better. Get the limbaos out, friends. I'm kind of glad I left the first team squad, generally speaking, installed here, because it means we should have nice match sharpness going into the first few league games. Good God, Stapelfeld. Love it. Doesn't believe in mature president. That's the thing, yeah. Sané's looking quality as per. How many clean sheets has he kept this season? 15. 15 clean sheets is decent. Keeping a clean sheet more often than one every other game is very, very solid. That's one a game. Who's training poorly? The usuals. That's a shame. But Katala's training well. In fact, he's getting 10s out of 10s. Oh. Yes, we will be trying to hang on to him for dear life. Like, he isn't putting up first season Rodado numbers, but he can. Chelsea offer a trial from straight away. Nuevo's coming in. Katala is absolutely not going on trial to Chelsea. Silly. Progress for Coffee as well. Hey, wow, his tackling's improved. Well, it has. It's... Maybe Coffee... Could he be the first player to ever grow tackling to a substantial amount? GKS have lost Panda as well now. Significant setback in their attitude. Yes. Oh my God, it happened. We got Obradovic. But yeah, that will happen sometimes, John. There is an inverse version as well, where you'll get an email saying that a player's had a huge off-the-field change of attitude in the good way as well. Redondo's in, but Dusan Obradovic is in. Oh yeah, tackling can improve, but you can't train it, I guess. I think he's going to be fun to deal with. 6'2" striker. And we've paid 2 million for him. Oh. Left-footed too, which is nice. Technique is exceptional. Work rate is great. Teamwork is great. Yeah, the determination is usually what takes a massive hit. It's a Serbian player without being a centre-back. Tell you what, though. 6'2". If we're ever in a massively desperate situation... God, I'm so excited about him. He's the kind of... Well, I have no idea where he's even going to play yet, because he can play all those roles. We'll have to see his attributes properly. And then maybe we'll have an idea of where he would actually function in this team. Or he's just a guy that plays everywhere. Jesus Christ! He's actually even better than I thought he does. Window opens on the 22nd of Jan. 16 finishing, 14 composure. He's not the quickest. But he's got 13 passing, 11 vision, 15 work rate as well. His technique is absurd. His passing is excellent. His long shots are decent too. I tell you what, if that tackling... CMDM fella could be vile. Oh yeah, no, we'll see him today. We're going to get them all in. I think he's more of a... The great thing about our CMs is they push forward. Like, think of how many goals Nigel gets for us from CM. He's a Nigel-esque type of guy, but also can play the MPM role too because he's got good passing. He's basically just, I am wherever you damn well please. He's too slow for a striker, probably, yeah. But, Michael, what would I even put him on in terms of training? Maybe final third? The work rate being high. The teamwork is minimum 14 as well. He's extraordinarily good. And he can cross and dribble too. He's aggressive. Actually, yeah, maybe passing. He does. He's very Eric Sandberg. Yeah, if I was to choose between passing and quickness, I would probably choose passing. Because quickness is just unfortunately very inefficient. We actually are testing it on a player, but I don't think it's working very well. Scouting update. These might have some of the new guys in, to be fair. I don't think he said yes or no yet, actually. Yeah, we don't take that many long shots with this team, obviously. But we do still take them because players will, particularly with us asking them to be more expressive now, they will obviously just take them more frequently. But, oh, now it's back. You're a bit crap, so we'll just use you as a discard. Remove you guys. I don't think any of those are actually from the scouting reports anyway. Send him around again. Get back out here. Sort by knowledge. Oh, there's a few extensives in here. Send you around again. Some of these guys are actually already signing for us as it happens anyway. Still gives us 13 lads to look at. You're already joining us. That's perfect. Right, who's left? You're a 21-year-old guy who's not really what we're looking for. Actually, I won't click off of him here just in case he does something silly. Hello, Honest Vichester. Cool that there's a Pedro. Whoa, nice signing. Well done, lads. That'll get him some nice money. Yeah, seems like quickness. Quickness is the sort of thing that will work on a player that's got stupidly high PA available still and has already kind of got what you want in every other area, it seems. Tanzanian guy. He's a different guy. Abdul Halim Othman. Ooh. What's the injury? Moderate calf strain. He's quite fun. He's quite expensive as well, though. Yeah, Garcia was one of the few examples that I think he must have... Didn't he have stupid PA? Low wage. Breaking to the first team in the coming years, understands his time to come. I never know quite what that means. Not that made any difference. If they want a lower end of this, I'd be tempted on him, actually. 300k. I can work with that. Oh, he's locked in. Oh, no, I haven't. I'll try that. Future prospect. Does it? I thought that usually if it's breakthrough prospect, it literally says breakthrough prospect. Like, we've had that pretty much. It's just multiple terms for it. Because we've had several players demand to be that. Valentin Perez. If he's going to be a DM for us, he'd have to be able to jump, and he can't. And I don't really want to pay £2 million for a lone farmer. I guess you could move him up to play in CM, dropping back to DM. He's also 90. He's quite good. Hang on, who's this guy? Oh, that's the Elche guy. Yeah, forgot about him. He keeps coming through because I keep scouting him. But he's actually... Oh, Sierra Leonean guy. Adi Barry. He's got quite good physicals. Technically, he's not great. And he does have 5 caps, annoyingly. Is the badge pack just doing weird things again? Santa Kitoko. It's Kontor Kandar. Sorry, Kontor Konda. There's a slight Star Warsiness to his name. I can't quite picture how, but his name does have slight Star Warsiness. Actually, I quite like his physicals. If he doesn't want something stupid, very nice. Screw it, why not? If he's that cheap. Oh, 90 grand. Okay, you've kind of thrown me there, lads. Maybe don't do that. 90 grand. I'll pay 90 grand. Terry wasn't born in Tatooine. Right, what else we got? Oh, the 2 real guys down the bottom. Andorra's another Andorran. Was that the... No, that wasn't really good Andorran, was it? But it's another quite good... Good God. Andorran national team is going to qualify for something in this save. I can already feel it. No, yeah, it might be a bit of KOTOR. But even so, even outside of that, Kontor Konda does just sound like... It's slightly Star Warsy. They want to loan him back. Which I might just let them do, honestly, as long as his contract demands aren't stupid. Future prospect. So it is future prospect. Wow. Get that through the door. Only 2 years, though, which is annoying. I guess it's because he's only 17. And he's going to get... Oh, he's already got caps for Tanzania. Shit. That's frustrating, but at least I can get a 3-year extension, or is it only 2? That's 3 years. Oh, for God's sake, man. He's going to be a pain in the arse, isn't he? They don't seem to like the 5 international cap one anywhere near as much as the 1. I guess it's a lot harder to achieve, of course, but if you've already got a couple of caps... Right, that'll be enough, right? Really? How about that? No, actually, I can't do that. I'll bung the agent. Whoa, that's a loyalty bonus. Bit more of a base wage. Oh. Wait, really? That's less. Alright, fine. Is office in Norwegian? There's all sorts of offices in Star Wars. So maybe that's what it was. It wasn't. Right, future prospect for you as well. Maybe I should start leveraging base wage a little bit more on players like that, since apparently it's way more effective than I thought it was. And we've got so much to spare. He's Ghanaian, so that's fine. That'll allow us a nice 6-year deal on you as well. Lovely old job. In a novel. Yes, that was the novel Roots, was it not? I think. I remember watching that in school. That's taken me back to a history class, I think it actually was. Actually, that makes total sense why it would be history class. Just a scammer bus ride around the windy road with no features. So we've hammered Would we say hammered? How did the number 10 do? Ah, better performance than a CM. So that's something. He got an assist at least. Potential issues with Ranjbart? Please no. This might be a new contract offer, to be fair. Improved contract. What is Ranji's contract? £150 a week. He's got 4 years on his contract, though. I just resent the idea of putting him on a... Actually, he still hasn't got caps yet. I'll try to get him to talk... I'll try to talk him down. Okay, fine. We don't have an obvious one to go with right now, so I will just offer him a new deal. Because he hasn't got caps for Norway yet, so I can still, in theory... Unless he wants a stupid squad status. Competition for places. Maybe... I was kind of hoping he'd knock it down by 1 notch, but that's probably fair. So it's a squad player. It's the lowest of the senior squad roles, I suppose. Yeah, we'll get rid of the... Well, the clauses weren't, like, non-negotiable. So we'll get rid of those. It just means that we can now tie him down to an even longer contract. Because I can still stick in the 3-year clause on the top of that. Relegation release clause of 0. That should be enough, surely. Yeah, there we go. So it now puts him on a 7-year contract instead, but he's got a bit more wage, no release clauses. It gives him a fair old wage, because he's really just lacking the physicals. That will end up costing him in the end, I suspect, but it's okay. At least we're clubbing people in these friendlies. I guess there's an element of perhaps tiredness creeping into some of the players. They're back in for him again. See, that's exactly it. If Furman had come to me and said, oh dear. Rip. Who is he? Oh dear, unfortunate. Hope I didn't pay too much. Oh, he's quite good, isn't he? Oh, I paid 100 grand for him. Jesus. But yeah, if Furman had come to me and said, I want a wage rise, I'd have happily given him, actually at the time, I'd have probably given him 2 or 3k a week. But it's the fact that he wanted essentially, I think it was either important player or star player. And I just couldn't give that to him. Because I just knew that that would cause us so much issues. By backing for him, I just literally meant that I had... Oh, God. 7.5. I love that Arsenal are putting less on the table for him than other random teams have put in for players that don't play. Said, oh dear. Yeah, if he comes... Moke's gone to Toulouse. He's moked the wrong decision. Mode? But that, I don't... What did they give him then? That's annoying, because I don't think I offered him that much worse than that. Oh well, we lost a couple of guys. We got the guy that we really wanted, though, which was the Serbian fella. So it's not the end of the world. And we did get a couple of other fellas I'm hoping are going to be good. Set for move to Bayer Leverkusen. He's not, though, is he? Chelsea are in for Katala as well. Okay, that's a bit more like it. Still not doing it, but we should have enough money in the bank that the board aren't going to move on. They wouldn't, would they? We finally found a consistent striker, and the board, surely. Think of history class you visited at school. Make it history class. I guess it does, yeah. No, Nigel. No! That's actually really annoying. Although, a Serbian guy can't even be registered, can he? For the Champions League squad, for the Europa League squad. Lots of positive developments there, which is nice. More offers for Katala. We're going to be having a real trouble hanging on to him, aren't we? I can already tell. Ranjbar with a new contract. Kovalchik is old enough to go on loan now, which is nice. Yeah, they're putting big things on the table, annoyingly. I'm just going to... I'm going to stall them, essentially, as long as I can. Right. My hope is that the board don't kick off. The fact that we've got such a large budget and a huge amount of bank balance should be enough to stop the board from doing anything crazy. But this is the board. They have already tried to do that once before, if you recall. I can't afford to lose. I mean, if it's one position in our team that we do have depth, it's striker. But I feel like he's actually the first player since we started signing these guys. Pretty much the first guy since Rodado that looks consistent enough. We don't need a replacement for him. We've got... The replacements are... We look within for the replacements because we have 3 or 4 other strikers. But he's very good. And I'd much rather him just stay because he's the first guy that's really nailed down a proper starting role in that position since Rodado that is getting good numbers. He's our top scorer this season. I think he only has like 11 goals. but he's overperformed his XG considerably, and he assists things too. We're just better with him in the team, in general. But he is very good. He does like a little bit of pace, but he's so good on the ball. I was going to say he's like a Mitrovic type of player, but he's maybe a little bit smaller than Mitrovic, but he's a good player. Another 5-0 win. It's Aston Villa away next in the Europa League as well, which is going to be an absolute nightmare. Because is that before or after? That's actually before the window even opens. So I have no idea who's going to be in the squad for that game. Not Nigel, that's for sure. Now, hopefully I can... at least someone who might be ready to step in there, perhaps, is someone like Ifanya Duru, who is definitely better physically. He probably does need a bit... Oh, he's got good on both feet as well. I still don't want to sell Katala, but I think Duru does need to have more game time. Like, truthfully, I probably should be rotating him around with Firm. He needs to be on the bench a lot more, if nothing else. Because what's happening is he's not on the bench, so I'm not bringing him on in games and giving him chances, but he does need more chances for sure. Arsenal make Katala offers. We will reject that since I have no choice. I don't think he'll kick off about that one individually. Man City make loan approach for Katala. Number 3 shirt, because it was literally the only shirt we had spare at the entire club. Why is City asking him for him on loan? Propose a Katala... Is it even mandatory? Oh, it's a future fee. Does that mean City can't get involved because they're not doing FFP right or something? It's weird that they would go in for a loan in the middle of January unless they're struggling with FFP rules. That's funny. I think I might be able to reject that without an issue. 4.7 million for Luis Eduardo is apps. Oh, 7 million still, but he's going to kick off about that too. All right. We kind of need someone like a Krzyzanowski to get upset so I can make him not be upset and then use that. Oh god, now there's a cold going around the club. We will send you home. And you've got the flu. I feel that, bud. I feel that. Oh, we need to sell Regan Booty. Shit. Window's not open yet. Oh no, I can still offer him out, couldn't I? He'll kick off if I don't, so... It's a shame. I'll just take whatever one is in here. I don't want to sell Rodado, but we might not have a choice. So any more promises out of interest? Europa League squad. Him I'm happy to sell anyway. You're going to get more football. I kind of hate that for Rodado. I guess hopefully by other... He can have whoever leaves number. What he needs is a nice little... Well, he's broken his spine chat type of moment, basically. That's what we really need. Yeah, I've not really seen a lot of those loans with the mandatory option, but it was only 8.5 million. Chelsea are in for Katala. I'm going to turn that down. But that City one in about a week is going to come around again. Bayern are now in for Steuer as well. Good God. Wait, was there other offers for Steuer? Oh, no, that's Katala. Shit. Right, which ones can I turn down? I can still store the City one. Not that I'm going to. Just going to leave it. Team selection versus Villa. Luis Eduardo for the trial. Absolutely not. Bid for Steuer is £11 million there as well. Oh dear. We got to keep these guys together in January. We don't need the money. 1860 want booty. Love to see it. Top couple of signings. We haven't actually entered the window yet, as it happens. Arsenal are in for... Steuer, I won't say this. So that's... Chelsea are in for £2 million? Are you out of your mind? That's wild. 1860 want a bit of the booty. Yeah, as for... I think our biggest signing that we haven't made yet, but that will be joining us in January at least. Let me do transfer history and then future signings, because there's quite a few, isn't there? 35. Are they all joining in January? No, there's a few for the summer as well. But most of them are joining in January. For me, hands down, the biggest signing is Dusan Obradovic. He is so far clear. It's not even close. For £2 million. Not to mention, of course, we've got Jens Hertedal as well joining us, who I'd actually forgotten about because we signed him last stream. I hate that defaults back to all transfers from the one you're on. Yeah, he can kind of replace them, but they're players that I'd much rather keep because we know how they play. But if they were to be taken from us with there's nothing we can do, then at least we've got options there. And obviously we've got Jens as well, who is going to be just absolute filth in our midfield. Our midfield just took a huge step forwards with the signing of Obradovic and Hjertedal. Those guys take us to a different level entirely. God, he's good. Ranjbar being so young, Then again, he has got that squad player. It might end up kicking off. It's the problem with these things. Like, you bring a young player through and then they expect to start because they've played a few games. And then you finally sign the guy you want all along. And yeah. Even then, they'd have to sign him in real life, Inferno, to make me want to do that, I think. And even then, it'd be a stretch. Right, we've got a Europa League game before we actually get these guys through the door. He is so good. Like, we pushed the boat out for him massively. But it had to be done. I hate that it doesn't show that... So, dude is already in the team. Yeah, it's got to be Kubesian for that role. Duda and Kubesian in there for the time being. We're obviously... Where's Audi? Why is he not showing up? What? FM? Hi? There we go. That was weird. I think the rest of the team's actually okay. Or it's pretty much who I'd want to pick, at least. Since we can't change the squad anyway. For the time being, at least. Although, I know Duru's like, oh, that's literally it. Yeah, we can't put anyone else on the bench anyway. Other than youngsters from the B team, which would just be annoying. In that case, best of luck, my friend. See how Steuer does in this game, I guess. Actually, I don't know the bench that might want to come in. No, that's probably all right. The fitness levels are at least much, much better. Well, for the first team, at least, anyway. Compared to what they were like last time, before I realised that you could schedule all those extra friendlies. Yeah, and I just like the fact that we managed to pick him up from Tromsø as well, which just, it was enjoyable. Did I look up Mojsic, Cameron? I think I did, didn't I? Right. No pressure anyway. I mean, this is a game that is a complete free hit. We're at Villa Park. What's their squad like? They've got Adebayo. Well, okay then. That's interesting. This Villa team is definitely... So the Watkins, Harvey Elliott's actually playing for them as well. Kamara. They've got Andres Garcia at right back, but they've got Tosin Adebayo as well. So who have they got? They've got Pau Torres alongside... Wait. I swear that said Adebayo was in their first team. Or was that the bench? Barry, Elliott, Buendia, Yates. Is that Ryan Yates? Yes, it is. Greaves at left back. Martinez in goal. I'm guessing Adebayo's on the bench, but I could have sworn it said he was in the first team. I was probably just looking at the wrong bit. Oh no, it would have been the bench because it was the side panel, wasn't it? Matty Cash, I guess he must have done. Wait, no, I think he's still there. We looked at Matty Cash in the summer because we were like, oh, maybe we could bring him to Poland. He had a 4-year contract, so maybe he's on the bench too, or just not in the squad. I mean, anything we take from Villa Park is pure cinema for a start. Well, I'll tell you what, speaking of cinema, we've got bodies in the box. Oh, there's a non-runner as well. Oh, he's going to go alone. Kubesiu! Okay. It's a finish. It's one of them, for sure. The one thing that is happening here is that Villa are a lot better than us anyway, so we're not going to be able to get as much of the ball against them as we perhaps would against other teams, which means our tactical style is going to have to be more of one on the playing on the break. What a tackle from Krzyżanowski. Come on, lads. You know, we've done well on the break in the Europa League so far this season. Oh, lovely from Katala. He's found Audi on the chest. Oh, blocked. That was lovely play. I wonder if that's a bit more of that expressive stuff we're on about. Like, the fact that he actually looks... Then again, that exact goal was what gave us the win against Braga. Katala gets the ball out wide, whips a beautiful ball over the top for Kukonda, who admittedly finished on that occasion. We're getting none of the ball, but we actually don't look outclassed. Considering that 20 minutes in, it's basically neck and neck on terms of XG at least. I'm surprised by that. Oh, never mind. Who was that? Tremont's pointed the spot, but what happened? It was a push, clearly. Does it even say? Torres was up by Steuer. Cheers. Nice work there. Brilliant. He was doing all right up to that. 6.7, and then he's done that a few times. It was Steuer that pushed someone over in the box in Europe before. He has a weird propensity for giving away penalties, which for such an attacking player you'd think is odd, but I guess he's maybe fish out of water there. Ollie Watkins from the spot, and it's 1-0 Villa. Shit. That is annoying, actually. We were kind of doing okay up until that point. Had a little opening. Steuer's now going to drop rating, but obviously he will get punished because of the penalty. He is a proper... Actually, he's a proper drama queen. Like, he's either getting sent off, scoring buttloads of goals, playing appallingly. Oh, lovely that touch from Buendia. Or just giving away penalties. That's surely going to be... Oh, no. I was going to say easily defended, but it apparently isn't. It's Louis Barry into the box, and it's not 2-0. Sanet, if you could stop maybe making loads of good saves here, just so that Chelsea don't put a bigger bid in for you. Like, right now, I'm confident that we won't agree to that bid, but if he carries on playing too well, maybe if you could just let a near post one in here, perhaps. Okay. Well, he could have tried. He's just too good, isn't he? It's crazy that he's worth as little as he is compared to some of the other players in this team, when arguably I'd say Sané might be certainly one of our most important players. I don't think we get to the stage we've got to in the league, or just this season anyway, without him. He's what stopped it from becoming a much worse season in many ways. A few little chances for us here, actually. We're just apparently not seeing them, which is odd, because they're quite high XG highlights. Like a good 0.2, 0.3 a time. This was the one I was on about, where it says, if you wish to make a change, I think we should introduce Przemysław Kaminski. It does that sometimes, but it will do it for a player who plays multiple positions, and it doesn't tell you who you'd be removing. Now, in Kaminski's case, obviously, it would be Naeem, but it will say about a midfielder, and you're like, well, for who's coming off? Well, are we done yet? No? Oh, no! Wait. Oh. God damn it. I thought it was the moment, but that's why I have a guy stood at the back post for those now, to see what that will generate for us. Okay. We're only losing because of a penalty. Like, the non-penalty XG in this game is extremely close. Surprisingly good. Stoyer's struggled a little bit today, unfortunately. Still wants to go on about Kaminski. Is Naeem knackered? Or injured or something? Why is my assistant obsessed with Kaminski? He needs him to fix the ball in New York City. The lights won't drop otherwise. We'll probably end up losing this game like 3-0 in the end. Oh, here we go. Right, slide him in. Okay, you've maybe hung on to it too long there, but Krzyzewski's on the ball. I guess it's because he's on a booking, perhaps? Take him on. Oh, dear. Okay, maybe a slight overcommittal there. Jesus, lads, do you want to give him any more space? Actually, that's fine. Just let him shoot from range. Kubizhin's been bad. We've not been too bad. This is the kind of game where maybe we'll just get that one moment and we can turn it into a goal. Provided we don't give Villa another goal, there's still hope for us yet. Tell you what, actually, we are genuinely holding our own here. Which makes it even more annoying that Stoyer decided to do what he did, honestly. The freedom of Villa Park, yeah, that is where we can get caught off those particular counterattacks. If they can break through, if they basically, when the CMs don't get a chance to drop back fast enough because we're obviously in control of possession, it does look kind of comical at times. I love the scoop turns. Villa playing in white at home, that is really weird, actually. I don't know why they're playing in white. Unless there's a kit clash that means that the only kits that don't clash is their white kit and our red kit? I don't know. Hello, Scott. Or should I say, me, Matto. Indeed. Nice. Let's get him on the break. God, my throat is getting worse, man. What we'll do is after this game, we'll get to the signings arrive, and then I'll have to stop streaming because my throat is actually going really nasty now. Oh, dear. I hope this doesn't get much worse. Here he goes. Story in behind. Can he... Somehow, I feel less bad if he does end up being sold now. He's gone around the goalkeeper and they're just not bothered to shoot. When I said be more expressive, I meant... Jesus Christ. What is he doing? He's done all the right things. The run is beautiful. The pass is perfect. The chance is there. He gets round the goalie and then just doesn't bother shooting. Ah, dear. That's very annoying, actually. I haven't seen a player do that before. Right, Duda to cut inside, maybe to find... Oh, we need to get the ball in the box here. He's going to shoot. Oh, that's another big save. Deary me. He just didn't want to score a goal that was too easy, you know? He was more... He didn't feel right. I respect that. I don't respect that. He's an absolute melon. No, it's got to be Kuzemko. He's my boy. Duda really does need to come off here. But, oh, Ranji. Of course. It's nice to have him back. It's nice to have him as an option again. God, is it going to be Furman? It might, you know. Krzyzewski's very tired, and we do at least have Demeshevich. We'll leave that last sub just in case. He wants to leave him... You think... Oh, maybe he didn't score enough. Next, play the tactic I like. I see. The backseater's dream, you mean? Where I say nothing, I just do everything that specific chat members want and never complain about it. Not this guy. This guy loves to complain. I'm sorry, it just can't be done. What season? So this is season 4, after Christmas. Obviously, because we had the Christmas break and stuff, so we're now starting to bomb through things a bit faster now. We're actually going to lose this game because of fucking hell. A penalty that he gave away, and then a chance where he goes around the goalkeeper and misses it. He single-handedly has cost us a chance to get some points at Villa Park. We would have probably been the better side if not for the penalty. Great signs, though, as far as what we were able to do against a team like Villa. I'm genuinely going to be proud of them for that, because they did, obviously not him. I'm going to single-handedly Yell at him. I don't normally do that, but bro needs to be told. Ah, dearie me. It's back-to-back defeats in Europe, but I guess we expected that. We probably shouldn't have got as many points as we do have. As long as we finish top 24, which we will, everything will be okay. They say youthful, but it was our first team squad. What are they trying to say? Where does that actually put us now? We're still 13th. Goal difference is too good to get knocked out there. We have had a UCL season. That was last year. We got into the group stage straight away and got pretty much pumped. We got 2 points. We got a draw away at Tottenham, of course, and a draw at home to Ajax, but we had a very tough group. This year we got knocked out in the playoff round by Olympiacos. But on the plus side, Legia Warsaw are in the Champions League group stage. Despite the fact they had to start in the second playoff round, or second qualifying round, they went all the way through and are actually playing and have more points in the Champions League this year than we did last year. They're kind of cooking a little bit. So credit where credit's due. Loan offers for him. No, we won't be doing those. They're doing bits. Lazio Serie A position instead of the Europa League position. That was a good performance. Thing is, we beat Braga without actually having to play well. Whereas the 2 games that we actually now have played well since then, we've now lost. But I guess that's karma. It comes for us all. Okay, so it's the 22nd is when the window opens. That's when we get the new boys in. Oh, good Christ. They're in for him. Abdullahi, tight thigh, we're fine. Bessie's injured with a bruised toe. Striking a ball in training. This is why you don't... This is why laces, Anthony. I shouldn't need to tell you this at this point. You're a footballer. Because Yammer's developing concerns. Oh my God. I guess it's about playing time. Yes, should be starting more games. I mean, you are an important player. But you're just not anymore, though, are you? I'm going to have to try and drop him down. I don't want to loan him out. I'm going to try and do that. It'll upset him a little bit, but he's realistically not going to play as much. Oh, this is definitely the first little batch of those. Let me just very quickly remove anybody below that level. Then it will naturally do that nonsense. Holy shit. Andrew's actually quite good. Like, unironically, he's very good. That was a huge pickup for Legia. He's played 10 times for them in the Champions League. Very badly, I might point out, but maybe they actually are better than us. I'm starting to understand now why we are down where we are. I think we've just been overhitting it for the last couple of years. Is anyone super old in here that we can discard? No. In that case, what I'll do for the time being, for these, I'll just send them all round again. That way we don't miss out on them. I know there's a few Patreon regions in there. Anyone crazy high CA? Jesus Christ. It's another goalkeeper. And then this George Braun guy is another goalkeeper. Good. Well, at least we know how to find insane goalkeepers. So if you're ever stuck for a goalie, transfer room in seems to work even better on them. Yeah, it's certainly not been straightforward. Booty's off. We are very much... To be fair, the titles that we have won up to this point, I would say were more surprising. They were both like shock title wins, and I think the likelihood of us winning the title this year is next to zero, because the team that are winning the league are a newly promoted side who have no European matches to worry about. Really? What sort of settings are you using in the transfer room? Because I have been inundated with goalkeepers today from just 2 lookups as well. I didn't even do a full set of them. I'd be curious to know what sort of stuff you're putting in there, and what sort of database as well. That will probably matter too. Steuer, Man City. Did they watch him play against Villa? Are you sure you want him? Not for me, lads. Right, 29 signings confirmed. Good Christ. Breakthrough prospect game time. Let's see. So that might be your problem, because breakthrough prospect is not a goalkeeper playing time. So if you're using breakthrough prospect, you're pretty much not going to find anybody, because there isn't a goal. No such. You can't give a goalkeeper breakthrough prospect game time as a squad status. So the reason it's not finding anybody is because, what should you choose? Any of these you like, really? Any goal... Basically, you need to give them a goalkeeping playing time. Honestly, I would just set up one for each of them and just see what comes up. Particularly as it's with a goalkeeper. Like, I would just say, yeah, honestly, make one for each of them. I guarantee you it will find you something massive. Today has been bringing us crazy ones. Oh, thank you, Kevin. We're recording another episode tonight. I've really been enjoying doing the pod lately. I think I'm now feeling a bit more comfortable in my role on the pod. And that's nice. And we've been getting a lot of nice comments about it lately too, which has been really cool. So I'm happy with that. That's nice. Feels like we're moving into a cool direction with it. Furman to Lechia. I don't think I'll do that, but that would be quite funny. We'll certainly solve some issues for us. Okay. That might be a thing to deal with next stream. Oh, thank you, Kevin. May not disappear after a while. They do just disappear after a while, but bear in mind, that's like months we're talking. The second that you stop getting players through from them, they've basically served their purpose. So by leaving them on, it won't bring you any new players. The second that you don't get a new player each day, that's when it's done, and there's no point in... You could leave it on more, but it won't find anyone new at that stage. So when they disappear, I think it's just like maybe a 90-day window on them or something, just for like general cleanup. Because I noticed when I went in today, we only had 58 of them instead of 70 odd for some reason. Okay, 29 new signings. Let's go. Christ on a bike. Ah! Please tell me there is at least a... Why is there not a send all on a Polish course option? There must be, right? There isn't, is there? Is it there? Oh, send all signings. Oh. Phew. They need to just have a button for that. Why is it in the drop down? 58. To be fair, that's because I set one of them up for every single squad role in every single position in our team. There needs to be a welcome all signings. Tell you what, I'll do that after stream. That way you don't have to sit and watch me do the handshake circle. Cue the gif again. Okay, start from the top, I suppose. Oh, my life. We could be here a while. Sooner rather than later. I mean, to be fair, I couldn't give a shit about Steam numbers, i.e., like, I'm enjoying the game. People are either going to play it or they're not, right? That's the way I'm looking at it. I think maybe it'll recover, but maybe it won't. Some people have been put off the whole time, and that's fine, right? Ultimately, if it does get better, they're just going to miss out. So, 3 of them. 3? You think it's as many as 3? Bold. Let's see. Umit Katai. Okay. Straight for loan, at least. Next. Piotr Kotovash. He's still on loan. Right. Never mind. He looks quite good, actually. And Polish. Next one. Christian Kramer. Wasn't there a guy in the German national team not that long ago called Christian Kramer? He's fine, but nothing spectacular. Please give me someone good soon. These are B- guys. Right. Taylor Burko was the English lad who's still on loan at Aldershot. Cool. Next one. He's the Malagasy guy, isn't he? Yeah, he's not excellent either, but he is from Madagascar. So, that's worth something, right? Good hair, though, and not a dodgy mustache. Ah, here we go. Edson de Conceicao. Ooh, dearie me. Not got the potential, but he has got 20 jumping reach and is 6'7", which is worth a lot in my book. Unassigned players do you have? Where was the... Hang on. On the news about the signings, where's the number? Which news are we talking about specifically? Because we have... I don't know, actually. Oh, yeah, Polish teachers are eating good, thanks to our club, for sure. Right, Jens Hjertedal. Bang. Yeah, I mean, but the casual players are still a huge part of the market, and they absolutely do need to win them back, but that's going to be tough without a brand new release at that point. A lot of those people would have just written it off for the entire game cycle and weren't going to come back anyway. Maybe when, I don't know, we get international football back again or something, depending on what that looks like. 104 squad numbers. Ah. Oh, yes, you're right. Yeah, number is a little higher than you think. I daren't click it in case the game breaks. That's a proper do not stick your hand in the honeypot type of moment there, friends. If the game says something that doesn't make sense, step away. And I will continue to do so. Jens Hjertedal is brilliant. Holy shit, what a signing he is. Evgeny, wow, he's better than I thought he was going to be. Okay, he's still not going to be playing for us, but it's better. I'll click it. I'll tell you what, I'll click it after we've looked at these players, and then I'll save it first, just to see what happens. Computer just explodes and I'm never seen from again. Alexandru Tokhari. Okay, Moldova. Nice. He looks reasonably okay. Not a huge contract. I think it's because we have maxed out all of our squad numbers and repeatedly have to change them. So that might be part of the reason I hate that this menu doesn't remember where you were. Wow, Molo is dread. Oh, Molo was the guy we signed from Pompeii, wasn't he? So that would explain his dreadfulness. He gets away with it. Alexander Gulnak. He's that on loan still. We will have a look at... Oh shit, I've gone too far now. Ah, this is the guy I overspent on. Or did I? Okay. I would like an apology. I think I've actually spent... I mean, it's still quite a lot of money, but attribute-wise, he is very, very good. And he looks like his PA's okay, too. He's a techie boy. Love that for you, Kaio. I must admit, I was worried that... Oh, my God. Well... At least if Docampo does leave, we've got yet another Spanish man. I mean, his aerial reach is a little on the low side, but Christ on a bike. I almost feel for Docampo. He was the hero. And now he's nowhere. Ander Redondo. Oh my God. Shin splints, annoying. Shitting Christ, Ander Redondo is excellent. Still not got the speed. But 6'2" with 16 jumping reach, 18 finishing, 12 composure. Very much a dump you on... Oh, I can't. Why can't I? Oh, because you're injured. Bloody hell. Ander is extraordinary. Who did we sign Ander from? It's not even the best one yet either. Multivera. Bloody hell. Well, the striker issues grow. But it's a good issue to have when they're that good. What about Geronimo? God, Geronimo's quite good as well, isn't he? He's just better now. He maybe doesn't have the ceiling as the other ones. He's definitely a different type. He's more of a Katala type striker. And we could probably do with a Katala type striker because we only really have Katala and Rodado for that. So we could definitely do with the backup there. Giovanni Musto. Still alone. That's fine. And then Jan Brown. Attribute-wise, he's okay. I mostly signed him because he was from Luxembourg. Then we've got Fabrice Falcone. I liked his attributes. May not have the ceiling, but regardless, he's still a breakthrough prospect. So I'll list him for loan just in case. The Serbian's further down the list, I guess. I don't know what it's actually... I think it's in alphabetical order. There he is. We've got Edgardo Hanau. Wow, he is really bad. Whoa. It's crazy to think that he was considered 5-star potential. Dushan's up in a minute, yeah. Then we've got Mr. Belgian Chocolate himself. Attribute-wise, again, he's decent. Right, Obradovic. Wait, have I gone too far? There he is. Yeah. Yeah. Mother of Christ. Him and Hjörtedal joining this team makes a considerable difference to the quality of our midfield. And we'll still need the other guys because of the rotation options. So with these two, combined with Nigel and Ranjbar, £2 million for him. Nigel still starts. Don't know. I mean, obviously Nigel's done nothing wrong, but we'll have lots of options at least. I mean, the fact is, Nigel was scoring an insane amount of goals in that position, which either means that he is the GOAT and he will continue to do that, or the position is what's working really well, and one of these two will be somehow even better in that role, which is fine too. Point is, we needed options because we've been really struggling to rotate around that central midfield a lot because it drops off too quickly. Now, the depth is finally here. That's exceptionally nice. Then it was this guy who was the Indonesian fella who's fine. He's already listed for loan as well, which is nice. I love Nigel too, though. And he still needs to earn his chance to get to be Big Nige. Oh, wow. A rare German signing for us that hasn't worked out. That's actually unusual. Bangura, these are mostly... There's a few kind of interesting players at the very bottom of this list, though, that might be worth our time. Potentially. Seems to come back right back up again. So Zakrikov, that was the Kyrgyz guy. Jesus. Loan Farm is definitely going to be getting some new members of it in January for sure. Right, then we've got Insadjuf. Great beard. Very solid beard for 18. I think he's actually not too bad. Not going to be first team quality or anything like that. What about you, though? I'll save him for a minute. What about this guy as well? Sebastian Mendoza. He was the Bolivian lad. Not the one we really liked, but the precursor Bolivian lad. Right, okay, here's the big one. Or the big one. The other guy that's left, who I genuinely don't know who this is. Ibrahim Sadibe. When did we sign? Is he from ages ago? Oh, he was the guy we signed ages ago. He's absolutely fucking insane. He's ridiculous. We picked him up, I think, 18 months ago when we had all those guys come through the team report from ASEC when we were just testing it. And I'd totally forgotten about him. 15 tackling, 12 marking, but we can improve that. His positioning is already 16. He has teamwork of 17, work rate of 16. Really fast as well for a centre-back. And 13 jumping reach is certainly not a bad thing. Great bravery and aggression as well. He's determined as all hell. Hell yeah. Your first team, right? Yeah. Damn. What if he's been playing loads? Yeah, he has. So he's been getting a lot of playing time over the last year and a half since we actually agreed to sign him. Right, let me just save it here. And then I'll click the forbidden button. That'll only go well, right? Nothing could possibly go wrong if I click on the sacred button. Now, which screen was it on? Was it this one? Oh. Well, I don't know about you, but I'm incredibly disappointed in that. I want to know where it's getting that number from. Unassigned. I don't know what that number is. Easy. But had I not saved it, sort by number. I don't think you can even sort that screen. No, it's just grayed out at the moment. I like this as 104 numbers assigned. That does concern me slightly. Oh, imagine if... No, I know for a fact that it doesn't have this bug and you can sign as many players as you like, because Self-Found Herring had 500 players at his club. And we only have 200 and something currently, I believe. I think. It's around about that. 96 loans as well, because some of them have technically been taken under as well. Superb. That's a lot for January, I've got to say. As if. We've done some fucking great business there that I wasn't even expecting to do. That is awesome. So, where do I send you wonderful folks this afternoon? So we did Kev last time. It's got to be D-Boy. Has to be. And we can listen to some of his wonderful music. Oh. To number 9. Which was it? Number 10 with extra dip? My friend knows that entire thing off by heart. Okay, so I guess, yeah, Sunday is going to be, I mean, hopefully I'll be all right on Sunday. My throat is definitely starting to hurt a lot more, though, so hopefully this isn't something that's actually going to be a problem. I'll let you know. It should be okay in a couple of days. It's just as well it's not a 1-day gap, it's a 2-day gap, so we should be all right. But I'm just going to go and not speak now for the next several hours until Pod gets home from work. So, thank you for joining me today, friends. This has been a very fun stream. We may not have got through as many games, but with all those extra signings, it was impossible to do that. We will still be doing Youth Intake next stream, though. Like, we will bomb through as many games as we need to do Youth Intake, no matter when that is. So I'll see you lovely folks on Sundat, hopefully. If my voice isn't too shit tomorrow, we may get a video on Football Academy Manager, potentially, if I can find the space to make that work. So I'll see you guys very soon. Hold your gun. Capybara, I nearly pressed the wrong button entirely. We're going to go right over to D-Boy. See you guys.